be making sure I'm not a terrorist.
Do you have a media badge?
No.
No, you don't have a media badge?
Just a YouTube channel. I was here last week recording at the...
Would that help? I'll go get this plugged in.
Sorry about that.
Well, okay, now you're right here, so.
I gotta get... You know, somebody actually made me a press pass in 2020.
What's that?
Somebody actually...
Gave you a press badge?
Somebody made me a really official looking press pass. It was really good. Sorry.
You taking the stairs or elevator? Set up. Can I just go back there or do you plug it in?
I'll plug it in for you.
Perfect. Nice.
Can you take the seat next to me just to hold it until Aubrey gets here?
Can I do this? Do you need anything else from me?
That thing's on, right?
Yeah.
All right. Test 1, 2. That's it.
The Senate Public Safety Committee will begin in 30 seconds.
Uh-oh. Test 1, 2.
Okay. Good morning. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Senate Standing Committee on Public Safety. Welcome to our hearing. We have 43 bills on our agenda today and a number of bills on the consent calendar. And let me read off the consent calendar at this time. Item number 2, AB 1586 Ramos. Item number 3, AB 1681 Ramos. Item number 6, AB 501 Papin. Item number 10, AB 1572 Alanis. And AB 1612 Alanis. Item 15, AB 1689 Quirk Silva. Item 20, AB 2502 Pellerin. Item 22, AB 1912 Hadwick. Item 23, AB 1913 Soria. Item 39, AB 2761 Petrie Norris. And item 42, AB 2684 by Nguyen. We do not yet have a quorum, so we will operate as a subcommittee. And just an announcement as we begin today's hearing. On each bill, the author has designated 2 principal witnesses to speak in support of the bill. So they will each have 2 minutes to address the committee on the bill. After that, we will allow members of the public to come forward and state their name, their organization or what city they're from, and their position in support and opposition to the bill. We will not be able to take any additional testimony, but we thank you for being here today. After that, we'll take 2 principal opposition witnesses. The opposition witnesses must have submitted a letter to the committee prior to our hearing to be officially recognized as opposition witnesses. And then after that, we'll open up for any of the members of the public who want to express their opposition to the bill. Once again, name, organization, and position on the bill. So with that, we'll begin with our bill presentations in consultation with Assembly Members Zabur, Arambula, and Caloza. We have kind of agreed on an order for the first presentations. Assemblyman Arambula has to go back to his district, so without objection, we'll go first to his bill, which is AB 2605. Oh, an Assemblymember, sorry. It's a little different here in the Senate. And whenever you're ready, you may present on AB 2605.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senators, for the opportunity to present on Assembly Bill 2605 today. And I'll accept the committee amendments, which are adding Chair Arreguín as a co-author to this bill. California's longstanding issues in providing public defense to individuals accused of crimes has a real cost on the state's poorest and most under-resourced counties. Though the 6th Amendment enshrines the right to counsel for defendants in criminal prosecution, the state does not currently collect data on how public defense is provided at the local level. This has created a system where many defendants have never even met the defender, their attorneys, and have not had an opportunity to investigate the accusations which are made against them. AB 2605 addresses this issue by establishing reporting requirements on the nature of public defense services provided across the state. Most other states appropriate significant funding for public defense services, and California is an outlier in shifting this responsibility to the local level. This bill is a necessary first step in understanding the scope of this issue. Here to testify in support is Scott Bailey, retired Fresno County Public Defender.
And sir, if you can present from the table. Sorry, the authors present from the podium and the witnesses present from the table.
Thank you.
You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. The 6th Amendment of the United States Constitution doesn't just guarantee the right to someone accused of a crime for rich people. It applies to indigent poor people as well. If you were arrested in a California county, you would be brought into a courtroom and you would see where the in-custody people are sitting and the out-of-custody people are sitting. A courtroom would look like a room like this. You would see a judge and you could tell who the lawyers are. You could tell the lawyers are busy. And as you're facing charges on this crime, your questions are, is this lawyer going to talk to me? Is this lawyer going to have the time to read the police reports? Is the lawyer going to be able to visit me in the jail and listen to my side of the story? The answer to these questions about whether a lawyer is able to do these things is how busy that lawyer is. How many cases is that lawyer carrying? If there are too many cases, those lawyers cannot do the job. This bill is just asking for data, so you can tell if somebody has too many cases, they can't be efficient. It's just about numbers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to express support for AB 2605? Please come forward and state your name, organization, and position on the bill.
Good morning. Margot George on behalf of the California Public Defenders Association in support. Thank you.
Good morning. Liz Blum-Gutierrez on behalf of Smart Justice California in strong support.
Good morning. Eric Henderson on behalf of the Ella Baker Center for Human Rights in support.
Good morning. Joanne Scheer on behalf of Felony Murder Elimination Project in strong support.
Thank you. Any other support witnesses? Are you a support witness? Okay.
Susan Bustamantes with California Coalition Women Prisoners in support.
Thank you. Unless there's any other support witnesses, we'll now take up to 2 opposition witnesses. I think there was only one opposition letter from the Fresno County Board of Supervisors. Is there any opposition witnesses? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the dais for any questions or comments. No comments. We don't have a quorum yet, so
Thank you
turn it back over to the author to close.
Present and respectfully ask for an aye vote when it's appropriate.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Who wants to go next? Okay. Calosa? Okay. Thank you. I know that the authors have been coordinating the order because we typically take measures in file order, but we're working with everyone's schedules. So we'll now proceed to the next item, item 13, AB 1650 by Assemblymember Calosa.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you as well to my colleagues for their grace in allowing me to present. Next, I'm here to present AB 1650 this morning. Thank you as well to the committee consultants, staff, and my principal co-author, Assemblymember Liz Ortega, for their partnership and thoughtful work on this bill. AB 1650 is about safety, transparency, and accountability. Since the summer of 2025, enforcement activities by ICE have intensified across our state, from Los Angeles, Sacramento, San Diego, and San Francisco. These operations have raised serious concerns about oversight and safety. We have seen growing concern on the use of unmarked rental vehicles in enforcement operations that involved arrest, detention, and transport of members of our community. When vehicles used by government agencies lack proper identification, it becomes difficult for the public to distinguish between legitimate law enforcement and bad actors. Additionally, this invites potential abuses of power in government, given the absence of transparency or accountability in how these vehicles are being used. These practices create not just confusion, but fear. Fear for the public and fear for those who are being illegally faced with governmental force and violence. At the same time, rental car companies are finding themselves at the center of this issue. Their vehicles are being used in these operations without notification or consistent standards for safety and identification. AB 1650 delivers a necessary and urgent step to safeguard our communities and restore trust in the leaders who are meant to serve and protect them. This bill also ensures that any privately owned vehicle rented or leased to a governmental agency for purposes of enforcement is clearly identifiable with decals. It also establishes enforcement mechanisms to ensure compliance and accountability. With that, I'm proud to be joined by Diane Escamilla, State Policy Coordinator with the Central American Resource Center, also known as CARECEN, and Monica Madrid, State Policy Advocate Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, also known as CHIRLA, who will testify to the importance of this measure. And for technical assistance, I have Noel Cavillo, Attorney at Law.
Okay, thank you very much. Whoever would like to begin? And sir, you're just here for questions. Because
That's correct.
You only take 2 witnesses. Okay.
Awesome. Well, good afternoon or good morning, Chair and members. My name is Diana Escamilla, Policy Coordinator with the Central American Research Center. We are the largest Central American immigrant. We are the largest Central American. No, we're right. Okay. Anyways, here today in support of AB 1650, a bill that would require certain disclosures when rented vehicles are being used by law enforcement by having them display a temporary decal showcasing the agency name and logo. June 6th marked 1 year since the immigration raids became more routine and visible in our state, with the first raid kicking off at our CARECEN Day Labor Center. Since then, our Day Labor Center has been attacked several more times, each raid causing more fear and separating families. However, Operation Trojan Horse has been the most violent raid so far. This attack took place on August 6th when a rented Penske car pulled into the parking lot of Home Depot, where our Day Labor Center is located, and border agents in full military gear jumped out in the back of the box truck. There were 16 arrests made that day. Dehumanizing tactics were used, such as tear gas, rubber bullets, and violent physical force. I have spoken directly to impacted community members, and they've told me about the stress that their body experiences weeks after because of the fear. Immigration enforcement does not belong in our communities, and they should have the responsibility to self-identify themselves and the vehicles that they are using, even if the vehicles are rented. By having law enforcement label their rented vehicles, we can help community members better protect themselves. For these reasons, CARECEN is asking your support for AB 1650. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Monica Madrid. I'm a state policy advocate with the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, CHIRLA. I am here today in support of AB 1650 by Assemblymember Colosa. For many immigrant families, seeing individuals arrive in unmarked vehicles and conduct enforcement actions can be confusing and frightening. People are often left wondering who is carrying out the action and whether they're actually interacting with law enforcement. That uncertainty can create fear, mistrust, and unnecessary tension during an already stressful situation. For example, in LA last year, community members reported multiple incidents where individuals in unmarked SUVs approached homes, leading residents to believe they were being targeted by unknown actors rather than law enforcement, prompting some families to avoid answering their doors or calling for help out of fear. These concerns have become increasingly common over the past year as immigrant communities have experienced heightened immigration enforcement activity, including large-scale operations in Los Angeles. Through the LA Rapid Response Network, we regularly hear from community members who are unsure whether individuals conducting enforcement are law enforcement officers because they have arrived in unmarked or difficult to identify vehicles. AB 1650 is a simple transparency measure that helps address that concern by requiring rental vehicles used by law enforcement for arrests, detentions, or transportation of individuals to display temporary identification showing the agency operating the vehicle. AB 1650 provides a simple safeguard to ensure that committee members can identify the agency conducting an enforcement action. That clarity can help reduce confusion and fear while promoting greater accountability and public trust. Thank you, and we request your aye vote on AB 1650.
Thank you so very much. Anyone else wishing to express support for AB 1650, you can please approach the microphone and state your name, organization, and position on the bill. We have a long agenda, so people can quickly line up. If you want to offer testimony, we'd appreciate it.
Good morning, Eric Henderson on behalf of the Ella Baker Center for Human Rights and proud support.
Joanne Shear, Felony Murder Elimination Project, in support.
Susan Bustamante, CCWP, in strong support.
Thank you also very much. We'll now take up to 2 principal witnesses in opposition.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. Corey Salzillo on behalf of the California State Sheriff's Association. Here in opposition to the bill, unless it's amended to exempt local law enforcement from the bill. The bill acknowledges, we know what it does, it acknowledges, though, that its provisions would create a security problem that burdens law enforcement agencies and attempts to address that notion by exempting several situations from the bill's reach. Unfortunately, there are other scenarios that are not excluded that create problems. Cars used by local officers that are engaged in plainclothes operations. The plainclothes exception right now does not apply to anyone but the enumerated state officers listed in the bill. There also might be a car driven by the elected sheriff himself or herself. Obviously, the indications of this bill's focus on federal immigration authorities and their practices, which we're not defending. And this is one of a number of bills that attempts to regulate federal practices and at the same time implicates state and local law enforcement. And as we've seen with bills already enacted during this session, it's not uncommon for courts to eliminate those bills' application to federal entities, leaving the measures to only apply to state and local agencies. So again, we get left holding the bag for something we're not doing, and for problems that we haven't created. Bill doesn't apply to leased vehicles. I'm not really sure why. I'm not advocating for such. And then the indemnification provisions by law enforcement for the rental car companies are problematic for us too. So for those reasons, we'd ask for your no vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members, Randy Perry on behalf of PORAC. We also have opposed unless amended for many of the same reasons that the sheriffs talked about. We appreciate we've been working with the author's office. We have a couple more amendments and definitions we're seeking. So we'll continue that work if the bill moves. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to express opposition to AB 1650? Seeing no one approach the microphone, I'll bring it back to the committee for any questions or comments. Vice Chair Sierto.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I need to explore a little bit. Okay, so on the local and state agency side, I understand this bill is really aimed at immigration and federal authorities. But unfortunately, you drag in local and state agencies. The opponents have talked about that. I've seen this in action. What do you do when a department, and they have gang task force, they have drug task force, they have child smuggling task force, they have regular smuggling task force, they have prostitution task force, all these different task forces. If they have a label on their car, then they're ineffective, because it kind of goes back to if people know that the law enforcement's watching them, they're not going to do what they've been doing. So you have a lot of amendments, but I don't think your amendments can cover everything. Sometimes the law enforcement agencies rent different cars so they can surveil. And if they're in a neighborhood, in a car that looks like a police car, they're in danger. They can't do their job, and that creates a public safety risk for all the people that are involved in doing their job. So how do you propose to cover every instance that a law enforcement agency, a local law enforcement agency, would have when they're trying to do their job? And sometimes those surveillance teams, they wind up having to arrest somebody and detain them so they don't get away. So how are you going to manage that with this bill?
Well, first, thank you so much, Senator, for your thoughtful comments. I really appreciate it. I know, how thoughtful you are when it comes to just public safety issues in general. And thanks to the opposition, appreciate your comments here today. I think for us, this bill is about securing trust with the community. It's also about protecting our actual law enforcement who are out in the community. This is already happening now. People are scared to do anything. This fear is completely destabilizing a lot of our neighborhoods, because a lot of the unmarked vehicles that approach many of our centers, especially day labor centers like I have in my district, literally just get so scared when any unmarked vehicle that looks like a government or law enforcement car approaches them. And so this is, a bill not whether or not enforcement happens, but how it happens. It's a simple bill. It tells law enforcement agencies to put a decal outside of their cars, and for the instances that you identified with these specific task forces, we've been working with the opposition on making sure that, we include some of their concerns in the different ways that you've identified and they've identified. They've only just shared some of those amendments, so we're working through them and are committed to making sure that we don't compromise some of those operations. And at the same time, when I'm out in the community doing something as simple as a 4th of July parade, we slap a magnet decal on my car. It's not too much to ask. And if it's something that's actually impeding enforcement, then that's something that can be removed. But those are issues that we need to work through. We want to make sure that both our state and local law enforcement are safe by not being confused for being ICE, and that our communities, when these cars are in their community, they actually know who they are, because this is becoming such a common practice. As you heard from one of my witnesses, Operation Trojan Horse was something that happened in Los Angeles when ICE rented a rental car vehicle, went to a day labor center, and acted as if they were going to hire those workers only to pop out of the truck. This is being used in really terrifying ways.
Right now, I'm just exploring the local part. I'm talking about you have 2 police officers that are involved in a gang unit thing. And sometimes those are not polite gangs.
Sure.
We're talking cartel people and stuff like that. You have a marked car, they're sitting there, they're going to get a bullet in the head before they can move. That's the kind of stuff that I'm concerned about on the local level. I haven't asked any questions about the federal part yet, because there's a whole different issue with the federal thing. So from the local level, how do you protect those officers if you're telling them they have to mark their car and put identification on their car of who they are? Because the bad people will get them if that's what we're going to do, and then we won't have any law enforcement presence in neighborhoods that desperately are trying to have some law enforcement presence so that they can be safe, so that they can walk down a street not controlled by a cartel or a gang or drug dealers or prostitution rings. So that's my concern about that. So, and I don't know that there's a really good answer for that. So let's move on to the federal part. The Supremacy Clause has protected this over and over and over. And my concern about your federal approach to this is that it's going to cost us money in court to do something we already know we cannot do. Yes, it is a statement. It is a statement that we don't like your tactics. It is a statement that we wish we could do this different. We have a different approach to immigration. Whatever that statement is, it doesn't get past the Supremacy Clause. And so we're really just, like I said, we're just spending money that we don't really have to send a statement that's already been made. So those are the problems I have with your bill, and I'll give this back to the chair. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I do support your bill. I have an aye recommendation. When we have a quorum, we're entertaining a motion on the bill. But I would encourage you to continue to, work with opposition, particularly around the issues around how it would impact local law enforcement. And making sure undercover operations and situations where you want to ensure that law enforcement can operate safely, that those considerations are being thought through. And so, the next step for this bill, if it moves out today, is the Appropriations Committee. And would definitely appreciate your continued engagement with opposition. I think we can land, but I do think this bill addresses an important issue. And it does get to trust between communities and law enforcement. So I'll turn back over you to close.
Thank you so much, Senator, and Senator Soyarto as well for your thoughtful comments. Really appreciate it. In close, I don't know did you want to say something?
Yes, thank you, Senator Member.
So just to address the concerns.
Typically, we don't go to witnesses in closing statements.
He was going to respond, but
That's okay. I mean, I'm just providing my feedback to the author. If this bill moves out today, I support the bill. I have an I recommendation.
Okay. I know you have a long agenda.
We're always trying to balance, addressing federal enforcement with also making sure that we're ensuring that local law enforcement can be done effectively. So.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Chair. This bill was thoughtfully crafted to include some of the concerns that you have. I know there's more work to do, including exemptions and how we can continue to partner and work with law enforcement. We wrote this bill with them in mind, and so I just respectfully ask for your aye vote so we can continue to protect our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We don't have a quorum. We'll entertain a motion when we have a quorum. I want to thank the witnesses for joining us today. And once again, I have an aye recommendation on this bill. There's a lot of authors who are here, but there was a conversation that happened at the beginning of the hearing to let 3 authors go first because of their schedule impacts. And so we're going to go to Zabur next.
Thank you so much, and I actually want to thank Assemblymember Stephanie and Bonta, who both agreed, who are next up on the agenda. So thanks to both of them as well. And thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I'm proud today to present AB 1930, sponsored by Attorney General Rob Bonta and Equality California, which will defend health care access and enforce California's protected health activity laws for all those who provide and receive care in California. California has long been a place where people can access the health care they need and live authentically, safely, and with dignity. But across the country, we're seeing a coordinated effort to roll that back. Efforts to intimidate patients, to target providers, to attack abortion and gender-affirming care that simply allows people to live as who they truly are. And we have already seen the consequences of those efforts right here in California. Last year, the U.S. Department of Justice issued a subpoena to Children's Hospital Los Angeles seeking information that could identify thousands, literally thousands of transgender youth receiving care they receive with the support of their families and with the support of their doctors. That action didn't just raise alarms, it had real consequences. It put privacy and safety at risk, and it contributed to the closure of the Hospital Center for Trans Youth Health and Development, cutting off access to care for young people who need it most. That's just unacceptable. No one should have to fear that seeking lawful medical care in California could put their privacy or safety at risk. AB 1930 will protect patients and providers by requiring business entities in California to notify the Office of the California Attorney General if they intend to respond to a subpoena regarding legally protected healthcare activity. This bill also gives the Attorney General the authority to both intervene and counsel the entity who received the subpoena and to enforce the provisions of the bill. Let's be clear. California will not and cannot buckle under threats meant to intimidate our communities. We are going to stand firm on the side of patient privacy, dignity, and access to care. We are going to protect our providers, and we're going to make sure that California remains a safe haven for those who need it. My office is working with the Hospital Association, Children's Hospitals, and other concerned stakeholders on some amendments that will address their concerns while maintaining the integrity of this bill. Because we have run out of time in the policy committees, those will be finalized over recess in consultation with your committee and with the Judiciary Committee, and we've spoken to Senator Umberg about that, and we will be taking those additional amendments during the Appropriations Committee. Members, I ask for your aye vote at the appropriate time. With me today in support of the bill are Alice Kessler on behalf of Equality California, and Tiffany Brokaw, Deputy Attorney General in the Office of the Legislative Affairs. Also, we have Deputy Attorney General David Huska, who will be available to answer technical questions.
Great. Good morning.
Good morning.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Good morning. Alice Kessler. I'm here on behalf of Equality California. We are a co-sponsor of the bill. We're asking for your support. I want you just for a second to put yourself in the shoes of someone who doesn't even know that their personal medical records are being released to a potentially hostile outside government. That's what we're talking about here. This bill is about giving those patients notice. It's a procedural safeguard so that before that happens, they at least have some notice of that. It also is giving the Attorney General some tools to intervene Because again, we're talking about patients seeking lawful health care in California, and worrying for their privacy and their safety in the course of doing that. The Assembly member articulated the climate that we're in. Our community is under attack. No two ways about it. We're under attack. That's playing out on multiple levels. It's playing out in the U.S. Supreme Court. This bill is about protecting lawful health care in California and taking a stand. And so we ask the committee to support this, and we appreciate the work of the Department of Justice in crafting good policy here. We'll continue to do that and work with the opposition. So would ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Chair and members. Tiffany Brokaw, Deputy Attorney General in the Office of Legislative Affairs, here on behalf of Attorney General Rob Bonta. And he'd like to thank Assemblymember Burr for carrying this important piece of legislation. AB 1930 strengthens protections for patients receiving reproductive care, as well as the providers that serve them. It requires certain California business entities to notify the California Attorney General before responding to a specified request for information related to abortion or gender-affirming care. It also authorizes the AG to intervene to prevent the improper disclosures from happening in the first place. Recent actions by federal and out-of-state officials have raised concerns about attempts to obtain private medical information or prosecute individuals involved in reproductive health care. Without strong safeguards, subpoenas, investigations, and other legal demands may be used to circumvent California law and undermine the rights of patients and providers. AB 1930 provides our office the opportunity to intervene and prevent this from happening in order to protect the privacy of patients and providers. And for these reasons, we respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to express support for AB 1930? Please state your name, organization, and position on the bill.
Kim Stone on behalf of the California Children's Hospital Association, kind of a tweener, but very grateful for the author and the sponsors' communications and working with us. And thank you. Bye-bye.
Avi Rodriguez, registering support for Electronic Frontier Foundation and Oakland Privacy.
Thank you.
Martin Radosevich on behalf of Reproductive Freedom for All California in support.
Ryan Moore Muni on behalf of the Los Angeles County in support.
Thank you very much. Unless there are any other support witnesses, we'll now take up to two principal opposition witnesses.
Rochelle Connor, Legislative Liaison, Concerned Women for America. AB 1930 undermines the rights of victims seeking justice and restitution. It allows those who have caused bodily injury and harm to avoid prosecution. This bill impedes law enforcement's ability to investigate serious crimes involving minors. These impediments can delay or obstruct justice for the victims and their families. This bill will create a labyrinth of confusing requirements and mandates for businesses. It interferes with legally established processes and forces businesses to choose between complying with California state statute or obeying by federal law. AB 1930 raises significant constitutional concerns. It lays the groundwork for potential violations of federal law 18 U.S.C. Section 3182 and Article 4, Section 2, Clause 2 of the U.S. Constitution, which states, "A person charged in any state with treason, felony, or other crime who shall flee from justice and be found in another state shall, on demand of the executive authority of the state from which they fled, be delivered up to be removed to the state having jurisdiction of the crime." The broad jurisdictional reach of AB 1930 seeks to invalidate legal processes, violate the Constitution, harbor criminals, and deny justice to the victims and their families. We respectfully ask for a no vote.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to express opposition to AB 1930?
Good morning. Chris Schultz with the California Bankers Association. We continue working productively with the author and the Department of Justice on the bill, but did just want to take a minute to explain the burden. If you're a business and you receive a subpoena or a request from any party, not just a government party, you'll need to go back to that party and say, hey, is this about legally protected healthcare activity? It turns every document request, every subpoena into a 3-step process back and forth. There's going to be, one bank receives 1 million subpoenas a year. A lot of these are about real estate transactions, bankruptcies, DIY divorces. It turns every document request into a back and forth. It places a pretty big obligation on the private sector in order to try to find these subpoenas that are about legally protected healthcare activity. We continue working productively with the author and sponsor, but just wanted to flag that for the record.
Thank you. And you're the second principal opposition witnesses. Any other speakers? Name, organization, and position on the bill.
Matthew Ward, Our Duty, opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais. Any questions or comments? If not, we do not yet have a quorum, so I'll chip back over to close.
Thank you again. I just want to thank our sponsors, Equality California and Attorney General Rob Bonta for their work on this. Again, we will have some additional amendments, which we'll do through Appropriations Committee, working carefully with the Attorney General's office to make sure that this is something that is legally sound and that is going to protect our patients and our providers here in California. So with that, I respectfully ask for an aye vote at the appropriate time.
Thank you. And we are taking the Judiciary Committee amendments in our committee, which apply the provisions of the bill only when abortion or gender-affirming health care services are legally protected healthcare activities secured by the constitutional laws of California. So
yes, and of course I accept those.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you all for joining us. We'll go next to Assemblymember Stephanie, and then Bonta. Good morning. And we're going to start, which bill would you like to start with? 458 or 11?
Yes, 458.
Okay, we're going to start with AB 458. If there are any principal witnesses, you're welcome to join us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members. I want to start off by letting this committee know I accept the committee amendment, so thank you for that. Today I'm presenting AB 458, the Firearm Procurement Act. A few years ago, I read a report from the Brady campaign that quite frankly shocked me. It found that more than 90 law enforcement agencies across California had purchased firearms and equipment from gun dealers that had repeatedly violated federal gun laws. This includes not performing background checks, selling to straw purchasers, not keeping necessary paperwork on file that our law enforcement needs to track those that would traffic in guns. And these weren't just technical paperwork mistakes. They were mistakes that created a lot of situations that were dangerous for public safety. Yet taxpayer dollars continue to flow to these bad actors. When I was serving on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, I believed we could do better and actually passed a law there that made sure San Francisco's law enforcement agencies were purchasing firearms only from responsible vendors that follow federal law. And because this is a really simple principle, I believe taxpayer dollars should reward responsible businesses, not those with the history of breaking the very laws designed to keep guns out of the wrong hands. AB 458 brings that same common sense approach to the state. Each year, California spends millions of dollars purchasing firearms, ammunition, and firearm accessories for state law enforcement agencies. Yet today, there is no statewide framework to help agencies evaluate whether the vendors they buy from have a history of complying with firearm laws or engaging in responsible business practices. This bill doesn't go as far as I want it to, but it does something. It directs the Department of General Services in consultation with the Department of Justice to develop model procurement guidelines so that state agencies have the tools they need to make informed purchasing decisions. When the state of California purchases firearms with taxpayer dollars, we have a responsibility to ensure those dollars never end up in the hands of firearm dealers with a history of breaking the law. And today I am joined by Jonathan Feldman on behalf of the California Police Chiefs Association and Dylan Elliott on behalf of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors.
Good morning. You have 2 minutes to address the committee.
Yep. Morning, Chair and members. Jonathan Feldman with the California Police Chiefs Association in support of Assembly Bill 458. We do believe that the state coming up with guidelines and identifying responsible vendors will help the locals in making their decisions as well, because at the end of the day, taxpayer dollars should support responsible vendors, those that are maintaining the safe transfer of firearms, not just to our law enforcement agencies, but the public as well. Illegal guns remain a significant public safety threat in 2023. We recovered and traced more than 56,000 firearms connected to crimes in California, which demonstrates that those firearms are still making it way in the hands of criminals. The consequences are incredibly severe. We see those firearms used in homicides, deaths of officers, other violent crimes. We've done some progress in this space, but clearly we need to do more. And we think that helping to identify those responsible vendors will just serve the state and our local agencies. And for that reason, we are in support.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members. Dylan Elliott here today on behalf of the San Francisco County Board of Supervisors. Just want to begin by thanking the author for her leadership on this issue, going back to her time with the Board of Supervisors in San Francisco. It's a very straightforward measure. Understanding you've got a long agenda today, I don't need to belabor the point here. I think this is a really common sense effort at doing something meaningful that could change state law in a productive way, consistent with our values. And for that reason, the San Francisco Board of Supervisors asks for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to express support for AB 458? If you can please state your name, organization, or city you're from, and position.
Christina Kandari, Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, and strong support.
Thank you.
Sarah Berger, Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, San Francisco, and support.
Thank you.
Charles Allen expressing support on behalf of Everytown for Gun Safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie Chapman, volunteer with NorCal Gun Violence Prevention, and support.
Mary Duplass with NorCal Gun Violence Prevention, gun violence survivor, in support.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to express support for AB 458? Seeing no one come forward, we'll now take up to 2 principal opposition witnesses to AB 458. Are there any opposition witnesses to AB 458? Okay. I know there are people outside. If you're outside and wish to speak in opposition to AB 458, please enter the hearing room. Okay, seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais for questions or comments. No comments. Thank you, Assembly Member, for this bill. Just to clarify, the amendment that we're making in this committee are to cross-reference this existing definition in the state law of firearm accessory.
That is correct.
So thank you for working with our committee staff, and I strongly support this bill. And I'll turn it back over to you to make a closing statement.
Thank you. I respectfully ask for an aye vote when it's time.
Okay, and we'll now proceed to the next bill by Assemblymember Stephanie, AB 1588. And if there are any principal witnesses for AB 1588, you're welcome to join us here at this table.
Thank you, Chair. Today I'm presenting AB 1588, which deals with those sideshows you hear so much about and the street takeovers that have been blocking intersections and harming communities across California. These events do more than just disrupt traffic. They put residents, small businesses, and first responders at risk, especially when emergency vehicles cannot get through, as we have seen when the Bay Bridge was completely shut down a while back. Since February of last year, enhanced enforcement efforts in the East Bay have led to the seizure of more than 100 illegal guns at sideshows, underscoring how quickly these gatherings can escalate from just reckless behavior into serious threats to human life. Sideshows in Hayward just 2 months ago saw over 50 cars destroying an intersection with a stolen car, violently slamming into spectators. After the stolen car crashed into a truck, swarms of people then began destroying the car. 3 weeks ago in San Jose, more spectators were hit by spinning cars in a sideshow at the Capitol Square Mall. After the sideshow, the San Jose Police Department told communities they couldn't perform large-scale enforcement, leaving offenders without accountability and victims without justice. And that's what we hear from our law enforcement up and down the state about trying to enforce these illegal sideshows that are wreaking havoc in our communities. It's why I'm bringing forward AB 1588 today to help curb these illegal events and create a penalty structure that makes sense for these dangerous activities. Despite steps taken by cities in the state, enforcement has not kept pace with how these events operate today, leaving officers without clear authority to intervene early and leaving communities frustrated when the same dangerous behavior continues to occur over and over again. AB 1588 closes key enforcement gaps by updating state law to reflect how they operate today, including adding motorcycles and dirt bikes to the sideshow framework so officers can take action when unlicensed vehicles are used to block streets and perform dangerous stunts. This bill also strengthens accountability by aligning penalties for sideshows with those already in place for speed contests. Together, these changes give law enforcement the tools they need to respond effectively and to protect our communities. Amendments to AB 1588 significantly narrowed its scope, which has resulted in the removal of significant statewide opposition groups, including the California Public Defenders Association, Smart Justice, La Defensa, Oakland Privacy, and the Justice to Jobs Coalition. Here with me today is Carl Nacita, with Government Affairs Manager with the San Francisco Police Department, and Christian Nunez with Streets Are for Everyone.
And good morning. We each have 2 minutes to address the committee on the bill.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members. I am Carl Nacita, Government Affairs Manager for the San Francisco Police Department. I'm here today on behalf of the department to speak in support of AB 1588 by Assemblymember Stephanie, which addresses the growing problem of illegal sideshows and street races throughout California, including the San Francisco Bay Area. As the Assemblymember said, these events are not simply traffic violations. They often involve
community-based prevention to address the issue of sideshows. Oakland's Department of Transportation has begun installing bollards, steel plates, and curb extensions to disrupt intersections commonly used for sideshows. And nearby residents have already reported a decrease in the activity. Roadway design, youth engagement, and investment in community-based programming are evidence-based strategies that promote safety without exacerbating inequality and racial disparities in the criminal legal system. Given the lack of this approach and this proposal, we respectfully urge your no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else wishing to express support for AB 1588? Opposition. Thank you. Sorry.
Eric Henderson on behalf of the San Francisco Public Defender's Office in respectful opposition.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Kim on behalf of Initiate Justice in respectful opposition.
Sophia Newhouse Brown on behalf of Local 148, the Los Angeles Public Defenders Union, in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to express opposition to AB 1588? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais. Vice Chair Cierto.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for the bill. I know as new issues evolve, there's always a process of what we do to go and try to address them. I think everybody is aware there's some really fun films out there that kind of highlight this kind of stuff, and then we have a public that starts to mimic that, not realizing that, well, maybe realizing, but the movies are one thing. And real life is another, and the real life consequences of what we're doing are sometimes really devastating. As far as the disproportionate effects and how it affects people that are struggling to afford anything, the cars, if you looked at some of these street takeovers, number one, they are not just people that are poor. In fact, a lot of those cars are pretty substantial as far as the costs for the modifications. And that's one of the things that they're showing off out there. If they can spend 20 grand modifying their vehicles so that they can go do this type of activity, certainly they can afford the fine. Having cities have to put up bollards, those are not cheap. Those are expensive. And they're also disruptive. If you're going to have to shut down intersections every weekend because that intersection becomes subject to people who can't behave themselves, that means the people that can behave themselves are also inconvenienced as well, and those are the people picking up the tab to do all this nonsense. What we need to do is hold the people that are doing this accountable. It's kind of a newer area, like I said. We haven't had this, and in fact, if they didn't do it, we wouldn't have to be here. She wouldn't be carrying this bill. She'd probably have added another bill somewhere else. It might be very helpful. But here we are. And so I supported this in transportation for all of those reasons. I don't think that there are any unreasonable consequences from a legal perspective for somebody who chooses to engage in this. But I think from a public safety standpoint, we better do something, because if we do nothing, or we continue to make excuses for people that don't want to follow the law or act in a safe manner or disrupt neighborhoods, then we will have chaos out there. And then if the law enforcement isn't going to be able to do anything, well, people are going to start doing something, then there's more chaos. So with that, give back to the chair. Thank you again for your bill. We'll be supporting it when it comes up.
Thank you very much, Assemblymember, for bringing this bill forward. I strongly support it. If you are taking further amendments and appropriations, I would love to be added as a co-author. As a resident of Oakland, this is a serious issue in the community that I live in and represent. I know it's an issue across the Bay in San Francisco. Yes, we need to design our roadways to reduce traffic violence and to improve traffic safety. How do you design the Bay Bridge to mitigate sideshows? I mean, it was crazy that there was a coordinated effort to shut down the Bay Bridge, which had a huge disruptive impact on people's lives who were trying to get across the Bay. And so we need to send a strong message that this kind of conduct is not acceptable. It has safety consequences. People have been killed, and it's unacceptable. There is no legitimate reason why people should engage in a sideshow. So thank you for bringing the bill forward. And if you'd like to close.
Well, thank you, Chair and Vice Chair. Your words are music to my ears. You said everything I would say in my close. So when it's time, I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Okay, thank you. We don't have a quorum. We'll entertain a motion at the appropriate time. Okay, next in file order is Assemblymember Bonta. And I know Assemblymember Bonta has two bills. Should we just proceed with the first bill in file order, Assemblymember?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
AB 910.
Okay, we'll move now to file item 7, AB 910 by Assemblymember Bonta.
Well, good afternoon, Chair and committee members. I am once again presenting the Survivors Act because we must find another path to supporting survivors other than criminalization. Organizations and survivors themselves have expressed the critical need for expanding legal protections and resources for survivors of violence and exploitation. AB 910 is fundamentally about listening to survivors and ensuring our justice system does the same. It recognizes that many individuals who have been arrested or incarcerated are not simply offenders but survivors of profound violence and exploitation. We cannot claim to value public safety while simultaneously criminalizing the very individuals who most urgently need protection. AB 910 acknowledges the realities of trauma and offers survivors a pathway toward justice and healing rather than continued harm. AB 910 expands legal protections and vacatur relief for survivors of human trafficking, intimate partner violence, and sexual violence by allowing survivors to present their experiences of abuse as an affirmative defense, expanding access to vacatur relief so survivors can petition to vacate convictions resulting from abuse and victimization, thereby removing significant barriers to housing, employment, and other essential resources. This bill provides procedural relief. I want to be clear when I say this. There must be judicial review when petitioning for vacatur. The petition is evaluated on its individual merits and establishment of a tie directly tied to the survivor's victimization. Survivors deserve our compassion, not further incarceration. Historically, the criminal justice system has disproportionately penalized individuals who adopted survival strategies in response to severe abuse and exploitation. This legislation represents a commitment to protecting women. Women of color, particularly Black and Latina survivors, are disproportionately impacted by the criminalization of their survival strategies. California wouldn't be alone. Georgia, Louisiana, Nebraska, Wyoming, and New York allow for vacatur for survivors for all offenses. And Oklahoma, South Carolina, Wisconsin, and Wyoming allow for an affirmative defense for survivors for all offenses. Many of these legislations passed with bipartisan authorship and support. A national survivor study conducted by the Polaris Institute showed us a grim reality. 90% of human trafficking victims are criminalized while being trafficked. This bill is proudly supported by survivor advocacy organizations, public defenders, and trauma-informed legal scholars and leaders in restorative justice. With me here today to testify, and I want to thank her again for testifying in both are Susan Bustamante, a courageous survivor who will share her personal experience with criminalization directly linked to her victimization. Thank you, Susan, for coming up again this year and sharing your story, and Maddie Boyd, staff attorney at the Immigrant Legal Resource Center.
Hi, good morning. Whoever would like to begin?
Thank you. Panel, my name is Susan Bustamante. I was raised in the Hispanic culture of what happens in the house stays in the house. At the age of 12, my father started molesting me, and it continued to the age of 18. I finally told my brother about the abuse. He says, "Don't worry, sis, I'll take care of it." When he came back, he said, "Go home, he'll never touch you again," and he never did. At 19, I met Stephen, my husband. When we met, I didn't know he was a Vietnam vet or that he was raised in a domestic violence household. The first time he hurt me, my husband dragged me in the bathroom, threw me around. He kept me isolated from my family and only allowed me out of the house twice a year for Christmas and my birthday. In the 6 years I was married, he threatened to kill my sister and my mom. He said they would have accidents. It was torturous. When I was pregnant with my first daughter, he literally dragged me through the house. He was constantly hitting me. He would have flashbacks in Vietnam, and I would wake up with him choking me. I have permanent damage in my neck, my head, from all the beatings. I became pregnant again in 1980, and he forced me to have an abortion. That was my turning point. I wanted him out of my life, but he threatened to kidnap my daughters if I ever left. So I reached out to my brother once again. And again he told me, "Don't worry, sis, I'll take care of it." The idea that he would kill Stephen never occurred to me. Later, he called me to say that Stephen was dead. He threatened to call the police and say I planned it. He blackmailed me for Stephen's insurance. I was afraid of having my daughters taken from me, so I gave in. I was only 24 years old. A few years later, my brother died, and someone who knew told the detective that I killed Stephen. When I went to trial, nothing was allowed about the molestation, nothing about the domestic violence. Anytime I tried to speak about my full life experience, it was struck from the court record. After only a 2-day trial, no chance to tell my story, I was convicted for murder. I did not commit and sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. So at 32 years old, I had never been in trouble, but I was sentenced to die in prison. My daughters were 8 and 11. I missed their weddings, the birth of their children, my grandkids. I lost my parents and my sister while in prison for 3 decades. If AB 910 existed as law then, I would have been able to share my story. Maybe I would not have been able to access affirmative defense or get a different sentence, or even if not, thank you, I would have been able to speak my words to share what happened to me and what happened to my husband. With living 3 decades incarcerated, I come across many, many survivors of abuse and control, and they weren't lifers, a lot of them, but they were still stuck with the sentence that they got and were forced to do. Thankfully, I was granted clemency in 2017 and went to parole board and came home in 2018. I'm a survivor of domestic violence, a survivor of child molestation, and a survivor of the California prison system, who is horrific and abusive and controlling and violent. And I'm an advocate for victims and survivors who should have the chance to tell their stories in court. I'm here in strong support of this bill, AB 910.
Thank you so very much.
Good morning, Chairman Argine and committee members. My name is Maddie Boyd. I'm an attorney at the Immigrant Legal Resource Center. I've represented non-citizens in deportation proceedings and seen the extreme consequences that criminal convictions cause to immigrant survivors. This law helps all survivors, including non-citizen survivors, repair the harm caused by unjust criminalization, which is especially important during these times. Survivors often spend years battling charges they were coerced into committing. Many have no chance to even present evidence about the violence they endured, as with Ms. Bustamante here with me. Often survivors plead guilty just to avoid prolonged legal battles. As a result, they endure lengthy prison sentences and are separated from their families. After incarceration, immigrant survivors are subjected to double punishment in the form of ICE detention and deportation. That's why AB 910 is so important. This bill expands the availability to petition for vacatur or to raise an affirmative defense in court to all charges except murder. Currently, California's law draws an arbitrary line between charges classified as violent or nonviolent when it comes to these remedies, excluding survivors who are charged from certain offenses from the opportunity to share their full stories in court. This distinction ignores the reality that victims are too often coerced into committing crimes under duress and often through extreme violence. By limiting relief to certain crimes, existing law fails to protect these survivors and punishes them for their own victimization. AB 910 removes this arbitrary distinction, ensuring survivors have a chance to present evidence about what happened to them and to clear their records of convictions when they can prove that those convictions were the direct result of their victimization. To those who argue that these laws will allow dangerous individuals to avoid criminal liability, I want to be clear that both the vacatur and the affirmative defense are extremely difficult to attain. Survivors must meet a high burden of proof, and prosecutors have the opportunity to oppose the petitions in court. Ultimately, it's up to the judges and juries to determine whether a survivor meets the legal criteria. For these reasons, I strongly urge this committee to support AB 910. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to express support for AB 910? If you can please approach the microphone, state your name, organization, and position on the bill.
Capri Walker with Californians for Safety and Justice, also Crime Survivors Speak, proud co-sponsors and support.
Thank you.
Daphne Gonzani on behalf of the National Center for Youth in support.
Margot George on behalf of the California Public Defenders Association in strong support. Thank you.
Melanie Kim, San Francisco Public Defender's Office, co-sponsor and proud support.
Leela Chappelle, Coalition to Abolish Slavery and Trafficking, proud co-sponsor, proud support. Thank you.
Riley Herman with the Immigrant Legal Resource Center in strong support.
Ed Little on behalf of Crime Survivors Speak in support.
Malcolm Rooks on behalf of California Safety and Justice in support.
Clifton Wilson on behalf of the California State Association of Psychiatrists in support. Thank you.
Javi Rodriguez with ACLU Cal Action and proud support.
Elizabeth Kim on behalf of Initiate Justice in support.
Jim Lindberg, Friends Committee on Legislation of California in support.
Good morning. Eric Henderson on behalf of the Ella Baker Center for Human Rights in support.
Liz Blum-Gutierrez on behalf of Debt Free Justice California, Vera California, also registering support on behalf of Smart Justice California. Thank you.
Joanne Shear, behalf of Felony Murder Elimination Project in proud support.
Thank you very much. We'll now take up to two principal opposition witnesses to AB 910.
One more in strong support, Laura O'Connor with Compassionate California and Inside Circle and the New Healing Home. Thank you.
Once again, invite any opposition witnesses to AB 910.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members. Chief Deputy Ivy Fitzpatrick, the Riverside County District Attorney's Office, here in opposition for CDAA as well as my own office. While we appreciate and share the author's commitment to survivors of human trafficking, we must remain opposed to this particular bill. Three main reasons. This bill, as amended, would expand the statutes to violent crimes, the most serious violent offenses in California. It would prohibit crime victims who were victims of those crimes from collecting restitution where the relief is granted. And it would expand existing affirmative defenses to apply to the most violent crimes in California, again, excluding some murders. So the current relief provisions provide that individuals arrested or convicted of non-violent offenses while they were a victim of human trafficking or intimate partner violence or sexual violence can petition the court for relief. Importantly, though, currently both provisions exclude the most violent offenders. Under this bill, relief would apply to all violent offenses with the exception of some murders, but felony murder would still be eligible, as would rape, child molest, kidnapping, and others. Second, if the relief is granted under this bill, quite concerningly, AB 910 would require that any victim restitution order be vacated, which is further re-victimization for individuals who have already lost so much. And it requires that the arrest or conviction be deemed to have never occurred, with all those records sealed, effectively wiping these highly violent crimes from the record. And finally, the bill expands existing limited affirmative defenses to apply to the most violent crimes. That means the affirmative defenses would apply, like I said again, to the most violent crimes in our society: felony murder, rape, child molest, kidnapping, and many others. So because this bill mandates such a drastic action, expanding relief to violent offenders, and negatively impacts victims' rights in this state, CDAA respectfully asks for a no vote.
Thank you. Are there any other opposition witnesses to AB 910? See no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais for any questions or comments. Seeing none, I'll turn it back over to the author to close.
Well, thank you. I want to just share that some facts that I think we need to hold really in mind. 74% of incarcerated women convicted of murder or manslaughter experienced intimate partner violence in the year before their incarceration. Approximately 50 to 60% of U.S. sex trafficking survivors first experienced exploitation as minors. What about the victims in front of us? What about the survivors in front of us? AB 910 is a second chance bill, a dignity bill. Survivors should not spend their lives praying for abuse they endured. Granting survivors meaningful legal relief can break cycles of violence, of poverty, allowing survivors to access critical resources such as housing, employment, and healing. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. Thank you very much for being here and telling your very powerful story of your courage and for all that you're doing to help other victims as well. So thank you. Okay. We will transition to the next bill, which is file item 8 AB 2624 by Assemblymember Bonta.
Good morning, Chair and members. This is the sixth time presenting this bill in committees, in policy committees, so we'll just keep that in mind. Thank you to the committee and Chair for working with my office on this bill. I accept the committee amendments and want to thank the committee for being able to codify the amendments that we sought to have a part of this process from the very beginning. AB 2624, the Safe at Work Act, expands California's Safe at Home program to include immigrant service providers, their employees, and volunteers. This program allows participants to use a substitute address designated by the Secretary of State, keeping their home, work, and school addresses out of public records, while still allowing them to safely receive mail and legal documents throughout the state. Individuals who provide vital immigrant support services, including legal aid, humanitarian relief, case management, and advocacy, are facing targeted harassment. This is not hypothetical. Advocates and workers are receiving death threats, being targeted at courthouses, and facing coordinated online doxing campaigns, even facing this vitriol at home. These threats have risen sharply in 2025 and are expected to continue due to the current political climate. At the same time, personal information is increasingly easy to access. Data brokers collect and sell information from public records, and social media can allow individuals to piece together identifying details. This makes it easier for bad actors to threaten or harm those who are simply doing their jobs. Advocates in California report being doxxed of staff and volunteers at immigration legal aid organizations, coordinated death threats for service providers, anti-immigrant vigilante activity directed at organizations by name and address of their employees and volunteers. Since its inception nearly 30 years ago, the Safe at Home program has protected thousands of victims of stalking and domestic violence victims, along with reproductive health care workers. The confidentiality protection program is simple. It provides participants with a substitute address to shield their real addresses, requires the Secretary of State to act as an intermediary for mail and legal service, forwarding documents.
Incidences where individuals followed staff into our Sacramento and San Bernardino offices because of the work we do supporting immigrant communities. At our LA offices, individuals have been followed multiple times now by followed staff into the building and attempted to access our restricted areas. Our intake lines have received threatening messages, and individuals have even shown up at the home of a family member of our executive director looking for her. These incidences are occurring during a heightened time of hostility toward immigrants and the organizations that serve them. As immigrant serving organizations continue to provide legal services, know your rights education, rapid response, and humanitarian assistance, staff are increasingly concerned about their personal information, and it could be used to harass and intimidate or harm them and their families. AB 2624 provides a practical, proven solution by allowing eligible individuals to participate in the Safe at Home program. This bill helps protect home address information while preserving public accountability and transparency. No one should have to choose between serving their community and protecting their family's safety. California has long recognized that certain individuals face elevated risks because of their work, and immigrant serving organizations deserve access to these same protections. Thank you, and we respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, good morning, Chair and members. Karen Stout here on behalf of Para California Action. With their permission, I'd like to read the testimony of Bruce Sosa Martinez, fellow with the Solis Policy Institute, co-sponsors of the bill, as well as the senior policy strategist with Para California Action. Para California Action serves young people and working families with deep roots in immigrant communities across the state. As the daughter of immigrants and as someone who works closely with other organizations, many have become increasingly concerned with the safety of their staff, volunteers, and community leaders. To echo the comments of my fellow speaker, these concerns are not hypothetical. In the past year, Para California Action board members have been targeted and doxxed for the work that they do in their communities. We have had to become more intentional about protecting the privacy and security of our staff, our youth leaders, and even the staff of our partner organizations, which diverts time, energy, and resources away from our core work. And we aren't the only organization taking these precautionary measures. We're also concerned about the message this sends the next generation of immigration advocates, attorneys, organizers, and service providers. We work closely with young people who want to pursue careers in public service and community advocacy. When they see people being harassed, threatened, or doxxed simply for helping immigrant communities access services and exercise their rights, these careers begin to feel unsafe and unattainable. Privacy is not an abstract issue. For many people, it is what allows them to continue showing up for their communities without worrying that they or their families will become targets. It's what allows immigrant communities to feel safe, seeking the resources that they need. For these reasons, we respectfully ask for your aye vote on AB 2624. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll invite anyone else wishing to express support for AB 2624 to please approach the microphone and state your name, organization, and position on the bill.
Good morning, Chair and members. Jessica Hay with AFSCME California in support.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members. Cleo Bluthenthal on behalf of the California Community Foundation in strong support.
Good morning, Chair and members. Usama Muqaddam with the California chapter of the Council on American Islamic Relations in strong support. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. Cameron Desai with the California Immigrant Policy Center in strong support. Thank you.
Mike Harold, with the Women's Foundation of California. I'm the mentor to this team, and I'm also here in support with the Asian Americans Advancing Justice of Southern California in Childhood Poverty, UNIDOS US, Mission Economic Development Agency, and CRAC. And we urge an aye vote.
Thank you.
Good morning, Sandra Poole on behalf of Western Center, Outlawed Poverty in support.
Good morning, Kylie Lindelli on behalf of Asian Americans Advancing Justice, Southern California in support.
Malcolm Rooks on behalf of California Safety and Justice in support.
Good morning, Ed Little on behalf of Crime Survivors Speak in support.
Good morning, buenos dias, Israel Villa with the California Alliance for Youth and Community Justice in strong support. Thank you.
Josh Cobo with Noresta Causa, proud support.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to express support for AB 2624?
Coalition to Abolish Slavery and Trafficking in support.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else come forward, we'll now take up the two principal opposition witnesses to the bill. Opposition? Yes. And you each have 2 minutes to address the committee.
Ladies first.
You have to press the button.
Sorry, it's my first time. I'd like the record to be noted that it does smell like fish in here. Don't know what's going on, but there's a smelly funny in here. So, the Stop Nick Shirley Act, also known as AB 2624, is a horrible bill, and it's important that we understand what's actually happening. First of all, the narrative that these fraudsters who have stolen millions of dollars from American families are being harassed, doxxed, and threatened. Quite the opposite. The people who are exposing the fraud.
Sir, if you can please direct your testimony.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
The committee, you're speaking to the committee.
Yes, sir. So,
you can please exercise some decorum in the manner in which you're addressing.
A little more respectful? Yes, sir. So, the narrative that has been presented today is extremely false. People such as Nick Shirley and other investigative journalists who have exposed this fraud, millions of dollars stolen from American families, they're the ones being threatened, harassed, and doxxed. There are these mafias that work hand in hand with these corrupt nonprofits and organizations, and they have followed me home as well. So, you know, when it comes to people trying to figure out why they're being harassed, maybe it's because the millions of dollars they've stolen from American families. They don't have a guilty conscience, which means they probably don't have a soul. This bill only came about after the millions of dollars of fraud was exposed. This bill didn't come about beforehand. It came afterwards. It's important that we understand the chronological order of things and the sequence of events, as well as the, you know, blatant conflict of interest that's happening behind the scenes. We don't need to get into too much pillow talk about all of that. Nick Shirley is a young American patriot. He's a hero. He came to California to expose the fraud and corruption, which is just like Minnesota, happening in our state as well. And instead of California leaders thanking him and actually solving the problem and addressing the corruption and fraud, which is as widespread as it is rampant, I've been to the Amazon rainforest, New Orleans. I've been to every swamp around the bend. This Sacramento swamp needs a good draining. We, the people, expect our California leaders to be open and honest. We demand transparency. We don't want our leaders covering their tracks or their trails because they built a house of cards built on corruption and fraud. Attacking the truth is extremely harmful for our republic.
Sir, if you can please wrap up your comments, we'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir. We, the people, demand that you guys do everything in your power to stop this bill. It is an attack on freedom of speech and freedom of the press. And our founding fathers, as well as the American people, are watching you in everything you do. And I sincerely hope that you would hold these fraudsters accountable. This is not an attack on immigrants. I love people of all races and religions. This is about fraud and corruption. This is not about what race or religion you are. The millions of dollars that were stolen from Democrat and Republican families. Didn't matter what side of the aisle you were on.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Tara Thornton, Freedom Angels. I wasn't prepared to speak today, but I feel like I need to. Again, always against hate against any people, immigrants, citizens, whoever they are. But this bill reads like something else. And so I want to talk about some of the details. Like, you know, this bill attacks like standard investigative techniques, which is like public videotaping of government contracted facilities. And in the last couple of years, when it's been exposed, like widespread fraud in the hospice, welfare, health services, education, it has shocked America because these are public funds. And so I think there needs to be a way to get at protecting people, but also going after the bad actors. We talked about bad actors, but there are bad actors. This fraud has been exposed and it needs to be protected. The bill goes very into the intent to harm. It goes over very harsh penalties for intent to harm. Intent to harm will be is broadly going to be interpreted by the courts, could include going against someone's reputation or hurting their finances. Well, if you're exposing someone who is perpetrating fraud, that still does hurt their reputation and their finances. And so how do we get at the people want to see when they saw these exposés, they wanted to see our electeds of every party work to stop this. We can always stop hate too, but we've got to stop the bad actors on the fraud.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll invite anyone else wishing to express opposition to AB 2624 to please approach the microphone. If you can state your name, organization, or what city you're from, your position on the bill.
Leslie Sawyer, Mountaintop Media, independent journalist in strong opposition.
Thank you.
Jordan Brace, political commentator in opposition.
Lynette Pergorban with California Family Law Naked Truth, and I am in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. So anyone else wishing to express opposition to AB 2624? If there is anyone outside of the hearing room, we are inviting any opposition witnesses for AB 2624. No, sir, you already spoke. Once again, any opposition witnesses? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais for questions and comments.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Sierra.
Thank you. So let's just address the elephant in the room. We all know what this is about, and what generated the interest in doing a bill like this. And even though we've questioned the manner of the presentation, the points of the presentation by both of the opponents kind of get to the heart of the matter. This was instigated because a person went out who, whether you think he has press credentials or not, discovered some interesting goings on, both in a different state and then in our state as well. And that has actually led to the uncovering of a substantial amount of fraud. If we are going to do this bill, who is going to address those issues? Because otherwise we would still not be addressing those issues. If those had not been uncovered by a person that under this bill is going to be quashed in their efforts to do whatever their job is, whether they feel that they are a self-appointed person. But when I'm looking at the language that says harassment, what constitutes harassment? Is that what we get every day when we walk down the street and people are shoving things in our face? We don't consider that harassment. That's part of the job. If you are taking billions of dollars or millions of dollars from the taxpayers in an effort to do something that we think, whether it's child care or whatever services it is, and it's not being directed that way, we're supposed to have means for us to be able to address that. And yet, we've discovered that those means are failing us. That's my concern with this, is where it's generated from. It's generated from and trying to quash the activities that have led to some questions about how well our money is being spent. And absent that, I don't know who's going to take the mantle, because I certainly don't have time to go out and investigate all these things myself. So these investigative reporters, whatever you would like to call them, seem to be touching a nerve. And this bill is an example of that nerve. And that's what I'm concerned about. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for bringing this bill forward. And I do have an aye recommendation. So we do not have a quorum. So when we establish a quorum, we'll entertain a motion on the bill. But I turn it back over to you to make a closing statement.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. And for the record, because I really, really respect you greatly, Senator, I want to make sure that you haven't fallen privy to misinformation and disinformation and are not actually indicating anything related to what generated interest, because that would assume that you are making assumptions about what generated interest in this bill. And to be quite honest, that is...
Excuse me, we don't allow witnesses to record the authors. If you cannot...
Not only that, she's attacking me, and I don't need that.
Okay.
I was very polite.
Let's have some decorum here. So, sir, if you can just... Technically, all the witnesses don't need to sit here anymore because we've heard your testimony, so if people can please take their seats at this time. Okay. Thank you.
What actually generated interest in this bill was a mischaracterization from the dais. What generated interest in this bill was far before Nick Shirley actually ever videoed anything in the state of California. This bill was generated, the interest that was generated from this bill came from immigrant service providers being attacked. It came from people showing up at their houses and homes and attacking them. That is what generated the interest for this bill. Many, many, many months before that. So the chronology that was offered by the opposition is factually incorrect. You can actually check the record on that. This bill is about ensuring that people are able to participate in a 30-year-old program in the state of California, adding immigrant service providers to be able to do that. And I want to be clear that this does nothing at all to silence investigative journalism. People still have the ability to investigate organizations, to look at public records, to be able to look at nonprofit financial disclosures, to be able to have all accountability mechanisms available to them, because all of us care about ensuring that the programs and grants that we offer to everybody are actually instituted with great fidelity. This has been a long journey. 6 different committee hearings that we've gone through. Members of my staff, providers who have testified before here being attacked, members of this legislature being attacked. So forgive me if I speak with passion about this piece of legislation. It is time now for us to be able to focus on what the actual issue is. Please don't mischaracterize that. The actual issue that we are focusing on is ensuring that members have the ability of our community have the ability to be protected. With that, I respectfully request your aye vote.
Okay, thank you very much, Assembly Member. Once again, we don't have a quorum at this time, so we're entertaining a motion on the bill when we establish a quorum. And thank you. So we have a number of authors here. We do take measures in file order. And I do see Assemblymember Ramos, and he is item number 1. I know, Mr. Lackey, you've been waiting very patiently. I see Assemblymember Patel here, and I think she is before you, Mr. Lackey. So I leave it to both of you to work out an arrangement if you'd like to let another member go beforehand. But we'll go to Assemblymember Ramos at this time. Okay, and we'll proceed now to file item 1, AB 31 by Assemblymember Ramos. Good morning.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Today I'm presenting AB 31, which is another part of a long-standing efforts to address the missing and murdered indigenous persons crisis in California. Public Law 280 was enacted that stripped 7 states of their true policing authority on tribal lands. California is one of those states. As I have highlighted during my time in the legislature, our state is home to the most Native American population and Alaska Natives in the country, yet has the 5th highest number of missing and murdered indigenous persons cases. This is a crisis that affects many tribal families that have had a loved one gone missing and hasn't even been investigated. Just last year, we were able to establish the Tribal Police Pilot Program, which grants tribal law enforcement officers state peace officer authority through a program. However, this program is set to expire in 2029. Although this program is a big step towards addressing this crisis, participants must undergo a rigorous process to fulfill the conditions of the program. This means a tribe with limited resources to ensure compliance must decide between extensive workload for a program that is set to expire, or they can choose to divert resources elsewhere, being unable to participate in this groundbreaking program. With an ever-increasing level of missing and murdered indigenous persons cases throughout the state, and not enough local or state resources being allocated to protect tribal communities, we leave them feeling disregarded. We must show to tribes that the state is fully committed and ready to invest in long-term projects rather than short-term programs. With these considerations, AB 31 would do two things. First, we would make the tribal police program permanent, allowing for the necessary timing to ensure our tribal partners and Department of Justice get the program running efficiently and can do the work it is set out to achieve. Secondly, we would establish the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Task Force here in the state of California. This task force has long been an idea that has yet to be fully realized, and today we have a chance to make it become reality in the state of California. The task force will be coordinated by our state police, the California Highway Patrol, in coordination with the Department of Justice to enhance statewide coordination investigations. Implementing these policies will bring much needed solutions and tools to help address the missing and murdered Indigenous persons crisis in our state and really honor California's first people. With me to testify in support of the bill today is Chairman Joe James of the Yurok tribe, the largest tribe in the state of California.
Thank you very much, Assemblymember. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Joe James, Chairman of the Yurok tribe. Thank you, Chairman and Committee, for allowing me here to testify on this important matter. On behalf of the Yurok tribe, I'm here today to express our support and sponsorship for AB 31. The Yurok tribe believe this bill helps us to tackle the murder and missing Indigenous peoples crisis head on. AB 31 would make the pilot program, as Rose mentioned, more permanent, highlighting to tribes that the state is fully ready to invest long-term stand and by a partner in addressing this crisis. This bill would also establish the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Persons Task Force, as Senator Ramos mentioned. Again, it is the right message to send for the state of California to tackle this ongoing crisis that's near and dear to all of us First Peoples here at home in the state of California. Ultimately, this bill is about empowering tribal government and showcasing to tribal nations the state's full commitment to addressing the crisis with long-term solutions instead of short-term ones. We strongly support AB 31, and I thank you for your consideration and respectfully request a yes vote.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to express support for AB 31? If you can please approach the microphone and state your name, organization, and position.
Good morning. Marcos Aguilar, Executive Director of CICAT Community Development Corporation in Los Angeles. I'm an advisor to the Gabrielino Shoshone Nation, here to express support for AB 31. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman and members, Chris Lindstrom, California Tribal Business Alliance, we're in support. And also Wilton Rancheria is in support.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry.
Machuxas, Cuchihama, Raymond C. Hitchcock, Tribal Council Member Wilton Rancheria, Federally Recognized Tribe right here in Sacramento, California. I am in support of AB 31 for creating the MMIP and the Tribal Police Fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to express support for AB 31?
Good morning. Don Brown. I am in support. Wilton Rancheria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unless there's anyone else wishing to express support for AB 31, we'll take any opposition witnesses. Are there any opposition witnesses? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais for any questions or comments from the committee. Strongly support the bill. Thank you very much, Assemblymember, for bringing this forward. And I'll turn it back over to you to make a closing statement.
Well, thank you so much for that, and thank you for your ongoing support of these issues to California's First People. I ask for your aye vote when the time's appropriate.
Thank you very much. Okay. We'll now proceed to our next bill and file order, and we'll proceed to file item 25 AB 1959 by Assemblymember Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, and good morning, members.
Thank you for the opportunity to present AB 1959. This bill seeks to close a loophole in the law related to a school shooting in San Diego County. You will hear from witness testimony of the real pain and impact that was caused by this school shooting in 2001 at Santana High School, which ended the lives of 2 fellow students and caused injury to 11 other students, 1 teacher, and 1 campus security officer. This individual was sentenced to prison after his guilty plea. However, because of a loophole in the law, he was able to file for resentencing in a jurisdiction that didn't even try him, even after being denied parole months before his resentencing motion. AB 1959 simply seeks to ensure that my community continues to feel safe and that convicted individuals are held accountable for their actions until they are successfully rehabilitated. I urge your aye vote today at the appropriate time. With me to testify today are Deputy District Attorney Nicole Roth and Kristen Marie Dare, a survivor of the Santana shooting.
Hi, good morning.
Chair and committee members.
Can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Make sure the mic is on.
Is that
Yes, should be working.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair and committee members, for this opportunity, and thank you also, Assemblymember Patel, for your thoughtful work on this bill. My name is Nicole Roth. I'm a Deputy District Attorney with the San Diego County District Attorney's Office, and on behalf of my office, we are in strong support of this bill. AB 1959 is a necessary correction to protect public safety and restore the trust that victims and communities have in our justice system. This bill does not eliminate 1170D resentencing. It restores judicial discretion within that process. And that is a crucial component of resentencing. It was a component that was initially contemplated by this legislature when they created Penal Code Section 1170D. The intent was clear that judges would determine eligibility and then hold a full and thoughtful resentencing hearing at which they would carefully weigh youth, rehabilitation, and remorse before reducing any sentence. It was meant to be a thoughtful, individualized, and safe approach to resentencing. But today, that two-step process has collapsed. And in effect, once a petitioner is found eligible, that case transfers back to juvenile court, where the determination is made based on that person's age at the time of their commission of the offense, and not on rehabilitation, public safety, or risk. If the offender was under 16 at the time of the offense, release is automatic. A judge has no opportunity and no discretion to consider any factors that were initially intended to be considered at a resentencing hearing. And this is even in the most extreme cases. This is not just a hypothetical, but it is something that in our county we see in reality.
And I apologize, if you can please wrap up your comments.
Yes, absolutely. In the Santana High School shooting case, while he was just found to be unsafe for release, he faces mandatory release because he was 15 at the time of the shooting. AB 1959 restores what the legislature always intended, that is judicial discretion, a balanced process, and true consideration of both youthfulness and public safety. I urge your aye vote when the time is right to protect our communities and reaffirm the integrity in the justice system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Chair and members. I appreciate being able to address you during Gun Violence Awareness Month. My name is Kristen Dare. My husband and I are survivors of the shooting at Santana High School on March 5th, 2001, and we still proudly call Santee our home, although the events of that day continue to shape our family decisions. When our children aged into the 9th grade, we made the difficult decision to send them both to Santana's neighboring rival high school, unwilling to spend several more years walking the campus where our lives were forever changed. Now, I fear in all new ways, thinking what it could mean to potentially lose my life's most important work, our children. The effects of the Santana shooting are still claiming casualties. A classmate who was murdered, Randy Gordon, lost more than just his own future, as his mother was found living in a homeless encampment just a few miles from Santana, her life devastated by the loss of her son, still in and out of temporary housing to this day. Another classmate, Tommy Millsap, took his own life on the anniversary of the shooting back in 2020, specifically citing the shooting in his suicide letter. I'm here today to ask that justice remain balanced. Randy and Brian were never afforded the opportunity to live the lives that were taken from them, and us as victims never have the chance to be free from the mental, emotional, and physical wounds we carry. People who have committed the most violent crimes as teenagers should not so easily be relieved of the consequences of their actions and are still deserving of the carrying out of their original sentencing. However, when they bring a petition for resentencing, their cases are held in a juvenile court, even though these courts have long lost jurisdiction over these folks. This can often result in their early release through resentencing, even after a parole board has deemed them unsuitable. AB 1959 closes this loophole, restores discretion to the court, and ensures these offenders who have aged out of juvenile systems can then be resentenced appropriately in adult court. I respectfully ask for your aye vote at the appropriate time on AB 1959, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you so very much, and thank you for joining us today. I'll ask, is there anyone else wishing to express support for AB 1959?
Chair members, Max Perry on behalf of the California Police Chief Association in support.
Thank you.
Good morning, Serena Scott on behalf of the League of California Cities in support. Thank you.
Good morning, Ivy Fitzpatrick on behalf of the California DAs Association and the Riverside County District Attorney's Office in support.
Thank you very much. Is anyone else wishing to express support for AB 1959? Seeing no one come forward, we'll now take up to two principal opposition witnesses to AB 1959. And you each have 2 minutes.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you. My name is Marissa Harris, and I appear before you today as a professor and clinic director at Loyola Law School's Center for Juvenile Law and Policy. I have firsthand experience with youth offender resentencing, and I am also the parent of a young child. And like everyone here, I'm horrified by the thought of a school shooting. As a parent, I understand the instinct to act, but as a lawyer and professor, I believe good policy requires us to ask hard questions and demand evidence before changing the law. And that's what I ask you to do today. Who will this bill affect? The answer is we don't know. AB 1959 was introduced in response to one horrific crime committed by a 15-year-old nearly 25 years ago, and nothing I say diminishes the suffering of the victims and their families. But this bill might not even affect the very case that inspired it. We don't know how many individuals are eligible to return to juvenile court, what offenses they committed, or how many would ultimately be transferred back to juvenile court. What we do know is that most of those people did not commit school shootings or multiple murders, and some are serving sentences for non-homicide offenses, yet they too would be subject to transfer. That's why we don't make state policy based on one single case. Second, how much will this bill cost taxpayers? Again, we don't know. You're being asked to make a life-altering decision affecting an unknown population at unknown fiscal costs. Transfer hearings are the most resource-intensive proceedings in juvenile court and are often followed by lengthy adult proceedings, yet we have no meaningful estimate on how much it will cost. Finally, what evidence justifies undoing SB 1391? None has been presented. 6 years ago, this legislature prohibited the transfer of 14 and 15-year-olds because decades of brain science and the Supreme Court has recognized that children that age are fundamentally different from adults and don't belong in adult prisons. Legislature also recognized stark racial disparities in the transfer process, and data shows that black youth are 30 times more likely to be transferred than white youth. AB 1959 offers no reason to believe those disparities won't continue. So what has changed? Not the science, not the evidence, not public safety. No evidence has shown that keeping 14 and 15-year-olds in the juvenile system has harmed public safety. So before you vote to expand one of the harshest mechanisms in our justice system, I urge you to demand evidence. I respectfully ask for your no vote on AB 1959.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak. At 14 years old, I committed a horrible crime. I deserve the consequences to transition from juvenile halls to America's worst jail in Los Angeles County and to the maximum security facility and prisons that I stayed at until I was 16, from 16 until I was released, excuse me. I deserved everything that came, if not more. During my sentence, two things, however, changed: the law and myself. The law changed from Proposition 21, which opened the doors to warehouse juveniles, to Prop 57 and SB 1391, where California recognized that science has shown that 14 and 15-year-olds are not ready for adult systems and they are capable of significant change. And I can prove that. With no hope or purpose, I sought education. I obtained my AA degree, developed emotional intelligence, educated others in prison, and ultimately, I analyzed my body of work, good and bad. And I internalized it, not to understand, but to know that I was changing for the people that I had hurt. My actions were noticed. Mr. Varghese, an educator who worked inside of CDCR, he wrote an observation about me. He described me as patient and kind, terms that were never described about me at 14. Those two documents were the reason SB 1391 allowed me to stand here in front of you today instead of sitting in a cell. Today I'm being trained at Columbia University in technology. I have a home and a family. I live a life I never thought I could. But is that fair to Mr. Son? Stephen Johnson at 37 would protect him. And that's facts. But 6 years ago, y'all created a bill that allowed me to be here today. And, you know, it's hard to say if I should be here, but Ms. Judge Amy Carter took a gamble on me because y'all got it right. And she's proud of that. I ask y'all to please vote because you could be stopping another child like me who didn't know, who was going through something emotional and just had to figure it out. Thank you. I apologize if I went too long.
No, thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to express opposition to AB 1959?
Jim Lindberg, on behalf of the Friends Committee on Legislation of California, we strongly oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Melanie Kim, San Francisco Public Defender's Office, in opposition.
Avi Rodriguez with ACLU Cal Action in strong opposition.
Thank you. Is anyone else wishing to express opposition to AB 1959?
Hien Nguyen with Legal Services with Prisoners with Children, in opposition.
Thank you. Okay, unless there anyone else wishing to express opposition to AB 1959, I'll bring it back to the dais for any questions or comments. We're on Senator AB 1959 by Asamar Patel. Okay, seeing no questions or comments, we do not yet have a quorum as well. I'll turn it back over to you to make a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to just bring back to the members of this committee that this is a simple bill to close a loophole, to restore judicial discretion. In our resentencing cases, when we have situations where parole is denied and then there's an automatic turn to release, this is a clear loophole for community members trying to ensure that they restore their safety as victims in the community. These crimes are horrific when they're mass shootings, and we need to make sure that our communities can feel safe, our community members can feel safe in their communities. So at the appropriate time, I would ask for an aye vote, respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for joining us today. Continuing in file order, Mr. Lackey, we will get to you. Other authors keep coming in who are ahead of you in file order. We're going to go to file item 32, AB 2235 by Senator Pacheco. Whenever you're ready, Assemblymember, you may present.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senators. Today I am here to present AB 2235, the Judicial Home Security Act. I'd like to start by thanking the committee, and I will be accepting the committee amendments. Violence and threats against judges have risen sharply, with thousands of incidents reported in recent years and a significant increase since 2015. As a result, many judges and their families fear for their safety. At the same time, judges' home addresses remain easily accessible through public records and online databases, creating a direct pathway for bad actors to locate them and their families. Existing privacy protections in California are insufficient to prevent the widespread dissemination of this sensitive information, particularly when it originates from government sources. This gap leaves judges exposed to targeted harassment, intimidation, and potential violence at their homes. AB 2235 allows judges to use an alternate mailing address in public records while preserving legitimate access for business, legal, and law enforcement purposes. This approach strikes a careful balance between transparency and safety, ensuring public records remain functional without compromising personal security. Given escalating threats and vulnerabilities, AB 2235 is a necessary, measured step to protect the judiciary and uphold the integrity of the justice system. With me today to testify in support is Cliff Costa on behalf of the California Judges Association.
Great. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. Cliff Costa today on behalf of the California Judges Association. I would like to thank the committee and the committee consultant for working with us on this language. This is an issue that the California Judges Association has been working on for over 25 years. About 25 plus years ago, the California Judges Association participated on an Attorney General task force that was looking at vulnerabilities out there for elected officials, including judges. At that time, we were able to accomplish a number of things coming out of that AG task force, except for property records. Since then, technology and the work of Assemblywoman and the Judges Association have been really focused on trying to see what we can do about cracking this nut on property records. We believe AB 2235 is that attempt. It is modeled after the Safe at Home program, but entirely different because it is focused on judges and trying to protect their home addresses without them having to flee. That is the fundamental difference between the Safe at Home program. We have been and continue to work with stakeholders, both local government stakeholders, the assessors and recorders, as well as the real estate industry, as well as the data brokers and others who need access to this information. With that, I respectfully request your aye vote and am available to answer any specific questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Is anyone else wishing to express support for AB 2235? Are there any additional support witnesses for AB 2235? Okay, seeing no one come forward, we'll now take up the two principal opposition witnesses to AB 2235. Are there any opposition witnesses? Seeing no one come forward, bring it back to the dais for any questions or comments. Seeing no members wishing to speak, thank you for bringing this bill forward. It's very important. I have an aye recommendation. I'll turn it back over to close.
Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity to present this bill. I respectfully ask for your aye vote when appropriate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lackey, we're going to go to you now. File item 34, AB 2304, and then we'll go to Mr. Gibson after. So we are now going to proceed to file item 34, AB 2304. Are there any principal witnesses in support? If you can please join us here. And whenever you're ready, Assembly Member, you may present on.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Chair. And now we actually have members. So it's good to see that you have more than one here. This bill, AB 2304, is known as Gabriel's Law, and it clarifies that when a child requires immediate emergency care in an emergency situation, the social workers must have a child seen by the appropriate medical professionals. This bill additionally clarifies with existing law that social workers must be held accountable for falsifying reports. As you may know, since I became a legislator, I've been trying to pass legislation revolving around this horrific child abuse case of Gabriel Fernandez. He was an 8-year-old boy who was tortured and killed by his own mother and her boyfriend. In his case, the social workers involved failed to take the necessary precautions needed to protect him. Even though they were called out to see him multiple times for various injuries, his body chart was only updated once with a bruise on his bottom, preventing any further investigation from being seen by a medical professional. Additionally, various social workers that he was assigned backdated and falsified records. When his case was closed a month before he was killed, one social worker changed the date to be March instead of April in order to not be held responsible for visits to the family in his final month. The 4 social workers in Gabriel's case were charged with 1 count of child abuse and 1 count of falsifying public records. But unfortunately, all charges were dismissed in 2020. The death of Gabriel Fernandez has served as a wake-up call to focus our collective conscience on the systematic failure to protect innocent children. This tragedy revealed that there are many cracks within the child welfare system that malign the interests of these children. This bill, AB 2304, makes a necessary change and clarifies in current law to help prevent any more cases like Gabriel. This bill requires that if a child appears to be in need of immediate emergency care, that the social worker call to the case and must have the child evaluated further. Additionally, AB 2304 clarifies that social workers who willfully and knowingly steal, remove, hide, destroy, damage, deface, or change or falsify records will be charged with these offenses. Senators, this is my 12th and final year as an Assembly member. It's also the 7th year I've tried running legislation to correct this horrific wrong. It means a lot to me and those with me that have made an 8-hour journey up to Sacramento for all these years, attempting to prevent this type of heartache that they've experienced. I have with me today Gabriel's aunt, Emily Carranza, and Dan Filizzato with the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office to testify.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Emily Carranza, and I am here today in memory of Gabriel Fernandez, Anthony Avalos, and Noah Cuarto. A question was asked, why is Gabriel's Law necessary? The answer is clear. Gabriel's Law is necessary because children cannot protect themselves. When a child is being abused, neglected, or suffering in silence, they rely on adults and the systems designed to protect them to step in before it is too late. Sadly, California has witnessed the devastating consequences when those protections fail. Gabriel Fernandez was only 8 years old when he was tortured and murdered despite numerous reports of abuse. Anthony Avalos was 10 years old when he died after enduring horrific abuse and repeated warning signs that should have triggered stronger intervention. Noah Cuarto was just 4 years old when his young life was cut short after concerns about his safety had been raised. These children had names, they had dreams, they had futures. Most importantly, they deserved to be protected. Gabriel's Law is necessary because the lessons learned from these tragedies must lead to action. It is about strengthening accountability, improving communication, ensuring thorough investigations, and making child safety the highest priority. It is about preventing warning signs from being overlooked and ensuring that cries for help are met with immediate action. This legislation is not about politics. It is about protecting children. It is about making sure that the stories of Gabriel, Anthony, and Noah become catalysts for change rather than just headlines that fade with time. We cannot bring these boys back, but we can honor their lives by building a stronger child welfare system that responds quickly, acts decisively, and puts children first. I ask you to support Gabriel's Law so that future children have the protection that Gabriel, Anthony, and Noah deserved but never received. Their voices were silenced, but ours do not have to be. Thank you for your time, your compassion, and your commitment to protecting California's children. Let the legacy of Gabriel Fernandez, Anthony Avalos, and Noah Cuarto be one of the lasting change and stronger protections for every child in our state.
Thank you so very much, and thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Sir.
Mr. Chairman, members, Dan Filizzato on behalf of the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. I'm not going to repeat what has already been said, except to the fact that law enforcement officers, when we are investigating these cases, we hear over and over again, if only this child had been seen by a medical professional, that maybe something would have been done, and we don't wind up with these horrific cases that are just tragedies. This bill will help ensure that by requiring that the children are taken to medical care, not merely authorizing that they are taken for medical care. This bill also clarifies the government code. In the prosecution of Gabriel Fernandez, we did charge the social workers with destroying evidence. The Court of Appeal did not find that the individuals didn't destroy the evidence. They found that they were charged under the wrong code section. And by the time that had been discovered, it was too late to refile charges. So we're amend Government Code 6201 to clarify for DAs in the future that if you have one of these tragic cases and the social worker is not a court officer, they can be charged under Government Code Section 6201, not 6200. At least in Los Angeles County, I'm sure it's probably the same in other counties. We have social workers. Some are considered court officers and would be appropriate to charge under Section 6200, but the vast majority are not considered court officers and therefore cannot be prosecuted under that code section. This bill just simply clarifies what the proper code sections are for any future case that arises. We ask for your aye vote.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to express support for AB 2304? Seeing no one come forward, we'll take up to 2 principal opposition witnesses to AB 2304.
Yes, hi, Michael Hefty. I am a writ attorney with Los Angeles Dependency Lawyers. We do oppose this bill only to the extent that it does not require felony prosecution for social workers who have committed these acts. We certainly view the bill as furthering a noble goal, specifically to protect children by imposing penalties and specifying penalties for social workers that are alleged to have falsified records, as it were here. We do think that the goal of this bill is quite an important one, but the actual effect of the bill can be particularly minimal, where the bill does not actually amend the code section in a way that would allow prosecution specifically for the felony. We do believe that the felony conviction should be the appropriate punishment for particularly the social workers in this case who committed these acts. The 6201 section, however, does allow for misdemeanor convictions, and that's something that although the acts may be charged as a felony, the judge would have the discretion necessarily not to impose a felony term. The bill should have necessarily amended 6200, which was the original code section that the prosecutors attempted to use to charge the social workers in this case, or alternatively, the bill should aim to alter Government Code 24,000 to specifically list county child welfare social workers as officers to permit that corresponding felony conviction. We are asking that if this committee does consider the bill, that the committee alter the bill to specifically amend 6200 to include social workers as officers, or Government Code Section 24,000 to do the same, to require felony conviction for these types of acts, especially in cases where child death is concerned. But even in all cases, falsifying of an official record related to child welfare should be pursued under felony conviction through Section 6200.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to express opposition to AB 2304? If so, please approach the microphone, state your name, organization, and position on the bill. Seeing no one else come forward, I bring it back to the committee for any questions or comments. Vice Chair Ciarto.
Yeah, I just want to thank the author for bringing this and having such and persevering on this issue for so long. This isn't the usual case where people are concerned about the punishment. And these are people that are paid to do a job. And when you're falsifying information, when you're backdating and doing things like that, you're doing it. You know you're doing something wrong. And if you know what the consequences are, and you did it and you do it anyway, then you get to suffer the consequences. And in this particular case, there were a lot of issues that fell through the cracks along the way, and it resulted in a horrific death of this young man. He was out in Lancaster, I believe, right? Yeah, that was an area that I used to cover. In fact, it happened in the district I used to cover. So it's sad when that happens, and somehow our safety net fails. And when it fails, we need to address that. And that's what your bill is trying to do, and I appreciate it. So anyway, when time comes, I'll be supporting it.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it back over to you, Assembly Member, to make a closing statement.
Yeah. I'll just tell you, this problem is real. And currently, this is not just a one-off. Fortunately, the dramatic nature of the way that this child was tortured is very dramatic and somewhat unique. However, the fact that children are being killed by their parents is almost unthinkable. But it has happened at least 5 times since I've been in office. 5 times. Fact is, we currently have a case that's being heard by a friend of mine where the child has no advocates in this court trial except my friend that's listening to the horrific circumstances surrounding these children who need advocates. And when we have staff people and people respond that show irresponsible behavior, we need to address that in the way that it deserves to be addressed. And that's all this bill does. And so I hope when it comes time that you will consider that and act in their behalf.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you all for joining us today. We don't have a quorum, so we'll entertain a motion when we establish a quorum. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Proceeding in file order, I see Assembler Addis here, so we'll go now to file item 9, AB 1539. And whenever you're ready, Assembly Member, you may present on AB 1539.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. We're here for AB 1539, the Protect Our Democracy Act. And just to preserve your time, I know you have a long day, I'm going to tighten up my comments. But the gist is that this bill would strengthen critical constitutional safeguards by making it a crime under penalty of perjury to place a candidate for vice president or president on the ballot who is ineligible due to constitutional term limits. Many folks ask, why would we need something like this when we already have a constitution and term limits are dictated by the 22nd Amendment? But what we know is that we have a president in office who is trying to push on every legal mechanism we have and who has said they desire to rewrite the rules, are selling merch to rewrite the rules, and has quite the base and a following who is interested in rewriting the rules to allow them to stay in a 3rd term. The bill would simply add this penalty of perjury and an extra layer of defense to protect our elections, which we feel is critically important. With us today to testify in support is Genesis Gonzalez, Ledge Director of Lieutenant Governor Lenny Kounalakis, who we all know served as ambassador when Orban came to rise and has a very unique perspective on why democracy needs strengthening.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning, I think, still. Thank you, Chair and Member. My name is Genesis Gonzalez, Legislative Director for California Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis. The Lieutenant Governor is proud to sponsor AB 1539 and wants to commend the author for introducing this measure. The bill is deeply personal to the Lieutenant Governor. As U.S. Ambassador to Hungary, she witnessed firsthand the rise of Viktor Orban, a leader who systematically dismantled a burgeoning democracy by ignoring customs, norms, judicial orders, and constitutional constraints. She has seen that same pattern here at home. When leaders openly disregard the safeguards that protect our system of government, democracy itself becomes vulnerable. AB 1539 addresses that vulnerability. It simply requires a representative of a political party to certify, under penalty of perjury, that their presidential and vice presidential nominees meet the constitutional eligibility requirements under the 22nd Amendment of the United States Constitution. These are not abstract rules. They are safeguards put in place to protect our democracy from the concentration of power and to ensure that no one, no matter how powerful, stands above the Constitution. For generations, term limits and eligibility requirements have preserved the stability and peaceful transfer of power that defines American democracy. But when those boundaries are openly questioned, it creates uncertainty and erodes public trust in the very foundation of our democracy. AB 1539 does not change who can run for office. It simply reinforces the rules we already have and ensures the integrity of California's ballot. The peaceful succession of power has been a cornerstone of our national identity for nearly 250 years. We can no longer assume it will be respected without vigilance. This bill is about drawing a firm line and reaffirming that our Constitution still matters. We respectfully request your support for AB 1539. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll now invite anyone else wishing to express support for AB 1539 to please come forward and state your name, organization, or city you're from, and position on the bill.
The Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors in support.
Thank you very much. Are there any other support witnesses for AB 1539? See no one come forward. Are there any opposition witnesses to AB 1539? See no one come forward, to bring it back to the dais for any questions or comments. Okay, thank you for bringing this bill forward. I have an aye recommendation. I'll turn over you to close.
Thank you so much. I respectfully ask for your aye vote at the appropriate time.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, just give me 1 second as we transition. I have to go present bills in the Capitol, so I'm going to hand the gavel over to the Vice Chair. And it looks like next in file order is item 14, AB 1664 by Jackson.
All right, welcome Assembly Member Jackson. You have AB 1664. You may begin when you're ready.
Okay, well, I thought I was going to have people testify, but they might be somewhere lost in the hallway. This is AB 1664, which would require a local agency, political subdivision, or elections official to provide notice to the Secretary of State and the Attorney General no later than 1 day after becoming aware of any warrant, subpoena, or active law enforcement investigation pertaining to any election records or voting systems under their custody. Thank the Lord. With me today to testify is Deputy Attorney General Tiffany Brokaw, and for technical questions, Deputy Attorney General Malcolm Brudegame here to testify.
All right, well, much to the relief of the author, you are here. So you have 2 minutes. So if you could do that and stick to that timeline, I appreciate it. We have a lot of bills to hear today. Thank you.
Okay, will do, and thank you. No one's ever said that. Good morning, Chair and members. Tiffany Brokaw, Deputy Attorney General, here on behalf of Attorney General Rob Bonta, and we'd like to thank Assembly Member Jackson for carrying this important bill. AB 1664 is designed to improve the tools available to the Attorney General to promptly mitigate any damage associated with the improper search and seizure of election materials. The threat of interference in California's electoral system is increasing. Heightening this threat, local and federal law enforcement have sought to search and seize election materials nationwide. AB 1664 addresses this threat by requiring notice to the Secretary of State and the Attorney General within 1 day after a local agency, political subdivision, or elections official becomes aware of any warrant, subpoena, or active law enforcement investigation pertaining to any elections record or voting system under their custody or control. This ensures that the state can act quickly to mitigate any damage associated with those law enforcement efforts, protect critical election materials, and uphold the rule of law. AB 1664 also establishes a new channel for the Attorney General to intervene in any related litigation or otherwise seek any appropriate relief by the courts. It is imperative we continue efforts to maintain election integrity and voter confidence, and for these reasons, we respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you very much. And you're just here for technical questions? Okay, great. Is there anybody else in the room who would like to come up to the microphone and express their support for this bill? Come on.
Good morning. Glenn Backus for Ella Baker Center for Human Rights in support.
Thank you very much. And then anybody who would like to be a primary witness in opposition? Come up, have a seat. You each got 2 minutes. Who would like to go first?
Mr. Chair and members, Corey Salzillo on behalf of the California State Sheriff's Association in opposition to the bill. The California Constitution gives the Attorney General supervisory authority over sheriffs and district attorneys, but not supervisory authority over the judiciary. And if pursuant to this bill, the AG were effectively asking the court to nullify a magistrate's discretionary probable cause determination absent direct state interest, the AG would be expanding supervisory authority into judicial review power that the Constitution doesn't grant. I'm a little concerned about the use of the word threat that we're talking about here. This is situations in which a peace officer goes through the normal process, seeks a search warrant or some other court order to undertake their constitutional and statutory investigative duties. There's case law to support the analysis regarding the separation of powers, specifically as it relates to the issuance of a search warrant as a judicial act of a magistrate. A prosecutor cannot be vested with authority to foreclose the exercise of judicial power, and doing so violates the doctrine of separation of powers set forth in Article 3, Section 1 of the California Constitution. And similarly, the Attorney General cannot dictate to courts a legal result without violating separation of powers. Because this bill introduces the potential for political interference into a process already overseen by judges and peace officers, and to the extent the bill inappropriately and likely constitutionally impermissibly invites the Attorney General to intervene in a process in a manner that runs afoul of separation of powers, we're respectfully opposed to the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. My name is Julio De Leon. I'm a lieutenant with the Riverside Sheriff's Office. I'd like to echo the concerns of my colleague from the State Sheriff's Association, but I wanted to focus on criminal investigations particularly. AB 1664 allows executive branch officials to interfere in active criminal investigations after a neutral magistrate has already determined a probable cause and authorized investigative action. The bill raises significant separation of power concerns and provides no safeguards for investigations involving confidential informants, whistleblowers, cooperating witnesses, or other time-sensitive investigative leads. Existing judicial oversight already protects election materials while preserving the integrity of criminal investigations. As stated, the bill contains no safeguards for these investigative techniques that we use, and delays created by mandatory notification requirements and potential investigations can jeopardize time-sensitive leads, compromise investigative strategies, and increase the risk that evidence is altered, destroyed, or otherwise rendered unavailable. Existing law already provides substantial protections for these election materials, and we are already stewards of evidence collection. This is what we do on a day-to-day basis. We are experts at this. There is the allegation that we are going to alter or change the election votes are unsubstantiated, because this is what we do on a daily basis. We protect evidence, and we protect the chain of command, or chain of custody, rather, for evidence materials. For these reasons, the Riverside County Sheriff's Office respectfully requests a no vote. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. At this time, we'll take any other opposition to this bill. You can come up, state your name, organization, and that you oppose the bill. Not, we're going to bring it back to the dais for my colleagues and me. So, yeah, I'm acutely aware of what generated this bill. And, you know, some of the things that over time became, you know, we kind of lost what really happened there. There was no election interference going to be happening. There was a group that pointed out what they thought was a discretion in how many votes were counted in the county versus how many votes were counted at the Secretary of State's office. It would seem to a reasonable, normal person like me that the way to figure that out is to count the doggone votes. And if there's a difference, there's a difference. If there's not, there's not, and the game's over. That investigative authority lies with the law enforcement. And as was stated by the opponents here, these remedies that we're trying to drum up in an effort to cause some, you know, interfere with an investigation because we don't want to know the answer is you know, kind of a waste of the public's time. This could have been solved in a week. And instead, here we are with legislation that's going to do something that makes it even more difficult to figure out when people have questions about something, whether it's true or not. And that's not just elections, it's all sorts of stuff. But, you know, it was pointed out on the floor the other day by one of my colleagues that, you know, this constituted election interference. Well, no, because the election already happened. It was already certified. The people that won the election are already in place. There was no interference. It's just there was a question about the ballots and how many there were, not who voted for what. They weren't counting ballots. They're just going to vote. They're just going to count the outside of the envelopes, how many ballots there were. That's it. And then it was turned into this. So anyway, not a big fan of this process, and the efforts to not know the answer to a question that some people had out in the public. They deserve to know answers to the questions, and that's our job. We get paid to investigate things, not us, but the police get paid. You know, the Attorney General gets paid to investigate things, not try to block answers from being discovered. And so with that, I think you probably know where I'm going to stand on your bill, sir. You can go ahead and close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. I think at the end of the day, we already knew what the results were because the Secretary of State confirmed that there was no irregularities. The Chief Elections Officer of Riverside County said that there were no irregularities. It was just a misinterpretation from an outside group of the data that they saw. The County Board of Supervisors had an opportunity to look at it, and they also found that there were no irregularities. I think at the end of the day, this bill doesn't stop things from happening. What it does is it makes sure that all the evidence is considered before before a sheriff decides to confiscate ballots, take it out of the facility in which they are meant to be protected in, and making sure that all of the relevant parties that's meant to secure our democracy is able to look at what the evidence may be so a judge can rule on it. And so in no way is this meant to stop people from knowing things. I think at the end of the day, this helps to ensure that there's another check and balance. Because even though that there may be, in this case, the sheriff is an elected official. And all elected officials are subject to human things. And in this case, this sheriff went down a rabbit hole, and we want to make sure that this doesn't happen again, or at least that there's another check and balance from this happening again. So with that, at the appropriate time, I'll ask for an aye vote.
Thank you very much. Obviously, we have not established a quorum, and we don't have any other members here, so But we are going to keep rolling, and we'll take it under consideration when the time comes. All right, so we're going to have to do some justice here. We have members that have been sitting here for a long time. We're trying to do file order, but also taking into consideration that some members are on a time commitment. That's why they came early. Ms. Dixon, you've been here for a long time. We're going to take her, and then I think Mr. Gonzalez, you'll be next. Where's her bill?
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. Good morning, Vice Chair and colleagues.
Hang on, I just need, what is it again?
All right.
So this is AB 2261? Thank you. Sorry.
No, that's okay. AB 2261 is correct. First, I would like to thank the chair and committee staff for their help in working to refine the bill. I am pleased to accept the committee's amendments. AB 2261 is a straightforward bill that clarifies and restores judicial authority to issue criminal protective orders to a victim's family and household members. In 2018, as part of broader reforms, this code section was amended to limit protective orders to the victim of the crime, which appellate courts have since interpreted to mean only the specific victim of the court for which the defendant was convicted. AB 2261 today corrects this and ensures courts can issue protective orders consistent with victim safety and the realities of domestic violence, sexual abuse, and human trafficking. By clearly defining who may be protected and requiring competent evidence, the bill ensures due process while allowing courts to respond appropriately to demonstrated risk. AB 2261 is sponsored by the California District Attorneys Association and the Santa Clara County Office of the District Attorney. The bill received support from the California Police Chiefs, the California State Sheriff's Association, and Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. With me today, I have Ivy B. Fitzpatrick from the California District Attorneys Association. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today, and you have 2 minutes.
Again, Honorable Chair, you seem to have lost the rest of your members. Ivy Fitzpatrick, Riverside County Chief Deputy District Attorney, here on behalf of the California District Attorneys Association and the Riverside County DA's Office in strong support of AB 2261. I'd like to thank the committee as well for the recent amendments. 3 primary points about this bill. AB 2261 is responsive to what courts have specifically held are the limitations in the current language. Prior to 2018, trial court judges had discretion to issue protective orders for not only named victims, but their family and household members, if they determined that a protective order was necessary. In 2018, that language was unfortunately narrowed, with no suggestion in the legislative record that this was intentional. In fact, the 2018 amendments to 136.2 were otherwise written to further broaden the scope of the law, not narrow it. Recent court decisions have made clear that a legislative fix is required to return this discretion back to the trial court. AB 2261 is narrowly tailored, makes limited modifications to the current law. It only applies to crimes of sexual assault, domestic violence, human trafficking, or gang-related crimes. It only applies to related family and household members, parents, children, siblings, spouses, and grandparents. And it's not a mandate. Rather, it gives the discretion back to the court, who are best situated to determine if the risk to the victim and their family members are there so they can issue a CPO appropriately. Finally, and most importantly, the bill is designed to address those most at risk, which are the members of the victim's families in certain circumstances where a judge finds that those family members need protection. No mother should have to fear for her own safety while she's supporting a daughter who's a victim of sexual assault. No spouse should have to worry that they will become a target of an abuser simply because they're standing by their partner. And without the protection provided in this bill, individuals who are closely connected to our victims and often equally vulnerable as the victim themselves may be left without a remedy due to the technical limitations in the current statute. AB 2261 ensures that courts can respond to the realities of these cases and protect those at risk, and so we respectfully ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there any other principal witnesses? No? Me Too's, come on up. Name, organization.
Max Perry on behalf of the California Police Chief Association in support.
Mr. Chair, Corey Salzillo on behalf of the California State Sheriff's Association in support.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? Okay, at this time we'll take up to 2 principal witnesses in opposition to the bill. Going once, twice, sold. Okay, come on up if you're a Me Too. Just express your simple opposition to the bill. You may.
Aubrey Rodriguez with ACLU Cal Action and opposition.
Thank you.
Sophia Newhouse Brown, Los Angeles County Public Defenders Union, Local 148, in opposition.
Thank you. Anybody else? If not, I'll bring it back to the dais for questions, comments. Okay, well, I appreciate your bill. We're talking about protective orders here.
Yes.
Which means we're trying to protect people when they are in danger, and the judge is there to decide that. I think you're closing a bit of a loophole here that people, I hope they didn't mean to leave out, but with that, you may close.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. I respectfully ask the committee's aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and at the appropriate time, we'll establish a quorum and we'll go and vote on these things. So at this time, the next up we have AB 1607 by Assemblymember Gonzalez. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know Ms. Pellerin has been waiting, so I'll read this quickly. Chair members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Under federal law, every patient that walks through the doors in an emergency room must be treated regardless of their ability to pay. Over the past decade, emergency departments across California have received almost 15 million visits annually, and approximately 1 in 5 of their patients were uninsured. Without this support, hospitals will be forced to stretch care within their already dwindling numbers of physicians, which means longer waiting times and greater cost to care. Millions of Californians depend on this. AB 1607 simply asks for more time for the MAD EMS fund to exist, and allows a timeline for emergency medicine to continue because when someone dials 911, the last thing on anyone's mind should be whether the system can afford to save their life. This morning, primary witnesses in support to highlight the impact of this bill is Tim Madden on behalf of the California College of Emergency Physicians, and John Pullen, Regional Executive Director of Sierra Sacramento Valley EMD Agency. Take it away.
Awesome. Thank you. Each gentleman or each of you have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair and members. Tim Madden, representing the California chapter of the American College of Emergency Physicians. We're one of the co-sponsors of AB 1607. Since 1987, the state has authorized counties to establish the MAD Emergency Medical Services Fund. This is the sole source of reimbursement for emergency physicians treating uninsured patients, as well as providing funding for hospitals and local EMS agencies. The MADI funds result in more physicians working in the emergency department. Without AB 1607, less money means every patient walking in waits to see fewer doctors that are working. If this bill does not pass, wait times will increase and patient outcomes will worsen. The already fragile emergency care system has no financial bandwidth to absorb this cut. Medi-Cal reimbursement for the most complex and acute patient is only $108. The MADI fund reimburses even less for patients with no insurance. This cannot be sustained. If AB 1607 is not passed, it will be another cut to the already fragile funding for the emergency care safety net for all Californians. For these reasons, we respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Next speaker. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, Mr. Chair and members. My name is John Pullen, California licensed paramedic and director of the Sierra Sacramento Valley EMS Agency. I'm here on behalf of the Emergency Medical Services Administrators Association of California, representing all 34 local EMS agencies serving 58 California counties. We appreciate Assemblymember Gonzalez for his work on this important bill. The legislature previously determined that EMS providers, physicians, surgeons, and hospitals, as part of a requirement to provide emergency medical care to all patients, regardless of their ability to pay, bore higher costs for these services but often receive partial or no payment from patients. As a result, a series of laws were enacted to provide compensation for patients who cannot afford to pay for their medical care. California law authorizes counties to establish a MADI EMS fund to reimburse physicians, surgeons, and hospitals for the cost of uncompensated emergency care and to support other essential EMS functions. It also authorizes counties to establish a Ritchie's fund as part of their MADI EMS fund to improve pediatric trauma and emergency medical services in the county. The Mattie EMS Fund and Ritchie's Fund are financed through revenues generated from assessments on fines and forfeitures for criminal offenses and motor vehicle violations. The original authorization for the Ritchie's Fund assessment was last extended through January 1st of 2027. EMS is an essential component of California's healthcare safety net. The loss of this funding will negatively impact the ability of pre-hospital and hospital providers to deliver the level of EMS care that all Californians expect and deserve. At a time when EMS providers are being forced to reduce or cease providing critical emergency medical services and hospitals are at increased risk of closing, it is vital that current EMS funding sources be maintained. As such, I respectfully ask for your support of AB 1607. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony. At this time, anybody who wishes to express their support for the bill may come up to the microphone and do so. Name, organization, and your support.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Olivia Herrera, intern at Stone Advocacy, on behalf of the California Children's Hospital Association in support. Thank you.
Josh Gauger on behalf of the Boards of Supervisors of the counties of Santa Clara, Riverside, and Ventura in support.
Good morning, Obed Franco here on behalf of the California Fire Chiefs Association and the Fire Districts Association of California in support.
Clifton Wilson on behalf of the Board of Supervisors for the counties of Napa and Kern, both in support. Thank you.
Chloe King with Political Solutions on behalf of 3 clients, the County of San Mateo, the Children's Specialty Care Coalition, and the American Academy of Pediatrics in support. Thank you.
Good morning. Betsy Armstrong on behalf of the County Health Executives Association representing local health departments and urge your support. Thank you.
Kat DeBerg of the Health Officers Association of California in support.
John McHale on behalf of the Boards of Supervisors of Yolo County and Contra Costa County here in support.
Jonathan Clay on behalf of the County of San Diego in support.
Danielle Bradley on behalf of the California State Association of Counties in support.
Kevin Guzman at the California Medical Association in support.
Mr. Chair, Corey Salzillo on behalf of the California State Sheriff's Association in support.
Vanessa Flores on behalf of Alameda County in support.
Okay, at this time I'll take up to 2 principal witnesses in opposition. You may.
My comments are going to be very brief. Eric Henderson on behalf of the Ella Baker Center for Human Rights and Respectful Opposition. I want to start with appreciation for Assemblymember Gonzalez for your work and also for your staff for meeting with us. And I know that you understand our concerns with the fee. And secondly, we also fully support access to emergency medical services. Unfortunately, when we talk about people who are most likely to use the EMS fund, people who can't afford their medical care, we're also talking about people who are assessed this criminal fee. So we just really want to encourage the legislature to find a more stable source of funding for this. So given the recent COP decision from the California Supreme Court, this fund is going to dwindle and there will need to be a more long-term durable solution. And with that, we respectfully oppose and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other principal witnesses? No? If you just wish to express your concern, come on up and take opposition.
Thank you. Echoing my colleagues' comments here, Liz Blum Gutierrez here on behalf of Debt Free Justice California and an opposed unless amended position. Thank you.
Avi Rodriguez with ACLU Cal Action and strong opposition.
Okay. All right. At this time, I'll bring it back. Oh, nope. Okay, I am the only person again. I'll be supporting your bill today. We do need to continue to find these types of ways to hold people that are involved in the system that are in large part creating some of the problems, financially accountable. And this is, while it's not that much, it can add up, and therefore I think it's reasonable to help let people participate in it, and if they can't, they won't. Yep. That's what it boils down to. Can't squeeze blood out of a turnip. So there will be no payment if they can't afford it. So anyway, that I'll let you close.
I'll take that as the close. So with that, Mr. Chair, respectfully ask for your vote.
All right. Thank you very much. And like I said, when we get enough people up here, we'll go ahead and vote. At this time, Ms. Pellerin, you've been waiting for a long time. You know what? We've been mixing it up because there's some people that have come in a long time ago, and all right. Well, we won't hear your bill then. Sorry.
I'll take it. I've got my witnesses waiting and appreciate it.
Thank you
so much. So good morning, Chair and member. You're one and the same. I approached this bill first. I'm presenting AB 1902. I approached this bill first and foremost as a mother and as a member of the Santa Cruz community. In 2015, our community was shaken to its core by the brutal rape and murder of 8-year-old Madison Maddie Middleton by her neighbor, Adrian Gonzalez, who was just 3 months shy of turning 16. This was not just a headline. It was a child, a family, a community forever changed. Due to several changes in the juvenile justice system, Gonzalez's case was ultimately adjudicated in juvenile court in 2021. At 21 years old, he was committed to a secured youth treatment facility in Sonoma County. 3 years later, in 2024, he was back in court, this time because the Santa Cruz District Attorney believed Gonzalez still posed a danger to the community and petitioned for an extension detention hearing. This marked the first Welfare and Institutions Code Section 876 hearing of its kind anywhere in the state of California. Santa Cruz County became the test case at the intersection of a system in transition and a case that pushed its limits. These hearings are meant for the rarest of circumstances when, despite every effort, rehabilitation has not been achieved. After the hearing, I met with jurors who made the difficult decision that Gonzalez was not safe to be released. I spoke with the district attorney's office about the challenges they faced, and I heard from community members whose grief and trauma were brought back to the surface all over again. For the past year, I've worked to understand what this case revealed about the gaps in our system, the limits of rehabilitation, and our responsibility to protect our communities while honoring the values of our juvenile justice system. The culmination of this year-long effort is the bill before you, AB 1902, which makes several important improvements to the detention extension hearing process. First, the bill clarifies jurisdictional authority. Santa Cruz County identified that ambiguity in the existing process, which have resulted in Gonzalez being released, which could have resulted in Gonzalez being released into the community while the hearing was under consideration or even during the hearing itself. Second, the bill allows either party to petition for a continuance. Third, it permits hearsay testimony, but only during the probable cause hearing. And fourth, it provides clarity on the sharing of evidence between the prosecution and the defense. Fifth, the bill extends the maximum term for detention extension to 4 years. It also requires courts to consider both the evidence presented at trial and the clinical assessment, and to clearly explain the basis for the length of time ordered. Joining me today to testify in support are Lauren Apter, the Assistant District Attorney with Santa Cruz County, and Laura Jordan, a Santa Cruz County community member, but most importantly, Maddie's mother.
Thank you very much for coming up today and testifying. Each of you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair, and only Vice Chair.
Can we hear me now better?
That's better.
I will move much closer. Thank you, Vice Chair, and only Vice Chair. Lauren Apter, Assistant District Attorney on behalf of the Santa Cruz County District Attorney's Office, sponsor of this bill. I would like to acknowledge that here with us today are Maddie Middleton's mother, Laura Jordan, our elected DA, Jeff Roselle, and our Chief Deputy, Tara George, who completed the first WIC 876 detention extension trial in 2025. When SB 1391 was signed into law, then Governor Brown's promise to victims was that this detention extension process would permit, and I quote, extended incarceration if a youth is deemed truly dangerous. In conducting the hearing of Adrian Gonzalez, Maddie's now 26-year-old rapist and murderer, our community learned that changes must be made to keep this promise. While this bill applies to appropriately a very small subset of now adult offenders, the public safety and community impacts are huge. Under current law, we have hearings every 2 years, whether or not Adrian's treatment has progressed. We are already back in court, actively litigating the second detention extension hearing. The focus is on litigation and not rehabilitation. Ms. Jordan, more eloquently than I can, will explain how the 2-year cycle is deeply re-traumatizing for victims, their surviving families. It also re-traumatizes officers who have to relive the worst moments of their careers, jurors who have to serve, and the community as a whole. This is not a common sense approach to justice, to treatment, or the use of public resources. We have addressed many of the opposition's concerns, including requiring that a court state on the record, based on a clinical assessment and trial evidence, why a certain length of detention is appropriate. We also make critical procedural improvements, including ensuring jurisdiction, streamlining probable cause hearings, which are really just a gut check, so that people don't have to testify again and again and again, and applying our state's very sensible reciprocal criminal discovery rules. We hope Santa Cruz experience can lead to a better process for victims and for justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness, thank you for coming today.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Laura Jordan, and I am the mother of Madison Middleton. Madison was 8 years old when her life was brutally taken away by Adrian Gonzalez in 2015. She was lured, strangled, raped, tortured, and murdered in a manner that was vicious and calculated. Madison was a spitfire and filled our lives with humor and light. Her last moments were instead filled with pain and terror. Since that day, my life and my family's lives have been a living hell. In 2017, after a grueling 9-week transfer hearing, the judge stated that the crime was the most heinous he had seen and ruled that Gonzalez would be tried as an adult. But that small victory was ripped away in 2018. From that point on, we've been stuck in a never-ending cycle of hearings. In 2021, Gonzalez was finally sent to DJJ, just as it was being dismantled. Then as he approached 25, we were pulled back into court to determine if he would be released. In 2025, we concluded an 8-month trial process. I had to listen to my daughter's sadistic killer describe her cruel death when he took the stand for 8 long days. He has never expressed remorse nor apologized. His crime was a calculated predatory act, not the mistake of a child. And the trauma continues because under current law, every 2 years, he has the chance of release. Preparations for trial begin months in advance. There is no real break. To put this into perspective, the Santa Cruz DA concluded the first extension hearing in 2025. Believing Gonzalez is still dangerous, probation has petitioned another hearing. The DA is currently preparing for another trial, as am I. For the rest of my life, I will be forced to relive my daughter's murder, to defend what happened to her, and to beg the system to protect other children and families. Every court appearance, every hearing, and every trial brings more pain, yet I continue to fight for Maddie. I haven't been able to hold a job for a decade. I've instead spent months at a time mentally and emotionally preparing for trials. Madison's dad couldn't cope with the grief, self-medicated, and lost his life. Both of Maddie's grandfathers passed away before seeing justice for Madison. We have no resolution. Instead, we are forced to return again and again to court to continue to fight for justice. We should not have to relive this nightmare every 2 years. No parent should. No community should. My daughter mattered. Madison matters, and the law should reflect that. I respectfully ask for your aye vote on AB 1902. Thank you.
All right, and thank you for your courage in sharing this god-awful episode in your life that continues on. All right, at this time, we will take other Me Too's in support of the bill. You can come up to the microphone, state your name, organization.
My name is Jeff Roselle, and I'm the Santa Cruz County District Attorney, and we support and sponsor this bill.
Thank you.
Max Perry on behalf of the California Police Chief Association, also in support.
Randy Perry on behalf of PORAC in support.
Elena Quixada, community member, and I strongly support AB 1902. Please pass.
Shauna Spalding, community member, in strong support.
Danielle Sanchez on behalf of the Chief Probation Officers of California, please to support if amended. Thank you.
Ivy Fitzpatrick on behalf of the California DAs Association, the Riverside County District Attorney's Office, in support.
Okay, at this time we'll take the two principal witnesses in opposition, if we have any. Come on up, have a seat. You each have 2 minutes. Thank you.
I am Rachel Engel, Supervising Assistant Public Defender in Sacramento County, where I have more than 20 years' experience, including litigating a WIC 1800 trial, which is the predecessor for law for which Section 876 is based on. I also currently supervise our division handling conservatorships and other adult civil commitments. I appreciate the author's April amendments. However, because June amendments reversed course on some elements and other issues remain, I ask this committee to not permit the bill to move forward without addressing these concerns. We must start with the recognition that this is about treatment, not punishment. Importantly, it is exactly for the safety of the community that adequate and consistent treatment is given as needed for these individuals. This bill would double existing law's commitment period to 4 years. Although it's only been used once since enacted in 2020, Section 876 is based on a law that has had a 2-year commitment period for at least 45 years. Significantly, every other analogous adult civil commitment law covering individuals who are deemed dangerous requires review at 1 or 2 year intervals. Regular review ensures commitment is treatment-oriented and focused on current clinical presentation. A second concern is that this bill would not exclude jail or prison as a placement or specify that placement must be for treatment. No adult civil commitment law permits commitment to jail. Jails simply do not have the long-term intensive treatment that individuals with mental illness need. I encourage this committee to ask, on what grounds should the state pass a law that is harsher for young people in the juvenile system than any similar law for adults? The Constitution only permits civil commitment where confinement is non-punitive and treatment-oriented. AB 1902's 4-year commitment without periodic review, potentially in a county jail or other custodial setting, will be difficult to distinguish from an unconstitutional purpose.
All right, next speaker, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Vice Chair. Is this on? Thank you. Okay, good morning, Vice Chair. My name is Jessica Malikian. I'm a Deputy Alternate Public Defender in Los Angeles County here on behalf of the California Public Defenders Association. I have 15 years of courtroom experience representing youth and young adults in criminal and delinquency matters, and I'm here to respectfully ask you to oppose AB 1902. The bill preserves the term other problem as a qualifying standard for civil commitment. Civil commitment is constitutionally permissible only where the basis of confinement is a treatable clinical condition. In 15 years, I've seen youth are often described in broad subjective terms, for example, antisocial peer association or gang affiliation. Those descriptions are not clinical diagnoses and there's no civil commitment treatment for them. Yet under this bill, those kinds of labels can become the basis for years of additional confinement. Undefined terms become weaponized in court. This concern is especially acute for youth of color, whose records are more likely to reflect systemic bias, and this vagueness is even more concerning when combined with a lengthy commitment period and the possibility of placement in an adult facility. Together, this approach does not describe treatment-oriented intervention, but rather preventative detention, which the Constitution does not permit and this body should not authorize. California laws increasingly recognize what science has long known, that the adolescent brain continues to mature well into a person's mid-20s. One of the privileges of representing young people is watching how much they change, from entering the system impulsive and angry to becoming completely different by the time they're in their early 20s. And that's why California has increasingly recognized that young adults deserve different treatment. AB 1902 is asking you to raise a commitment period for youth and young adults, one that has been in place for decades, at a time when doing so is so inconsistent with both the science of adolescent development and California's own stated values regarding youthful offenders. And for those reasons, I respectfully ask you to oppose the bill.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, we'll take other opposition witnesses. Come up to the mic, state your opposition.
Aubrey Rodriguez, registering opposition for ACLU California Action and the San Francisco Public Defender's Office.
Jim Lindberg on behalf of the Friends Committee on Legislation of California, opposed.
Marco George on behalf of the California Public Defenders Association as well, opposed. Thank you.
Israel Villa with the California Alliance for Youth and Community Justice, also because of the reversal of amendments in respectful opposition. Thank you.
Laura Rodolfi with the Haywood Burns Institute in opposition.
Hien Nguyen with Legal Services for Prisoners with Children in opposition.
Daphne Ghazzani on behalf of the National Center for Youth Law in opposition, also registering opposition for Alianza for Opportunity, Alliance for Boys and Men of Color, Bridges of Hope, California, California Coalition for Women Prisoners, California Juvenile Justice Commissioners Collaborative, California Youth Defender Center, Cancel the Contract Antelope Valley, Care First California, Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice, Collective for Liberatory Lawyering, Communities United for Restorative Justice, Community Interventions, Felony Murder Elimination Project, Fresh Lifelines for Youth, Hang Out and Do Good, In Our Care, San Mateo County, Law Offices of Tanya Ibanez, Integral Community Solutions Institute, Initiate Justice, National Center for Youth Law, Peace United Christ Church, Restore 180, Restoring Hope California, Rubicon Programs, Silicon Valley Debug, the California Youth Justice Project, the Peace and Justice Law Center, the Social Impact Center, Unlocked Futures, Urban Peace Institute, Youngsters for Change, and Youth Justice Coalition.
Thank you very much. Any others? If there are no others, we'll bring it back to the dais for
You.
me.
Do you have any questions?
All right. Yeah, I do have a question. So is this 4-year extension, is that mandatory or is that at the discretion of a judge who?
The judge would have discretion. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So the judge would be able to be, you know what, all these youth offenders and things like that, all these offenses, they don't happen in a little box, in a neat little box. There are different circumstances for different crimes. This crime she's talking about is absolutely horrendous. And when a judge is faced with somebody like that, it makes sense. It's not about the confinement. It's about keeping them away from the public while they figure out if this person is going to get better or not. At some point, they can get better, and then they can decide to petition the court. But you know, we need a way to recognize that the victims that we keep victimizing on behalf of trying to keep people out of prison. I get it, but there are cases where people are just too darn dangerous, and they need to have extra attention paid to that. The families of these victims. And I know another case, it's somewhat similar to this. Every couple of years, they have to do this again and again and again. Their whole life is going to court so that the person that did some hideous act to their loved one that's now gone, and all the consequences that follow, get to make that the rest of their life. So this kind of puts it back on the person who has committed the atrocity in some cases, and I don't think it's unfair. I think it's reasonable to give the victims some relief in this process when it's deserved or when it's appropriate, and so therefore, when the time comes, I will be supporting your bill, and with that, I'll allow you to close.
Thank you. I want to thank the advocates who engaged with my office early in this process. They showed up, they raised important concerns, and I listened. Where it made sense, I took amendments because getting this right matters. And let me be clear, AB 1902 is not about punishment. It's about responsibility. It's about ensuring that the small number of individuals who face an extension detention hearing are placed in the most appropriate setting to receive meaningful treatment grounded in clinical judgment and public safety. It is also about honoring victims. Their voices, their experiences, and their trauma must not be sidelined. They must be a part of how we define justice. Maddie's mother, Laura, spoke today with extraordinary courage. Your presence is a powerful reminder that long after the headlines are gone, the pain remains. That lasting impact must be reflected in how our system responds. And at the appropriate time, I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. When we get up, when we have a quorum, we have more members here, we have the opportunity to vote, we'll do so.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to let the two members battle it out. Here's the situation. The other member's been here for a while, twice. Do you mind if we let him go? All right. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
I appreciate it. My witness has to take a flight, so thank you very much. All right. I'll promise that I'll be very quick.
All right. Mr. Gibson is presenting AB 2405. I can even see that without my glasses. I keep trying this. It's dumb.
Thank
Go
you
ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and staff. Thank you for allowing me to present Assembly Bill 2405, a bill that relates to law enforcement patient transport. This bill is a straightforward bill, public safety and patient safety, that establish a consistent statewide standard for law enforcement officers who transport individuals on a 5150 whole. Our hospitals are being pushed to the brink by many factors. One of these is the practice of law enforcement bringing patients to hospitals outside of their service jurisdiction. An extreme example of being experienced is Martin Luther King Community Hospital that is located in my district in Watts, South Central Los Angeles. The data shows that they have hundreds of law enforcement officers transporting to Martin Luther King Community Hospital over the last 4 months, including jurisdictions outside of its service area. In a meeting with me and leadership, I've learned that some of these patients come from Santa Monica, Hollywood, Pasadena, which is estimated 22 miles time rather than to the nearest hospital of its choice. In cases where a designated facility is unable to accept an individual, the individual shall be transported to the nearest appropriate emergency department to where custody was first assumed. This bill seeks to ensure that the vulnerable Californians receive a timely medical care by establishing clear, consistent standard for law enforcement transport. Additionally, it would establish a quarterly report framework to the Emergency Medical Service Authority on all emergency department transport. Without legislation, Martin Luther King would continue to see drop-off that comes from Santa Monica, Pasadena, and other surrounding communities. This placed significant strains on the limited resources of safety net hospitals and exacerbate already high emergency department utilizations. Assembly Bill 2405 addresses inadequate but strengthens the overall emergency care systems while supporting the long-term stability of safety net hospitals and improve outcomes for patients across California. Simply put, Martin Luther King Hospital is in trouble, and it is deemed a distressed hospital. 2 years ago, this legislature moved $25 million to keep Martin Luther King Hospital open because a year afterwards, the hospital would have closed. In 2000, and I believe, and they can correct me, 2007, Martin Luther King Hospital closed its doors. But in 2015, Martin Luther King Hospital rose from the ashes, and it's a brand new hospital. But they are limited in terms of resources, and they have been impacted by the emergencies that's coming in from other factors like I just described. Pasadena, Santa Monica, and other cities bringing and transporting 5150s. This is, again, a small situation, but it's impacting the resources. Here with me to support this particular measure is the Vice President of the Community Affairs for Martin Luther King Community Hospital, who will self-introduce, and also a representative from Capital Advocate, who will also self-introduce. Please.
Thank you very much. Each of you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm Christy Weiss with Capital Advocacy here in support on behalf of our client, the Martin Luther King Jr. Community Hospital. I'd like to cede the rest of my time to Dr. Nakasi to talk about the issue, the challenge that the hospital is facing and trying to address with the bill.
So seated. You got 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair. My name is Dr. Nakasi. I serve as Vice President for Government and Community Affairs at MLK Community Hospital in South LA. Our emergency department, as shared, is facing an overcrowding crisis that endangers patient safety. We have 29 beds, but we see routinely 350 patients a day. We're one of the nation's busiest EDs, top 20 in the United States of America. Even our chapel and our gift shop are used for patient care. Our chapel. One unfair reason why is patient drop-offs by law enforcement agencies far away from our community. Timely access to appropriate care is a matter of statewide concern. EMS is required to transport patients to the nearest receiving facility, yet law enforcement agencies do not have uniform standards. This inconsistency in transport practices results in unsafe delays, unfair distribution of the patients across healthcare facilities, and overcrowding of safety net hospitals, not only in Los Angeles, but in Palm Springs, Palm Desert, in Sacramento, and in San Diego. We see this firsthand. In a 4-month period from November 25 to February 26, we had 400 law enforcement drop-offs. On April 4th at 12:28 a.m., a patient on a 5150 involuntary psychiatric hold was dropped off from San Gabriel next to Pasadena. The distance from San Gabriel to MLK Community Hospital is 22 miles. This drop-off would have had to bypass more than 13 facilities: Huntington Hospital, San Gabriel Valley Hospital, Monterey Park Hospital, Adventist Health White Memorial Hospital, LA General Hospital, and 8 others. For someone in a behavioral health crisis, that delay can be dangerous. Minutes matter. These are patients who are deemed dangerous to self, dangerous to others, or grave disability. AB 2405 fixes this by creating a simple, common sense, and uniform standard. If law enforcement transports someone on a 5150 psychiatric hold, they go to the nearest appropriate facility. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. At this time, we'll take anybody who would like to express their support for the bill. Come on up, express your support.
Aubrey Rodriguez with ACLU California Action, registering a tweener position, and just want to express gratitude to the author and the staff for having conversations to hopes that we can maintain patient autonomy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we'll take any opposition witnesses. Coming up, you have 2 minutes. Looks like we just have one. No, we have 2. Okay, each of you had 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Corey Salzillo on behalf of the California State Sheriff's Association in opposition to the bill, also registering on behalf of the California Police Chiefs Association in opposition, who are unavoidably detained in the other committee this morning. As we've testified before, Mr. Chair, this sort of law enforcement practice we're talking about as the bill is amended or is going to be amended, I'm not sure of the timing of everything, but this practice, as it relates to 5150s, we just don't think it should be in statute. There are many factors that might go into a determination, as you know, given your prior life, as to where a person should be transported, and we think the local protocol should be determinative. With the amendments, the bill no longer includes an exigent circumstances exception. It used to. It wasn't a very good one, but at least it acknowledged that there might be exigent circumstances that could be addressed in an officer's decision on where they're transporting someone who is in need of 5150 evaluation, but that's been taken out of the bill. And there's still no direction in the bill what happens when the nearest facility might be physically inaccessible. So there's language that says if they can't be accepted, but what if there's a huge fire surrounding the facility and they can't get in? I mean, is that covered by this? Not clear. That's the problem with putting this in statute, is every single situation and its dynamic circumstances has to be accounted for, and yet it's not. As the analysis notes, how are our deputy sheriffs, for example, supposed to know if the first, second, or third choice in terms of what's nearest is on diversion, for example, and can't accept a patient? So for all of those reasons about the physical problems with saying in statute you have to take someone to this place because it's the closest either geographically or by time, but additionally the unfunded mandate
We have to wrap up.
that law enforcement agencies report quarterly. We're opposed to the bill. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Julio De Leon. I'm a lieutenant with the Riverside County Sheriff's Office. We have one particular concern with our county specifically. We are not LA. We don't have that many hospitals in our geographical area. However, this would impose a significant problem for our East End deputy sheriffs that work in Blythe, Colorado River Station, and Indio Station. If we were to read this bill literally, our deputies would be required to go out of state into Parker, Arizona, because that is the closest geographical hospital, distance and in time, to our Eastern End deputies. So this would cause us, peace officers in California, to go into another state and to transport people into another state. We would lose our communications with our dispatchers. We would lose our peace officer status, kind of. I know there are some exceptions, but it's a gray area. And we would not have any backup if something were to happen on the way or coming back, because we don't have communications directly with any Arizona law enforcement agencies. So that is our specific concern. We did raise those concerns with the author yesterday. I'm hoping that they are addressed, but we are opposed unless amended at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll take any other opposition. Come on up to the microphone. State your opposition.
Chair members, Max Perry on behalf of the California Police Chief Association. Appreciate the work of the author, but still in an opposition position at this time, and align our comments with the sheriffs. Thank you.
Good morning. Obed Franco here on behalf of the California Fire Chiefs Association and the Fire Districts Association in respectful opposition.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Amar Abdelati on behalf of myself. I respectfully oppose this unless amended, just to help some protections in hospitals and acute care settings, and I'd be happy to speak with the author about that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Jolene DeVos on behalf of the League California Cities in kind of a tweener position. We just have concerns. We very much appreciate the recent amendments, taking it out of the Emergency Medical Services Act, but still have significant concerns about the law enforcement mandates in the bill. Thank you.
All right. With that, I will bring it back to the dais. I have a colleague. Colleague, would you like to comment? Do you have questions?
I do not, but have we established quorum?
No.
Oh, wow.
We have not.
I thought elections took a long time, even longer. Okay. Happy
All right.
to move it once we have a quorum.
All right, thank you. I do have, some extensive experience with this area, with your hospital, with the entire South Bay, and going all the way up into North Hollywood and the hospitals. You're talking UCLA and Cedars and all of those. Being diverted with critical patients in the back, it's part of the system. Why? And I get it. Some hospitals feel like they're getting dumped on, and maybe you are. But there's a bunch of other reasons that we need to ferret out before we know why they're getting dumped on. And some of them are, there's some hospital ERs that are constantly being saturated, and they're closed to saturation. They have security issues. They have whatever issue. You have some hospitals that are much smaller than other hospitals and don't have the capability of taking a 5150. So that's my concern with the bill, is how, it's the Mensa EMS is the one who tries to determine what these catchment areas are and all of that. This seems like it's something that should be solved in that realm so that something fair and adequate can be determined with the hospitals themselves, because they're the ones that ultimately get these patients. So, you know, I do have concerns about this. I'm not quite sure which way I go, if I go at all on this, because of, I really think the hospitals need to weigh in and figure out a system where that not only just includes EMS and, you know, the fire department part of this, but also PD, and making sure that you know, they're taking people that aren't just going to get turned out into the street immediately and become somebody else's 5150. And part of it could be where the next location is, where they're going to go after the ER, if they're close to a psychiatric facility that can take them. Yeah, it's a hard issue to deal with, and it always has been. This has been going on. I mean, this was prime time in the 80s. so it's something I'm, you know, acutely familiar with, and I don't know that I have the answers for you. So anyway, with that, you may close.
Thank you very much. Appreciate my witnesses for coming and for representing Martin Luther King Hospital. I just want to say the doctor said that Martin Luther King has 29 beds. And I also, in my opening comments, talked about Martin Luther King Hospital closing. Very seldom do we have a hospital that closed open up again in California or any other hospital. And so this is an anomaly, right? And so we want to make sure that Martin Luther King Hospital doors remain open and continue to open for generations to come. And to the representative of Riverside, deputy sheriffs who came, Lieutenant, excuse me, who came. We just had a conversation with my office yesterday. Certainly we're taking that into consideration. We want the opportunity to work even over the summer break to get to a neutral position, and also hopefully you'll be able to support, and also with other law enforcement, we want the opportunity to work. But again, my motivation in these last 6 months that I have in office is to making sure that one, this bill gets to the governor's desk and signs the law. I'll be damned if I'm going to have Martin Luther King Hospital closed under my watch, under my term. I saw this hospital close before, and I'll be damned if I'm going to have the Martin Luther King Hospital close again. I saw people lose their lives. I saw this hospital scramble under COVID, and many people died and was not able to get the kind of care it needs. This hospital has to remain open for generations to continue to serve black and brown people in the community, in the surrounding community. It serves our community, and it's there for a purpose. And we understand what I articulated and what the doctor articulated. To have patients, even 5150, being transported from Santa Monica, from Pasadena, to come to Martin Luther King Hospital, and they're passing up other hospitals that are well able and qualified to provide and service individuals with 5150. They're passing up individual hospitals, 7 and 13 other hospitals that can provide the same kind of care up to 5150. Why are they not taking those individuals? There are 52 in the county of Los Angeles that are qualified centers to handle 5150 psychiatric patients, but they're specifically going to Martin Luther King Hospital that are not even qualified. They're not even certified, but they're taking up 29 beds, and the resources they are taking up to handle Martin Luther King Hospital will not turn any patients away, but they're draining the resources of critically ill people that needs those services. I respectfully ask that I vote at the proper time. Thank you.
Thank you. As you can see, we still do not have a quorum, and so we will be taking this up when we establish a quorum, and we'll be voting on all the bills at that time. Thank you. Do you? All right. I've been told that some people are going to have to eat lunch. But we're going to take the final 2 members here. We're going to take, you have 2 bills, I believe. She had come in and checked in a little earlier. Sorry. and then we're going to recess.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. I am proud to present AB 1886, which ensures that all youth on non-custodial probation, regardless of their housing situation, are treated fairly and given clear timelines for when probation should end. This bill closes a gap in current law so that youth in out-of-home placements receive the same protections as youth living at home, helping prevent unnecessarily long probation terms. Right now, there is a two-tiered system. Youth who remain at home benefit from clear timelines and regular court review, while youth in out-of-home placements do not receive those same protections. Because of this gap, young people can stay on probation longer than necessary, often due to factors outside of their control, such as placement decisions or system limitations, rather than actual behavior. This disproportionately impacts vulnerable communities and increases the likelihood of deeper system involvement without improving outcomes. It undermines the goal of rehabilitation and creates inequities in how youth are treated. AB 1886 would help fix this issue by applying clear standards and establishing a 12-month baseline for probation for youth in out-of-home placements unless a court clearly finds a specific reason it should continue. This bill also requires regular court review hearings to assess a young person's progress and ensures that probation conditions are reasonable, age-appropriate, and focused on rehabilitation. With me here today to testify are Karina Zavala and Josiah Ben-Oni, with Daphna Gozani, as a technical witness.
All right, thank you very much. Each of you have 2 minutes. If you can adhere to that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Josiah Ben-Oni, representing California Youth Connection, also known as CYC. I'm here today in strong support of AB 1886.
Thank you both for your testimony today. All right, at this time, we'll take any other our witnesses that would like to, not witnesses, I'm sorry. It is getting to be noon. You know what to do.
On behalf of Californians for Safety and Justice and Support.
Aubrey Rodriguez, registering proud support for ACLU California Action and the San Francisco Public Defender's Office.
Michael Henning, on behalf of the California Alliance of Child and Family Services, in support.
Mark O. George, on behalf of the California Public Defenders Association, in support. Thank you.
Sophia Newhouse Brown for the Los Angeles County Public Defenders Union, Local 148. We support.
Espan Nunez, I have a long list of organizations that I'll just read off in support. Initiate Justice, the California Youth Justice Project, the Children's Partnership, the Collective for Liberty and Lawyering, the Peace and Justice Law Center, Underground Grit, Universidad Popular, Upward Together, Urban Peace Institute, Urban Peace Movement, Youngsters for Change, Youth Alliance, Youth for Innocence, Youth Justice Coalition, Youth Justice Education Clinic at Loyola Law School, and Youth Leadership Institute. Thank you.
Karina Rodriguez with Nuestra Causa. I also have a long list of support organizations. Nuestra Causa, Orangewood Foundation, Peace United Church of Christ, Santa Cruz, Restore 180, Restoring Hope, California, Riverside, All of Us or None, Rubicon Programs, San Francisco Public Defender's Office, Santa Cruz Barrios Unidos, Silicon Valley Debug, Starting Over Inc. All in support.
Good morning. Eric Henderson, proud co-sponsor on behalf of the Ella Baker Center for Human Rights. Also registering support for A New Path, Alianza for Opportunity, All of Us or None, and All of Us or None Sacramento, All Youth Are Sacred, Alliance of Californians for Community, Empowerment Action, ACE Action, Angeles Behavioral Health and Reentry Consulting, Anti-Police Terror Project, Asian Solidarity Collective, Back to the Start, Bay Peace, Bend the Arc, Jewish Action California, Books and Buckets, Bridges of Hope California, Brotherhood Crusade, and Building Healthy Communities, Monterey County.
Hi, Laura Rodolfi, proud co-sponsor and strong support. Also registering support for Families Inspiring Reentry and Unification for Everyone, Freedom for Youth, Fresno Barrios Unidos, Friends Committee on Legislation of California, Glide Foundation, Hoops for Justice, Initiate Justice, Inside Outriders, Integral Community Solutions Institute, Jesse's Place Organization, Justice to Jobs Coalition, La Defensa, Legal Services for Prisoners with Children, and Milpa Collective.
Good morning, Chair and members. Keely O'Brien with the Western Center on Law and Poverty. Also here on behalf of California Alliance of Child and Family Services, California's Attorneys for Criminal Justice, California Coalition for Women Prisoners, California Community Foundation, California School-Based Health Alliance, Californians United for Responsible Budget, Cancel the Contract Antelope Valley, Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice, Children Now, Children Defense Fund, Coalition of California State Tribes, Coleman Advocates, Community Interventions, Community Works, Consumer Association of California, Courage California, Ella Baker Center for Human Rights and Child Poverty, Equality California, and Fair Chance Project. Thank you.
Liz Blum-Gutierrez on behalf of Smart Justice California in support.
Morning. Thank you. Laura O'Connor from Compassionate California, also representing Compassionate Capital Corridor, Inspired Collaborations, and on behalf of Elder Jackson Inside Circle and the new Healing Home in Sacramento. Thank you. Strong support.
Joshua Jacobo with Nuestra Causa, here representing our organizers and leaders currently incarcerated in San Francisco County Jail and their families that we work with as well. Proud support, strong support.
Israel Villa with the California Alliance for Youth and Community Justice. I too had a long list, but in the interest of time, I'll say we are now over 50 community-based organizations in 24 counties and growing, and absolutely in very strong support, and thank you all.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we'll take any lead witnesses in opposition to the bill. Come on up. Have a seat. You each have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. Danielle Sanchez on behalf of the Chief Probation Officers of California in opposition to AB 1886. Last year, the Chief Probation Officers opposed AB 1376 Bonta, which, when implemented in just this January of this year, set a 12-month mandatory presumption for discharge from court for wards of the court, including those adjudicated of having committed some of the most serious and violent 707B offenses, such as murder, rape, and kidnapping. I think it's important to note CPOC's opposition was premised on the fact that the bill set a presumption of discharge and removed the court's ability to make individualized determinations. The focus really should be on, are they meeting their addressing their criminogenic needs, meeting rehabilitative goals that allow for safe return into the community. I do want to note the current system, as has been stated, is not an endless probation system. There's already been structure to these types of hearings and decisions. But despite amendments taken on June 16th, the bill would continue to undo limited but necessary exemptions that were part of last year's bill. Important to note that foster youth have an existing framework of focused approaches that are taken by the court in related to the types of review hearings they have, coordinated services, many supports and things that surround their specific and complex needs. We agree that those things are very important. But at the same time, there's also things that need to be looked at in relation to how these hearings and how those services are met and addressed for this specific population. Lastly, despite the removal of the SYTF language from the bill and reverting that to language last year, it is important to note that that language does not make it clear that serving a commitment to an SYTF is in fact exempted, and the language that is around SYTF in the current law is different than that around juvenile halls, camps, and ranches. So in closing, this bill really is not necessarily addressing a gap. The specific populations that were put into this bill were those that were expressly excluded last year. And so we think there are many important considerations around that. For those reasons, we ask for your no vote.
Thank you. Next speaker, 2 minutes.
Mr. Vice Chair and Senators, Cliff Costa today on behalf of the Juvenile Court Judges of California, which is a section of the California Judges Association. First, I'd like to thank the Assemblywoman for her direct engagement with us and for the amendments that were taken earlier this month in June. They do address some of the concerns that the juvenile court judges do have with AB 1886. Generally, we agree with CPOC's clarification as it relates to the SYTF commitment, and we'll be working with the author and the sponsors on trying to address that concern. What's left in the bill is what, frankly, relates to out-of-home placement youth. This is an issue that the Juvenile Court Judges of California and the California Judges Association reached an agreement on last year's bill with Assemblywoman Bonta and some of the sponsors of this bill. There has been, and on the record I will say, there was a miscommunication last year. The sponsors of the bill sent a communication to the California Judges Association which never was received by the Judges Association. We cut a deal, and the deal we cut was specifically to come back this year to address the issues that their support witnesses testified, and that is as it relates to this bill and foster youth. The Juvenile Court Judges of California are committed to continuing to work on the foster care youth issue in this bill and will continue to engage with the author and the sponsors on that. But the bill that is in front of you is much broader than just foster youth. It impacts all out-of-home placement youth that are on probation. And from our perspective, that is a group that is just, unfortunately, too broad. We continue to remain in opposition and we respectfully request your no vote today. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And any other opposition witnesses or opposition to the bill, come on up, state your name, organization.
Kim Stone, Stone Advocacy on behalf of the California District Attorneys Association, in very respectful opposition. Thanks.
Thank you. Any others? If not, I'll bring it back to the dais. Any questions, concerns? No? Okay, you may close.
Thank you. I'm a foster mom, so it is really important that we're thoughtful about how we specifically are looking at the opportunity to exempt or bring in foster youth to what we agreed on last year with Assemblymember Bonta's bill. I think what I want to be mindful of is, as we had a conversation with the juvenile court judges, that we did have a very specific conversation about SYTFs being an issue and wanting to pull them out. And when we did pull them out, then there was this idea that that was still too broad. And so I just really am committed to continuing to work with the opposition and want to really be thoughtful about talking even directly to the young people themselves. We've had real conversations with young people who are in some of the less restrictive placements, and they have shared their experiences, and I just want to be really thoughtful about how we address their needs as well. And I respectfully ask for your I vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That'll go on the stack with the rest of the bills for us to vote on later. Go ahead and present your next bill.
This one will be quicker, I promise,
Thank you.
Chair. Good afternoon. I'm proud to present AB 2403. Sorry, I know y'all haven't even left yet. I'm trying to make sure we get a bill focused on keeping commercial production jobs here in California for our workers, our businesses, and our local economies. California has long been a hub for commercial production. We have the crews, the infrastructure, and the talent that built this industry, but we are losing that work. Over the past decade, California's share of nationally aired commercials has dropped from about 50 to 25%, and in LA alone, production has declined by 35% in just 5 years. That decline has real consequences. It means fewer jobs for skilled workers, fewer opportunities for people trying to get their foot in the door, and less investment in our local communities. Commercial production is highly mobile, and right now, other states are actively competing for this work and winning because they offer targeted incentives. At the same time, California remains one of the only major production states without a dedicated commercial production tax credit. This bill is supported by labor orgs representing the very workers who power this industry. Our labor partners know that when production leaves, careers leave with it. AB 2403 is about closing that gap, and it also creates a targeted incentive to keep commercial production here so we can retain jobs, support our workforce, and ensure this industry continues to grow in the state that built it. With me today is Ralph Loyola, Labor Relations Manager at the Association of Independent Commercial Producers, and Esteban Nunez, Managing Director at Actum. Esteban will be reading the testimony on behalf of Rudy Reyes, who's a set lighting technician and Restorative Justice Director at the Restorative Academic Mentorship Program.
All right, and I understand you have some amendments that you took in rev and tax.
Yes,
you're going to be taking in this.
Yes, we are taking it here.
All right, thanks.
Thanks.
Gentlemen, you have 2 minutes. You don't have to take it all if you don't want to, but You got 2 minutes.
Chair and members, I am Ralph with the AICP, representing over 300 companies that specialize in the production and post-production of television commercials for advertisers and ad agencies. The AICP is proud to support and sponsor AB 2403. We appreciate the committee's consideration of this bill and understand that it has been referred to public safety due to provisions requiring applicants to certify information submitted to the California Film Commission under the penalty of perjury. We support these provisions. AB 2403 establishes a targeted tax credit program intended to support commercial production activity in California. Because the program relies on applicant representations regarding eligibility, production practices, labor compliance, and the use of artificial intelligence, the bill appropriately includes accountability measures to help ensure public confidence in administration of the program. The certification requirement serves a straightforward purpose: to ensure that applicants attest truthfully to the facts that determine the eligibility for this public benefit. The language does not create new criminal conduct, nor does it expand liability beyond existing standards that routinely apply throughout California government, where taxpayers or applicants submit material information to obtain public funds or other state-administered benefits. The provision also helps to protect legitimate participants in the program by promoting a level playing field and discouraging abuse. AB 2403 pairs economic development goals with clear verification and compliance expectations, and we believe that balance is appropriate. Thank you to the Assembly member and the Entertainment Union Coalition for their support as well. We respectfully ask for your aye vote on AB 2403.
Thank you. Next speaker, go ahead.
Chair and members of the committee, I will be reading off a good friend of mine's testimony, Rudy Reyes, whom I met with my work at the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. Chair and members, my name is Rudy Reyes. I'm a set lighting technician with IATSE Local 728, and also the Restorative Justice Director at RAMP, and a member of the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I am also formerly incarcerated. I spent 28 years in the juvenile and adult systems before I was paroled in Los Angeles in 2017. What changed my life was commercial production. I joined Manifest Works, a program that trains justice-impacted people on real commercial sets, from the client bid through post. I started as a production assistant with no family and no connections, and I earned my union card one commercial at a time. That pathway is disappearing. Commercial work is leaving California at a rapid pace. I used to shoot 2 or 3 Super Bowl commercials a year, but in 2024 and 2025, I only shot 1. Unlike film and TV, these productions don't qualify for meaningful tax credits, so the jobs go to other states. This matters because commercials are where workers like me get our hours, short cycles, frequent hiring, real entry points that don't demand years of experience. Last year, you protected film and TV jobs. Commercial production is the gap. And it's the on-ramp for people coming home trying to build something real. AB 2403 is a modest fix, a 20% credit in the LA zone, 30% outside, capped at $15 million, with workforce development requirements. This is about protecting union jobs and keeping that door open for the next person starting from nothing. I respectfully ask for your aye vote on AB 2403. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, anybody who wishes to support the measure can come up to the microphone and state their support for the measure.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. Connor Gussman on behalf of SAG-AFTRA and Teamsters California in proud support.
Good afternoon, Adam Kegon on behalf of California LULAC, National Action Network, Anti-Recidivism Coalition, Creating Restorative Opportunities and Programs, Free World, and RAMP LA, and support.
Thank you. All right, is there any opposition witnesses? If not, we'll bring it back to the dais. Anybody in the audience want to just come up to the microphone and state their short opposition? If not, we'll bring it back to the dais. You may close.
Respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Salache, I want to talk to you over there for a minute. Last bill, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. Thank you again. We are here to present AB 2379. I'm grateful for the committee and their work. We will be accepting committee amendments to update the implementation date. AB 2379 ensures licensed and license-exempt family child care providers are informed of their constitutional rights when confronted by immigration enforcement. The bill requires the Department of Social Services to notify providers of their Fourth Amendment protections and to protect accessible multilingual training. This bill is child care doors open by empowering providers with the information they need to protect themselves and child care in their care. With this, we have two child care providers. I'm going to have introduce them, and that's Wendy Moran and Zoila Toma, and we'll have one of them speak on behalf of both of us.
All right, thank you. If you can, you need to keep it to 2 minutes. We're already past time that we should be doing this.
Okay, appreciate that. Good morning. My name is Zoila Carolina Toma. I am a member of SEIU Local 99 CCPU and a licensed family child care educator from Los Angeles County. I have proudly served children and families for the past 15 years. I am here today to respectfully urge a yes vote on AB 2379 and speaking on behalf of family child care educators, children, and family who could not be here today, people whose lives have been turned upside down by the fear and uncertainty. In my community, I know family child care educators who no longer leave their homes because they fear being targeted. Small children are witnessing what is happening to their families, friends, and neighbors, and I'm carrying stress and anxiety that no child should ever have to bear. We all know that children that has witnessed immigration rates will carry this trauma for life. As a family child care educator, we are on the front lines every day, and family trust us with what matters the most, their children. We provide early education, stability, and safe place where children can learn and thrive. We take that responsibility very seriously. We should understand that constitutional rights and responsibilities that already exist when operating a licensed family child care home. AB 2379 is about education. It does not stop the law enforcement from doing its job. It ensures that family child care educators receive accurate know your rights training so we understand the legal process, can respond appropriately, and continue protecting children in our care. Knowing our rights does not mean refusing to follow the law. It means understanding the law so we can remain calm, respond professionally, and avoid confusion during a stressful situation. California has invested in other trainings for family child care educators like health and safety. Understanding our constitutional rights and responsibility is another important part of being prepared to protect the children entrusted to our care. This bill gives family child care educators the knowledge and confidence to respond appropriately while you continue to provide care.
You need to wrap up, please.
I respectfully ask for your yes on both AB 2379. Thank you.
I thought you said you were going to have one.
Yes, we're going to have one member. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You stay here. It's fine. Okay. I mean, we'll wrap up.
Okay.
They can stay here sitting down. They don't.
Okay.
They don't have to leave.
All right. Me Too's, come on up very quickly.
Thank you. Me Too, buddy.
Jessica Hay with AFSCME California in support.
Tanika Benahini with UDW in need for support. Thank you.
Karen Stout, Unidos US in support. Trink you.
Portia Triplet with CCPU and yes on the bill.
Thank you.
Avi Rodriguez with ACLU Cal Action and proud support.
Thank you very much. Any opposition? Doesn't look like it. All right. Coming back to the dais. No questions. Go ahead and close.
So, Vice Chair, I ask for respectfully an aye vote. I just want to thank all the providers for being here today.
All right. Thank you very much. Sorry we had to cut everything. Got a little bit short here, but we have to go. So, anyway, Senate Public Safety is now in recess.
1:30.
1:30. We come back at 1:30. Can people... Let's see if this is good to hear.
All right. Huh? Action-packed day. A lot of stuff going on here.
Hello.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
So
I guess.
he's going to go up and list everyone that's on that letter. Do you want him to say your name on behalf of you, or do you want to
Yeah.
go up and do it yourself?
Yeah, well, that should.
You should definitely go up.
On one hand, I could go up. On the other hand, hi, I'm here from Texas, and I'm here to talk to California about gun control. Yeah, I just don't want it to become a meme and hurt you. If you think it'll work, I'll do it. If you think it won't hurt, I'll do it. But I'll let you make the decision. Okay, cool. I'll be on the list. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm already on the. Yeah, actually, Fuller Foundation's already on the list.
Yeah.
Should I take that, sir? Or should I take that, sir, or should I leave that there? Okay, let me take that then. Yeah. I just didn't know if I was allowed on there. Thank you, my friend.
We'll find out in a second. I didn't hear his answer.
Just 1:30, we'll restart, and then we'll get you back in.
Thank you, sir. All right, I just put this back in the bag. Turn this thing on.
Do you want a hand, Lewis?
I just need to put that in the bag. I'll do it outside before I get mobbed by people.
Is that your water back there? Don't forget that.
Oh, thank you.
That is not mine over here.
That would have sucked.
No.
I just need to toss this in that bag.
Here, just give it to me. Hold it.
Before I... Actually, I could toss this in my bag. This bag is actually holdable, so I'm good.
That's great, dude.
Yes, this is...
Yeah, if you want to set, there's a little area on the side we can go here.
I got a better quality electrical tape for this time. Yeah.
Why are you leaving junk, bro?
All right. You can't see. You can't take these 3D printing people anywhere.
All right. If you want, there's food in the second floor of Secretary of State. There's a cafeteria, and on the third floor here, there's Secretary of State. Third floor here, second floor there.
Hello.
Huh?
Pleasure to meet you.
I don't know. I made it this one.
Pleasure to meet you.
I'm not from
Thank you for coming by. Thanks for coming out.
Part of this?
Once, let me do this so I don't blow out everybody's eardrums. Yeah, I'm a bad audio person. Let's see. Hello, David.
We're gonna have a little fun here.
Let's find a corner.
Huh?
Let's find a corner.
Yeah, I mean, this works, right? How's the lighting? Are we live still?
I am live, and I'm going to manual because my lighting is shit. I got a button for this, though. Yeah?
Hi, everybody. Oh, well, there we go. Look at that zoom.
Yeah.
Yeah, get in there close. Get those pores.
Yes.
Are there questions coming in?
Let's see what we got. Do people have questions for David? So, yeah, we are coming back at 1:30. Now, my opinion, David's may be different, is that they're putting off discussing the 3D printer bill. I figure they're maybe putting off discussing the 3D printer bill because they think that people will just go home.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
That is a theory that people have, and I share that theory with some people.
I agree. I think there was a delay tactic. I also know that there's a lot of other bills going on. I know the author has other things that need to be attended. I know there's a caucus later that needs to be addressed. So, and we were later on the agenda, but seeing the amount of people here would definitely spook me a bit, and I would think of what strategy I have. I mean, make no mistake, we do think the bill will pass here because of partisan lines, but there is definitely going to be the start of our movement here, and that was the whole point of this and last week, is to start this initiative to get this rolling, because there is an immense amount of support behind this opposition. And the really interesting thing about this opposition, I was talking with some other people here, is that if you notice, there's a group that is not a part of the people that are for this bill. There's no teachers associations, there's no education associations. There are groups on campuses of colleges that support Moms Demand Action, but there are no institutions. I just got there's some institutions that are not formally on yet, but I've been talking to people at a lot of universities that want to get on board, and you're going to start seeing letters of opposition coming out from some very smart people that know this. But it's also so simple because it comes down to this. My favorite example. I love it, and I take it with me everywhere I go. If I can pull it out of my pocket, hold on 1 second.
The eyeball?
The eyeball. The eyeball. Is this actually focused? How do you want me to hold it?
Let's switch over here where the lighting's less cancer.
Let's get the lighting a little better. Yeah.
I love the eyeball
you want to
example.
shoot this way down so you see the hall people?
Yeah, absolutely.
Get a little depth of field, I think.
I
Have some fun with it. All right, so if you guys can see this. As it's focusing and you're getting this together here, you got an eyeball. Let me know when.
Sure, I'm going to switch to manual focus because I don't have anything for I don't have a setting for focusing on a 3D printed eyeball.
Yeah, so this eyeball here, as he's focusing it, is completely 3D printed. This is from the Mayo Clinic, even has their logo and name on the back of it. But under this bill, this would be considered a gun part because guess what? Look at that little area in the back, little hole there. It's threaded and other elements on it. But who knows the geometry inside this? This is done in resin. This is done on a Mamaki 3D printer, and it's been polished. We actually, I think, use this eyeball for the Umbrella Academy. It's kind of weird. It's fun to take around. But essentially, what we have here is an object, just like any object around you. The phone you're watching this on, the chair you're sitting on, they're all objects. And those objects don't do anything. They sit, we use them for whatever they may be. And that's like the parts in a 3D printer. Those are all the things on that. And they don't have intent. We have intent. Humans have intent. Things could be made for stuff, and we talk about that. And someone asked me, well, isn't that the 2A argument? Isn't a 3D printer just like a gun? And I said, not at all. You know, and that's something that's really interesting here. And I was just talking to the NRA about this too, is that a gun's function is to shoot a projectile forward, but you could also use it to hammer in a nail. I mean, I know I do when I've been camping. I've definitely used the butt of my, for things I shouldn't use, and as a shovel to dig stuff. But its intent was to do whatever I made it to do. Its design and use case is something else, but a 3D printer is to design parts. What those parts do is completely different. And one of the examples that's come up is that they're trying to flag bad parts. They're trying to say that parts are bad. There's certain parts that are just for guns, and there's certain parts that are just for other things. But that's not how 3D printing works, not how life works, because the trigger on my garden hose is a trigger on my Nerf blaster, is a trigger on my Han Solo blaster. So which trigger's the bad trigger, and how do we stop that? And it might sound pedantic, what I'm saying, and I'm not trying to come off like that. What I'm trying to illustrate is that these conversations are much bigger, and it affects other things. And this is just one aspect of how we're relating to 3D printing. The other part of this is the surveillance side of this. All sorts of issues here, because here's an example. For those of you who don't know, compelled speech. By putting something on your machine that only lets you do certain things, they're compelling you to only do what you can do. So if I want to create something and I know something is on there that's going to block me from that, prior restraint. That was prior restraint. I'm very tired. That was prior restraint. And it also works with compelled speech too, actually, in this, because language is code. In 1992, I think it was Bernstein versus the state. You can look that up. That code was declared language. So that is your right to express yourself. That is under freedom of speech and everything else that goes with it. So we're dealing with a lot of different factors. And for anyone at home thinks this is a 3D printing bill, this is not a 3D printing bill. This is not a gun bill. This is a tech bill. This is a surveillance bill. This is a bill asking us to give up our freedoms for something that addresses 1% of 1% of 1% of a problem. Some stats for you at home. There have been 0 deaths from a 3D printed gun reported by the ATF, DOJ, or anyone. 0. Because a 3D printed gun is completely 3D printed, and there have been no deaths from that. A ghost gun is different, and you're going to hear both of them thrown around like they're the same thing, but they're not. A ghost gun is a gun with no serial number. That's why it's called a ghost, because you can't trace it. Like if you're watching a movie and you see someone filing the gun, they're trying to get the serial number off the gun. That's where that comes from. And you could modify kits to make your own ghost gun. You can take that lower and do different things with it. But there's a lot of components you're going to need inside a gun if you're going to use it, because you need a spring, you need firing pins, you know, other elements of this. You have to get rifling down. You have to do so many elements to make something functional that's safe for a user. And 3D printing may offer that at industrial scale, but I'm not putting a piece of plastic with explosives in my hand because I like my fingers. And I know that's also putting it on me, but in general, we shouldn't even be addressing this.
Yes. I'm very curious to see at what point she shows up, or if it's just something where they wait until the end of the day in hopes that everybody goes home.
No, we expect them to come back right after lunch.
You think so?
Or yeah, their bill is actually listed, because we are listed a little bit later in the day, but we should be either the first or third with that. There's only a handful more to go. And then the author does have a caucus, I believe, at 3:30, I think, or something to that effect. So.
Well, that would be nice.
Yeah, exactly.
It would be nice.
Do another chat in the park.
Are you excited to be here until what?
All day.
11 p.m.?
I'm excited to be a part of this, just because it's great to meet everyone, you know, and
look how many people showed up.
And like, you know, yeah, I mean, like down the hall. I mean, this is just a fraction of everyone that's here supporting this. I mean, there's over 100 people here.
Oh, easily.
Easily hundreds. Yeah, I told everyone to go get lunch because we're not going to be back till 1:30, and all of that. But that's what makes me happy. Oh yeah, go for it, man. We're just rolling. It's live. Say hi. Shout out your favorite sports team.
That's a lot of people.
There you go. Go Cubs. But that's really it. I mean, the thing that makes me excited is to see that, like, when you're going to see actually, here's a great example. When the hearing starts, they're going to be the Me Too's, and you're going to see all these women and a couple of men go up wearing red shirts, and it's going to say "Moms Demand Action." Look into them. Please look into them. And it's going to be a certain type of person you're going to see through the whole thing. But then when I look down this hall, it's everybody. It's diverse. It's totally inclusive. It's everyone across the board. Everyone this affects. It's not just, oh, we're trying to take this, action and push it through. It's everyone. This clearly affects the whole planet. I mean, when you hear the list of companies that are supporting this around the world, and all the scientists and engineers and just people in general that get it. I mean, people outside of engineering and 3D printing are supporting this because of the pure absurdity of the bill. And, the really neat thing is I run the show. So some of you have asked too, who am I? Who is this guy? I run the show 3D Printing Nerd. I'm the executive producer of it. That's me and Joel Telling. It's on YouTube. It's a show about 3D printing. I've been traveling the world for the last almost 7 years working with everyone in the field with that. And all the experts and all the companies on that. I also run a nonprofit called the Community Manufacturing Initiative that's a part of Experiential. Experiential is a consortium of a bunch of organizations that are working really hard to get engineering education into the world. We're partnered with Cornell, MIT, DARPA, NSF, Smithsonian, DECA, Raspberry Pi, DigiKey, it goes on and on and on. And things like 3D Printing Nerd is a part of that too. And that's what this all represents. What you're seeing here is you're seeing a politician being a politician. Their job is to pass bills. Those are good optics. And when the bill says gun control, that's really good optics. And that's what they're trying to propose here. Because if you dive into this, it's not a firearm bill. And that's what we're trying to get them to reframe this as. Joel, the host of 3D Printing Nerd, brought up a great point when we were on a call last night. He said, if this bill was named anything else, would it be killed already? Would this bill be gone if it was named anything else? And that's a great question that I would love to know. And I think that's something we need to keep doing, because this isn't just in California. California is the biggest, because what happens here is massive. And, if you don't like California, whatever. It's the 4th largest economy in the world. What happens here matters. And people pay attention. And every town is the group behind this. That's the one funded by Michael Bloomberg, your best friend out there in the world. We know you guys love him so much. You're going to be at his barbecue this summer for 4th of July. I'm sure it'll be lovely. And they've been around doing this in other areas. And their job is to pass bills and get things out there. They did it in Washington, Colorado, New York, here in California, and they just launched it in Delaware. You know who's in Delaware? Printed Solid. That's Prusa. It's one of the biggest 3D printing companies in the world, manufacturing 3D printers. So not only did they mess with the wrong people by coming at the nerds with some logic, they stepped on an anthill by going into Delaware and messing with Printed Solid. So it's really interesting that they're not really taking the logic on this and looking at this objectively. And then the other thing too is, who's the company attached to this? There's a company called FISNA that has found its way into this mix. They were a part of Thangs.com, Thangs3D.com. You can look up Thangs. It was Marlene last week, the CEO of Shapeways and Things, that was here testifying. And everyone in the industry used this matching software that FISNA had when it was a part of Thangs. And we tried it to do search and find something. And you would use this for, say if you had a part on a car and you needed a replica of it and someone else there had it, you didn't have to make it. You could do a search and do a lookalike part and scan parts to find things that might solve your problems. And that tapping is Lewis checking his mic, everyone. That's where that came from. But it never worked. It was junk. It was whatever. And then sure enough, last week, they show up on the support of this bill. Like, there's a tech company behind this with technology that does not do even the thing they were trying to do well, and then they're trying to do something that's not possible.
So you're saying that the company that would profit from this bill passing by being the company that's contracted to view what everybody's 3D printing is the company that's also testifying in favor of the bill?
Yeah, I don't know if they would be contracted. I don't know the deal of it, but I do know that they were part of the Everytown broadcast about New York. I know they showed up here.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, and who knows if they'll show up again here. Maybe we'll have someone else from the company. But, we have a giant tech company is the only one on the planet saying that this is a thing, which is funny because what they're doing is they're doing two things that I think are very interesting. They're saying that their technology can do the thing, can stop ghost guns from being printed, can stop 3D stuff from being printed, that they have the ability to eventually make that happen, which is not a thing. It's just not, because you can change the code inside objects. You can do all sorts of things to modify it. But what they're also saying is that objects have intent. Objects have feelings. That this microphone stand, if I clobbered someone with it, it would go to microphone stand jail. Like, that's not a thing. But that's what this company is also admitting. And they got roasted online. The CEO of the company posted that he thinks this is great, and like the comments are bonkers. So I think that's really interesting too of what's going on here is that there's all these things kind of converging, and the more we hammer at this bill, it changes because we have to use this as precedent as we go forward. And for those of you out there, you're going to hear that the bill has been amended. They removed Section 2 of the bill. It's going to go through this process, talk about amendments. Section 2 is the criminalization aspect of the bill. And by removing that, they're trying to mitigate costs to the state, because that's the whole thing. It's like, is this going to cost anyone money? Is this going to cost the state money? And by removing that, it allows something different to happen. It changes the mechanics of this. It focused just on the civil suits. So there's no protections now from the Constitution on any of this. Before, there was a whole mechanism involving the Department of Justice and other elements of that because it was a crime. Now it's not. So that opens it up to all sorts of craziness in the space. And also, and I don't know what time it'll be, but it should be pretty close to after lunch. Are there some other questions?
Let's see. Besides people complaining about my bandwidth.
Yeah, I could just
This
keep
is
chatting.
a smart guy.
Huh?
Can you lower the bit rate? Nope. That's as low as it goes, bro.
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, I put this out. It was Ethan over at the OC Maker Fair sent me Lewis's email. I sent an email. Lewis called me right away and said, how can I help? And we talked for about an hour. And then next thing I know, Lewis is flying up to Sacramento, and we're doing this again here this week. And it's awesome.
Let's see. What do we have?
And that's what community is about. It's about reaching out and saying, hey, I can help them. I can do this. I can help these people over here because it really is something that needs to be
It's
done.
uninformed people pushing all of this.
Huh?
Let's see. It's uninformed people pushing all of this.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to find some good questions.
Lewis is looking for some questions right now.
Mostly people complaining about my bit rate. Yeah, I'm not the CEO at T-Mobile, bro. That's down the hall. Let's see.
Yeah, if you guys are hungry, you should definitely get food. Like,
I'm a little
it
hungry.
will be whatever.
So
let me see what else is going on here with the bill. After this, do you have a question?
No, I'm just trying to scroll
I was
past
going to
all
let you
the
know. So what's coming up
comments.
after this is it will go to appropriations for review, and then it'll go back to assembly because it's been amended, and then for a floor vote. So this is the last public instance. But then the focus is going to be on reaching the consultants in the in appropriations, and just keep hammering on this and stuff. And what's really interesting is like they, by removing the criminal side of it, that makes it look optically like there's upfront costs missing from the bill. But what it does is opens tons of frivolous lawsuits in the civility side of it, which is actually a real big problem because this is all based on firearm blocking software that's not a thing and doesn't exist and can't actually exist. But lawsuits at the civil level would force you to prove a negative. Someone would say, hey, Bob did something bad with his 3D printer. His printer didn't block it. And then Bob has to go prove in court, spend money, do all this other stuff, be tied up with all this, and deal with it. Now imagine if you liked what Bob was printing and manufacturing. You could throw lawsuits at him and gum up his works and then take over the project and print it yourself too. There's all sorts of ways to weaponize civil lawsuits. And I think that's a huge issue. And this just kind of keeps perpetuating. But in the meantime, the author gets to say, hey, I passed a gun bill and I made the world safer, when in reality she didn't. So it's really about holding RBK, Rebecca Bayer-Kahn, accountable as well too for this.
What do you think accountability would look like?
I think accountability would be, what would I love? I would love a public statement saying, I'm sorry, I was wrong. This isn't a thing. This is how science works and this is how math works. I would love to work with all of you and do a better job, and let's move forward together. But I don't think politicians do that.
Anybody who showed up want to talk?
Yeah, anyone else here want to jump in? Anyone else want to jump in? So people are, yeah. Oh, yeah. This gentleman. You're a doctor, right? Yes. There's a doctor in the house. That's my Michael Scott joke. There you go. Great. What's your name again?
I'm Amr.
Amr.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Amr, I'm going to hand this to you, and then you are going to talk to them.
Oh, okay.
Tell them who you are.
Yeah, so my name is Dr. Amr Abdelati. I'm a hospital physician. I've been practicing since 2019, 2018. Yes, it is. And I grew up right here in Sacramento. In 2020, I was practicing in Inglewood, New Jersey, which is about 15 minutes from New York. So I was right in the heat of the pandemic. In our 300-bed hospital, we had 1,424 patients at one point, critically ill patients. We ran out of masks,
no service
we ran
in
out
this
of
corner.
gloves, we ran out of
Oh, the phone is
everything.
There's no service in this
And we
corner.
ran out of ventilators. So back at that time, I designed, and you might have heard of this in the news because people talked about it, I designed and 3D printed a valve that worked to allow us to share ventilators amongst patients when we ran out. And it saved lives. There's no doubt about that. We 3D printed other things. I mean, we were trying to build rooms faster than, as fast as we could. The engineers were just in the room building it, and we would just shove a bed and shove a patient in there before the room was finished. And I remember we needed to have the tubes from the IVs run outside of the room, and the doors would pinch the tubing, which are running life-saving meds. And so we printed some conduits to allow it to fit underneath and around the door without breaking the seal. And so it's all these little things, and I promise you, if you look at those shapes, they look exactly like what a gun would look like. Exactly, 100%. There's no way to tell. And so, if this bill were law, lives would have been lost. There's no doubt in my mind about that. And that's not hypothetical for me.
Do we need to move?
I was thinking going downstairs or something.
All right.
Yeah, my cell phone and my router have no service in this corner.
Oh, well, are we not broadcasting? Are we not live?
It's semi-broad. It's broadcasting audio and 5 pixels.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go outside. Let's go outside to get a better signal. It's going to be 100 degrees outside, but...
You know what? It's worth it.
Yeah, I'm all about that. Yeah,
Let's see.
It's only about 90.
Also, my router is held together with tape.
Routers are in there. That's his backpack.
Yeah.
I'll show you this. This is from the Mayo Clinic.
Oh, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, this is fun.
Let's see if
This
is resin printed?
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, it's on a machine called a Mamaki, and it's UV resin.
Oh, neat.
Yeah,
What
so
is
it's
that?
cured all the way up. It's not like it prints like a regular 3D printer, but with resin.
Oh, that's cool.
Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah,
I have about 1,300 emails this morning from this. So.
All right, you want to head downstairs?
But thank you for coming, huh?
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Is it fun?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming by. Make sure that my camera doesn't fall down like it did last time. All right.
Yeah. We're going outside to get a better signal. The signal in here is a little weak.
A little
And
weak
then
is
maybe I'll
one way
get a
to put it.
snack. We'll see.
Oh my
Kinda
God,
hungry.
there's a lot of people.
I see a First Robotics jersey. It's pretty
Look at all
awesome.
the people that showed up. They're probably just pixels for the people watching, but there'll be a recorded version later.
Yeah, we're going to go outside and get a better signal. Oh, you stay here?
What's food?
Oh, no, he's collapsing. Huh? Yeah, everyone's going to get a chance to do their Me Too. Oh, on here. On the mic. Oh, yeah. Sure.
One. Oh, T-Mobile.
Did you race SCCA? Do you race SCCA? I saw it on there.
No, not at all.
I think they sponsor us.
Yeah.
I am on the Hornet Racing team at Sacramento State.
Oh.
I am on the Hornet Racing team at Sacramento State.
Oh,
We
no
build
way.
and race an internal combustion.
No
build
way.
and race an internal combustion open wheel race car.
That's amazing. That's so amazing.
An open wheel race car.
That's amazing. That's so amazing.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
This can go here.
Yeah.
So I can see my own.
You better?
See my own.
You better? Or you want to go outside?
Yeah, let's try going outside.
You want to go outside?
Yeah, let's try going outside.
He's streaming live. He's been streaming all the hearings that he's been streaming this live. Yeah.
Oh, it actually became slightly less shitty when I moved it over here.
Okay, well, yeah, you're going to get more over here because you're going to get this.
Oh.
Because you're not going to get blocked. You're going to get signal from here, too.
You think the window will do it?
It'll help a little.
We are searching for signal. That is a window.
I think it'll help a little bit. You were getting good signal inside.
Verizon and T-Mobile at the same time.
Better signal?
Hopefully.
Do you want me to ask someone to get you a snack and something to drink?
Yeah, sure. Like a crappy wrap or something.
Yeah.
I'll Zell them.
Yeah. Oh, doctor. Oh, no. Sorry. There you go, doctor. What's up? You're still on.
I'm still on. Oh, I kind of said my spiel. What? Hi, everybody.
Hello. So
Hello.
what brought you out here today?
What brought me out here today?
Yeah, why do you care about this?
What do I care about this?
What is the thing
So-
that? What's the single thing that got you most bothered?
I think it was just seeing how the valve that we printed to save lives would be illegal under this bill, and that I think that's the biggest thing. Is this is not hypothetical for me. There are very real people, and I will never forget the sounds that the ventilators make when people are during COVID. We all have war flashbacks, the gurgling sounds that patients make when they can't breathe.
What would you say to the people that say, there are some people that have said, well, this may get things wrong, but if it saves even one life, it's okay, even if there's all these false positives?
I think that type of argument, while I can always understand that, but that's not the way the world works. The way the world works, it's in shades of gray, and saving one life, everything has to be looked at in terms of harms and benefits. That's what we do in medicine. Imagine if we applied things in medicine to, quote, save one life, but in doing so, we hurt millions of others. So you have to consider the cost as well as the benefit. I don't think anybody determined will ever be withheld by this bill to print a gun or gun parts. Because fundamentally, a printer is just getting G-code, and G-code is just coordinates for where to move. That's not a geometric shape. That's not geometry. That's not a shape. And so, I believe there are technical limitations to even implementing this bill. But the question you asked me is, well, let's say it can save some lives. Let's say it can prevent some guns from being printed. I would say, right. And again, I was just saying, yeah, I would say how, but I don't think it will. But let's for now just skip past that point of, let's say you magically have a technology that can prevent one gun from being printed, which most of us here do not believe that that's possible. But it would also block, and I think everyone would agree that it would also block critical components that are used every day. There was another gentleman here that I ran into that suffered from a condition that affected his ability to walk, and he printed prostheses for his own, for his crutches and for his wheelchair. And again, these are things that would be blocked. So you have to consider the real world harm. So in direct answer to your question of what would you say to those people that say, if it saves one life, it'll be worth it? I would say, okay, then if it hurts one life, then it won't be worth it, right?
Yeah. And if it hurts 2 or 5 or 10,
yeah,
or 20.
Yeah.
That's such a BS thing to say to someone.
Yeah.
Oh, if it would stop one, it'll save one life. It's like, that's not how it works.
This would have killed, and I can tell you the number of patients. I was directly in the data retrieval in COVID during Inglewood, New Jersey, and in New York and New Jersey. And again, we had 1,424 patients in a 300-bed hospital. I can tell you for a fact that at least 500 patients would have died were it not for this valve. That's fact. And I mean, that's, I mean, that's, I don't know how.
Which was like, whenever it's back up, but it's just about like,
Lead back.
The thing is about like, the thing of what you said, oh, well, you could, if this existed, you could stop one gun from being made and da-da-da-da. And that's what kills me, is they're projecting this as some epidemic, and it's this whole thing of happening, but it's not. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. Like someone told me there's an epidemic of 3D printed guns and plastic bullets on airplanes right now. From one of the offices here.
Just to try to say that.
Which is not a thing. Right. You can't, physics won't allow that. And I'm looking at future-proofing legislation, because if we start going like, oh, this is scary, let's get rid of it, we're going to back-end ourselves into so many more problems. And what's interesting about the gun thing is there's like such a small amount of people make their own firearms in general. And they can do all sorts of stuff. Like I think my friend made one out of like a broom or something once, and whatever, and there's that aspect of it. But it's such a small population of people that do that. And then people that would use 3D printing to do that is even smaller. But they're trying to portray it of things that you see on TV shows and stuff like that. And so as a doctor, do you deal with that as well, of other people like blowing things up and stuff like that?
Constantly. One of the things about data is it's one of the things we jokingly say about statistics don't lie. I don't know if everybody knows about this, but that's kind of said in sarcasm.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Statistics lie all the time.
Oh yeah, I have a shirt
constantly.
that says that actually.
Yeah, like they lie constantly, right? For example, did you know that foot size is strongly correlated with intelligence?
Really?
Strongly, incredibly high positive R value, which is, but do you know what else that doesn't mention?
What?
Is that that doesn't adjust for age. Right, and so it's so easy.
So you say as a baby, oh, this one's got
this one's doesn't have a high IQ. Look, this baby scored 2 on an IQ test. and their foot size is tiny, and this man has a big IQ, and right, so it's.
Anybody that just looking to see who's with us and who's for other bills. See if there's
I think
anybody
most
that
people
wants to
still
talk.
here are probably.
Oh, Farsi has someone else on. Yeah.
Huh.
Hey everybody, I'm Lewis's stream. I'm a longtime watcher, Louis Rosman, supporter of the Fulu Foundation, big fan. I'm here as a leader of the Sacramento State Competitive Robotics Team. We compete in RoboSub, and we also do combat robotics here in the Bay Area and Sacramento regions. The reason I'm actually coming to comment against this bill is because it's proposing to solve a problem that doesn't exist with a solution that doesn't exist. The hypothetical problem of this bill that it's trying to tackle is the issue of entirely 3D printed guns, and it's attempting to do that by requiring the DOJ to establish an independent commission in order to require that all 3D printers sold in the state of California have firearm blocking technology. As you've heard a lot of people say before me, this technology does not exist, and if it does, it has severe side effects and false positive rates, as well as many other issues.
Somebody asked if you brought a battle robot into the California Senate.
Yes, I actually did.
Yeah,
So this is my.
must zoom on
this is part of my sumo robot. It doesn't have the forks on top of it, so this is a flipper bot. If anyone's familiar with those.
So what is a flipper bot?
So essentially, the top of it has a servo on it. I didn't bring it today because
an XT60?
It's a ESP32.
I see an XT60 connector somewhere.
Oh yeah, the XT60 is coming off the butt.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's a common RC part. The reason I brought this in front of the Senate is actually because there's a provision in the bill that states that the algorithm would be required to reject parts that are seen as avoiding the detection algorithm. And so where that comes in with our club and my prints that I do personally, who is to say if for example, these little brass pieces, these are threaded inserts. It's a very common practice for 3D printing people to actually use brass pieces and essentially melt them into the plastic so that you can use metal screws. It's done very commonly. Under this proposed bill, essentially the algorithm could view those holes in the print as an attempt to evade the detection algorithm. So there's a very real chance that under some implementations of the design algorithm that just very normal robots that have nothing to do with firearms will actually be rejected, and that's why I oppose this bill.
Thank you for taking the time.
Yeah, sure. Anyone else?
Anybody else want to talk? All right. Maybe there's people all the way down there too. I'll go back to the no service zone. Oh, thank you for coming out. Thank you for coming out. Oh, awesome. Thank you. What do you do? What do you do?
What do I do?
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to actually.
Oh.
Okay. I mean, I can if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
My name's Sarah, and I'm a resident of Berkeley. I'm actually a constituent of the chair, and my husband and I have lived and worked all over California, and I guess the main reason that we strongly oppose this bill is because when I found out about it, I was horrified is maybe not the right word, but I'm trying to think of a good word for it. This is wrong. The fact that they are preying on people's fear and on ignorance and trying to create this I guess, image of what this bill is supposedly supposed to do when it will do nothing of this sort angers me. Because I'm a mom. We have 2 kids. Both of them are in school. One's in high school. One is in middle school. This bill is not going to make our kids safer. There are other ways to do that, but this bill is not the way. And instead, it opens up the window to a whole lot of other problems.
Yeah, I know last week Marlene asked a question of one of the co-chairs. It was something along the lines of, do you know what the leading causes are of gun violence in your district? and they said something like, "I don't know." And that was very interesting to me. So you're passing a bill that is essentially going to destroy a lot of independent manufacturing while simultaneously admitting that you don't actually know what the problem is that you're looking to solve.
They
That's
don't
crazy.
know. That's crazy to me. And they don't. And the fact that they're in here, it's with the, like, think of the children. It's like, okay, we can take us. I know there's not going to be time for me to speak, and that's okay. I didn't come here necessarily like thinking I was going to be able to speak in there. But the fact that they are really trying to appeal to people's fear in that way is frustrating, because there are so many other more important things that we need to address that are the root cause of why we have school violence, why gun violence is a problem at all. I mean, obviously there's a whole umbrella, right? But like one of them is access to mental health care and access to resources, access to health care. There are so many, but this bill does not actually, to me, this is not the answer. This is just going to invade everyone's privacy. It's creating a pathway for our private data to go to yet another billionaire, which I'm not okay with. And the fact that I think I saw that clip, because that was in one of the ones he posted, I think, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a Fourth Amendment violation that's going on here too, which is the idea that you can't have an unreasonable search of people's homes. Yet here you're searching what people are doing inside of their homes because you're presuming that they're guilty prior to having any actual evidence that they've done anything that's a crime.
Yeah,
you can't do that.
That's another thing. It's like,
report.
if I had time to speak on that, I would. It's preemptive search and seizure. It is preemptively presuming that somebody might be breaking the law and therefore invading their privacy on that premise. And to me, that is unconstitutional. So even if this does get passed, I imagine that there would be grounds to challenge it on terms of like constitutionality. But hopefully, we can prevent it from going through in the first place, because this is nonsense.
Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hey. Want to eat first? There's so many people that showed up today. Look at all these people. That's a lot of people. Want to say something? Yeah, there.
Nice to meet you, Louis.
Thank you. Pleasure to meet you too. Why do you think this bill's a horrible idea? Or do you? I shouldn't start with a loaded question. Do you think it's a bad idea?
I do think it's a bad idea, and for many of the reasons that have been gone over already, I'm very worried about the ramifications to the First and the Fourth Amendment. Obviously there is the issue of this being very technically impractical, if not impossible. And just thinking about the how it sort of undermines the benefits of open source software and the similar open environment that 3D printers have thus far been a part of. I think we would be giving up a lot if this bill were to move forward, and I don't think it would meaningfully solve any problems.
Well, thank you for coming out. I appreciate you deciding to do something. Yeah, all right. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Hello.
Thank you for coming out. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So why do you think this bill is a good or a bad idea, and why?
I think this is a terrible idea. My background is manufacturing. I've been in the industry for a decade now. I've never seen anything like this. Complete disregard of technical opinions, just complete disregard of our livelihoods and STEM education, all for the sake of this vaporware bill that does nothing to make anybody safer.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time. I appreciate it. Anybody? Hello. What got you to come out here today?
I've spent 3 years slowly scrounging together enough money to start my own 3D printer manufacturing business. And this drops.
Ouch. The timing. I'm going to take a guess you're starting in California.
Yes, starting in California, directly after COVID tanked me.
Oh, man. Timing.
I moved to LA to do VFX. COVID tanked me.
That sucks.
And oh boy. And now I'm doing this, and then this legislation drops. It's been a heck of a time, but I honestly think one of the biggest issues with this is its effect on the small business community. I have multiple friends who use 3D printing in their small businesses. One of them was escaping Mexican cartels and had no money here and nothing to do, so he started 3D printing dog and cat toys out of TPU with a 3D printer in his guest room. He lived in the guest room that he lived in. And that allowed him to build enough money to actually live like a human being for once, after being chased out of places by cartels. And just in general, small businesses need this in America. In America, it's well known, we don't do manufacturing anymore, we do services. And by and large, if you try to do large manufacturing in the US, it doesn't work due to financial concerns. But 3D printing, time and time again, has proven that anyone can pick a few 3D printers up and start a business that competes with the biggest ones out there. Maybe in your own little backyard, maybe you can grow it, maybe you can't, but you can at least start. And this kind of legislation is exactly what would kill that and hand all of this burgeoning small business activity in California and actual manufacturing in the United States back to China. And a little bit back to Europe and a little bit back to everywhere else. But in the US, we don't really have that much manufacturing, and we need it. Right now, I'm living in LA, and around me you can see all kinds of industrial buildings. I can go down the street and go to a foam warehouse to get anything I want. Protective foam, bedding foam, mattress foam, everything you want. And that's just one of them. There's also electrical supply, car parts. We have the entire manufacturing process to produce almost an entire F-16 stealth jet fighter. And we have tons of empty skyscrapers just sitting there. Los Angeles could become the Shenzhen of the American continent. We just need the right legislation to do it, and this is the legislation that would preemptively end it.
Oh, thank you for taking the time to come out. I really appreciate it. Very inspiring. Anybody else want to say something? Yeah, him, then you. Let me turn this around. Okay, let me grab this. Hello. Thanks for coming out.
Hello, I'm, should I say my name or?
Sure. If you want to, if you don't, you don't have to.
Oh, it doesn't matter. But, so I am disabled, and so my primary concern with this bit of legislature is that it'll make it much harder for disabled people to 3D print replacement parts for their accessibility technology, which is like kind of awful when you consider like a motorized wheelchair can sometimes be like $50,000.
Yeah, I've talked to Thomas Queter at a lot of these conventions, and he is a great advocate for how people in wheelchairs and people in general with disabilities get completely fucked and ignored. And just the fact that there are so many items where he can be, it's not even the cost, it's that he can be waiting 3 to 6 months to get it versus 3D printing it. The ability to get back to being able to actually be free and go out on your own and be able to leave your house, like that's something that 3D printing can provide you. And it's not just about being able to make money, it's not just about being able to make random things, it's also about having personal freedom in a world where you're consistently the last of somebody's priorities.
Oh yes, absolutely. Especially when you consider like mobility aids especially are more of like an extension of disabled people's like bodies. Like that is really the best way to put on it. And like, could you imagine paying a $50,000 subscription on your legs?
Coming soon.
You're just born with legs, but you have to pay a subscription with them. It's
Coming soon.
It's absolutely.
Don't put that out there. Somebody's thinking. Somebody's writing this down right now.
Jeff Bezos is like, actually, yeah.
Somebody's thinking about this.
Subscription on human legs. That sounds great. No. But I really foresee like this legislature, especially since it's AI powered. AI is just not in the state where it can do the things that they want it to. I don't know if it ever will, but definitely right now it's not. Like if I wanted to print a more ergonomic grip for my forearm crutches, and AI wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a forearm crutch grip and a gun stock. It just
They're both cylinders.
it's very
Yeah, let me
similar
zoom out a little bit
shape.
so we can get that.
Look at that. It's
Yeah, I mean, like a little bit of modification. If Gemini is stupid enough from a company that makes $70 billion a year to think I'm sponsored by Ground News, it's probably stupid enough to think that that's a gun part at some point. And the idea that you would then be stuck in your house again or not being able to get around because some dumbass clanker couldn't tell the difference between a crutch or a gun. That's realistic. Like, that is a cylinder. I mean, what David said last week, like, is this a good or a bad cylinder?
Right. It just won't be able to know, and that's my chief concern there is it'll disproportionately affect disabled people who are kind of already being smothered by the system.
Fucked. And again, anybody on my channel, just watch any of the videos with Thomas Queter in the title. We've done some like interesting 1-hour tours of these disabilities expos, and we visited him at a few different conventions, and he talks about the stuff in great detail, and he's really, really good at explaining. And you'll probably get mad listening to it. I usually get mad when I talk to him, not because I don't like him, but just because the stories he tells are atrocious. Like it taking New York State 5 years to figure out that he did not have legs. That's just the type of shit that you'd... thank you so much for taking the time. I'm going to try to sneak eating a sandwich. You want to speak? Okay. Forewarning, I'm going to try to eat a sandwich while you are talking. So
that is all by
here.
Uh-huh. Okay.
And there you go.
Internet. Okay. You can go ahead and eat your sandwich by all means, because, you've probably been very busy today. Let me first start by saying I'm very grateful to Louis for making that video to show up, I believe, about 2 days ago. I knew nothing about this until that video, and about 24 hours ago, so exactly yesterday at this time, I just come back from Costco with my mom. The reason I mentioned this is it was at that point that I watched Louis's video, and I drove all the way down from Diamond Bar, California, a 7-hour drive, to show up here as he requested, because I do believe that while I understand that some personal liberties should be sacrificed for national security, I believe that this is an egregious amount, and that he really is eating a sandwich, and that, oh, sorry, I'm a bit nervous. But the point being is that personal liberty should not come at too far a cost in the sake of national security, especially when it comes in the form of a fallible AI that I personally don't trust to make the judgment call on the intention of 3D printed designs. And if I may implore those possibly watching, as you can imagine, I'm not the most well-researched expert on this subject, not in the slightest. I am definitely not of the kind of confidence that speaks to a camera and a mic willingly. But despite that, and despite the fact that I live in Southern California, I made the call to drive all the way up here on nothing but espresso and adrenaline to try and make my voice heard. So in the future, if you feel like there is something you believe should involve your voice, I implore you, if you think you can do it, please contribute as much as you can. Anyway, he is still eating his sandwich, so I will now stall for time. I was debating on not giving my full name when I went to present, but I figured I would probably do so just to show that I actually do give a dang about this specific legislature. Fun little thing, I am in a political science class, Introduction to American Government and Politics. And while it was not my intention, I kind of hope that my professor will give me some extra credit for this. He is still eating his sandwich, and I feel really awkward to return this microphone. And plus, again, give the man some time. That being said, I am running out of words, so I should probably pass this, huh? No, that's okay. How's the sandwich? Not bad. What you got? I asked because I also haven't eaten, and I've. It was a what? Oh yeah, I drove 7 hours.
You want the other half of the sandwich?
Like I started at around 6:30 p.m. and then I showed up here at 1:20 a.m. Thank God my cousin gave me her place to crash. Love you, Luira. I will probably link this to you so you can hear that. I called you out specifically because you're my favorite. And then, yeah, I didn't expect to take this long, but I guess that's American government for you. But that's okay.
They have a lot of people to listen to and a very short.
Huh?
Yeah, the thing is, I feel bad because, I'm sitting there and somebody's like, come on, hurry up. When are you going to be done? And then at the end of it, there's somebody shows up and talks about how their daughter was killed and everything else, and it's like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You can't really tell that person to hurry it up now, you know.
Yeah, it's all important, I'm sure, and I feel like it'd be kind of egregious, or egregious is a big word. It'd be kind of rude to say, oh, this is more important than everyone else's business, because, that's their own world.
Why am I trying to eat a sandwich and record at the same time?
Flock cameras pop up around. They're using geofencing. There's so many things that they're using to track us and monitor what we do. And this is, I'm afraid, another extension of that. It's a Fourth Amendment violation. And even then, the mechanism behind this is so unclear. It's vaporware. There's no real way to for you to use AI. I mean, AI to figure stuff out. You see the false positives day to day, and it's never turns out good. I think that at best, this is they're misinformed, but at worst, I think there's some questionable people behind it and some questionable motives, and I think we're going to go into a slippery slope if this is passed. So we're here standing up for what's right, and Lewis is a huge champion of that, so we're really glad. I mean, I drove 4 hours to get here. I know you drove 7, so there's...
I had time.
There's hundreds of us here, so we're really looking forward to putting a stop to it. That's about it.
Good speech. Good
Thank
speech.
you.
Fantastic. I'm still holding... I don't know where Lewis went. Okay, another volunteer here to save me from my awkward predicament. Please introduce yourself, sir. Nice to meet you.
I'm Jason. Yeah,
Nice to meet you, Jason.
I am a Sacramento local college student, comp sci major. I'm not actually the biggest 3D printing hobbyist, but I saw this law and I was like, wow, this is stupid. And I'm more against it because I believe that,
It is
of course,
stupid, but anyway.
because I don't. It's setting the precedent that it's okay for the government to want to scan your stuff, or it wants to choose how you use your electronic devices. But no, I don't want that. I don't think anybody really wants that. And there's a lot of anti-privacy laws, a lot of anti-open source laws going on around right now. There was recently AB 1043, which was a big scare that was mostly amended. And I'm also here to learn about the process. I mean, a lot of people, it's not about, oh, we're gonna win this time. We're gonna get the bill killed right here. It's more like, we are not going to lose. We are not ready to lose, and we are going to continue fighting, and we are going to play the long game. And I don't live too far. A lot of people have to drive 8 hours. Some people fly. I don't have to do that. So I thought, well, I'm lucky. I might as well come over here, and I might as well state my opinion, especially for the people who can't. So that's why I'm here, and yeah, I want to be in it for the long game.
Hello.
Fantastic speech, Jason. That was I love the confidence, actually, the conviction. I could feel it.
And your name, temporary mic manager?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. You know what? I could use a fake name. Because I came up with it. Because I was like, oh, you put my face and my name on the camera. That's not going to bite me back anytime soon. But Lewis is back. Nice to meet you. My name is
Thank you.
Hedrick.
I was able to eat my sandwich and use the restroom.
Yes, me.
That was very...
I did what I could. Sorry.
All right. I appreciate it. Yes. Hello. Huh? Yeah, sure. Oh. What got you to come out?
My name is Daniel Watson, and I've been 3D printing for more than a decade now. There isn't currently a pandemic of like 3D printed guns, so this seems like legislation in search of a problem.
Can you name all the people that have been killed by a fully 3D printed firearm?
Sorry, what?
Can you name all the people who've been killed by a fully 3D printed firearm?
Yes, I can. Done. As far as I know. I mean, I guess maybe somebody somewhere has been killed that, but anyway, yeah, so the whole like solution in search of a problem, it seems like that phrase should really be used for this bill, not for some of the other bills it's been used for.
You know what bothers me a lot about this is this. I was reading this morning about the Stop Killing Games bill that did not get a vote yesterday because there wasn't a quorum, I think, for a majority. And the ESA was saying it would not be possible for us to do this, right? So they're saying it's not possible for a video game to be able to work after, like, continuously, in spite of the fact that we have 40 plus years evidence that is bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Because like before 2015 or so, games just
Games
that
used
wasn't
to
a
work
thing.
just fine.
So, but when the ESA says that you can't make a game work forever, they're like, oh yeah, I guess that's not possible. But when we show up and we say there is literally no way for you to tell the intent of a shape, they're like, no, we probably can. Let's move it on to the next committee. And it's really annoying that exact same argument that gets used by the ESA does not work when we're the ones making it.
Yeah.
It's really annoying.
I don't know. And
that argument should work for the ESA and me, or it should work for neither of us. But it can't go both ways.
One way, either both or none. I also feel pretty strongly, I see a lot of stuff with slicers, innovation in slicers, which is a technical part of 3D printing where you take a shape and you turn it into instructions for the 3D printer to do something. And it used to be that you had to print directly on a surface, but then after a while people found that you could do this thing called bridging. But in order to do that, they have to be able to make modifications to slicers and then try it out on a 3D printer to see if it works. If you can't do that, then, which this bill would make that illegal, then you can't have innovations where you can print parts that you used to not be able to print. And then there's other innovations in like the strength of the thing that you build. There was recently a thing where instead of printing lines just right on top of each other, they'll print them a little bit offset, and that made the whole part like 10% stronger. That's another thing, another innovation that would be criminalized, I guess, by this bill. If you try to do something like that, you wouldn't be allowed to. And I think so. Those are some reasons that I'm against this bill. And I think
those are the people.
Yeah, I think this is just not a good bill the way that it's written.
Well, thank you. Who is next? You wanted to talk? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, you can come up here.
There's also
too.
somebody else, but I forget. Oh yeah, him.
Thanks for letting me talk.
Oh, him and then you actually.
Also,
Sorry, I already
thank
promised.
you. Thank you, you personally. Thank you for doing all the things that you do.
Okay, afterward.
All right.
Yeah,
do you
so
wanna...
I got to get in and set up to.
Hey everybody, we're ready to get started. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Let's make sure this does not fall.
You're welcome. Thanks for coming.
Pleasure. Yeah.
All right. Coming. Pardon us. Excuse me, doctor. I want to put you on the spot. Excuse me, doctor.
Whoops.
Pardon me. Watch your foot.
Hello.
Watch your toes coming through. Coming through. Watch your toes, your fingers.
Sorry.
And he's coming back.
Are you going to need the same audio plug-in again?
There we go.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Thank you so much. Oh, he just asked me actually.
What? There he is. Oh, yeah, he told me to have you nearby to get you in. Sir? We have
Sir.
them all set.
Oh, thank you. It's so hard to not trip over all the
I know
people
there's a lot you're carrying.
that are all want my attention at the same time.
Huh?
Everybody wants my attention at the same time. It's fun. I'm glad so many people are this engaged. I wish I could duplicate myself. If I could clone myself so I could talk to everybody at the same
When
time.
we go to events with Joel, the host of our show, we will go to 2 steps, and that's it. And it's just mobs of people. But that's what it's about, right?
I like that there's this many people that give a shit.
I like it. I like people that are passionate actually doing something. Are we still rolling?
Yep.
Oh, we are.
Always.
Hi, it's me. I'm with Channel Awesome. I'm on the Louis Rossman show. Yeah, this gentleman's show. I'm on the Louis Rossman show. I'm his new correspondent because Louis is operating camera and doing narration.
This man needs his own TV show.
Oh no, I was being facetious. I'm actually leading opposition on a bill. This is Louis's channel. I'm just holding the microphone. On the 3D printing bill. The 3D printing bill. Yes. Which one are you here for? Oh, okay. Cool. Nice. So me too, I imagine. Huh?
We're not weighing in on it.
Oh, you're not? You're just here observing?
Not observing, but that's not our bill.
Oh, it's not your bill. Oh, I'm sorry.
Turns out there are other bills being discussed.
There's a lot of them. Yeah, there's. I know. No, I totally understand. Yeah. Which bill are you here for? All right, excellent. Love it. You want me to talk more to people?
Why not?
Do you have questions?
Sure.
What else do you want to know? Ask the hard questions, and I'll pretend to answer
David is
them
looking
as
so
best as I
professional.
can.
This man is great. Yo, people like your suit, man.
Thank you very much. This
People
was my
like your
father's
suit.
suit, and he passed away a couple of years ago, but he gave it to me before then because he really wanted me to have it. 'Cause it looked great on him, and he's like, "You would look so good in that suit." And we tried finding the same place to get it, and they didn't make the suit anymore. And he was like, "I want you to have this." And then he eventually got sick and whatever, and then I had it retailored for myself, so I wear this kind of in honor of him. And then I have my watch that my mom gave me, and I've lost both my parents. But she gave me that, so I got to kind of represent my dad and my mom today when I'm here and do this. And my mom was a teacher. She was a teacher for 22 years. She spoke out against things when they tried removing sociology from programs in schools in California. She was right in the front line protesting and getting things to change. She ran committees. She was creating, scholarship programs for students, all sorts of stuff like that all the time. So that's what I grew up with, was that kind of passionate, we got to work together and do stuff. So
And is she no longer with us?
she's not with us anymore now. She passed about 8 years ago. Yeah.
Obviously, you're continuing it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I mean, it's just one of those things that worked out. All of a sudden, we heard this bill was happening in the assembly a couple months ago, and no one was doing anything about it. So I got my car in Los Angeles, and I drove all the way up here, and now I'm leading the opposition on it because we've put together this wonderful group of people to do that. I also run a big educational show as well, too, so we have an audience of people that are very committed to this cause, and people in general. There you go.
Hello.
This is so surreal. Seeing you in real life.
You want to look camera to Louis? Are you talking to Louis?
Yeah, I was.
All right, we're going in.
This is surreal. I gotta say how surreal.
Was I chatting with you?
Thank you.
One sec.
Oh, you need the extended. It's so cool that you have the option to get audio remotely like that.
Yeah.
I love this thing.
We don't like when people use boom mics because it picks up their private conversations. As long as you plug into our general whatever we're saying.
I only use this for outside.
No, that's good.
No, I was just saying that they have a DI connect like that. I think that's awesome.
Well, sometimes we have all the outlets out here and we have to plug them all in.
Yeah.
Let me know if that's working.
Well, I have to turn this thing on. Fuck you.
So, folks, in case you're just wondering what the heck is going on up here, we are waiting for one author, and once we have an author that comes in, I will reconvene the meeting, and we will get rolling again. We had 43 bills on file today, so that is a long day, and that's why we're trying to go as quickly as possible. And we also have 4 competing committees with people running the committees and being on the committees. And so it makes it really interesting. So it almost looks like we don't care, but we do. We care a lot. We're just trying to manage the load that we have this week, and so that's what we're doing. And so we're trying to get an author over here, and as soon as we do, I'll go ahead and gavel in, and then we'll get rolling, because I know some of you would rather not be spending your entire day in these comfortable red seats. So.
far?
Oh, dang.
Okay, we're going to reconvene the Senate Public Safety Committee hearing. Okay, we are back in session, and we will proceed now to file item 30, AB 2232 by Assemblymember Patterson. Good afternoon. And if there are any principal witnesses in support of AB 2232, you're welcome to join us here at the table. And so the assembly member is going to present first, and then he'll introduce the witnesses, and then you'll each have 2 minutes to present on the bill. So whenever you're ready, assembly member, you may present.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senators. I'm here today to present AB 2232, sponsored by the Placer County District Attorney's Office. I want to first state that we gladly accept the committee's amendments. AB 2232 requires the state to track and publicly report detailed data each year on requests to move up parole hearings starting in 2027. It also mandates written explanations for each decision and makes those summaries available to relevant parties, with all provisions expiring in 2032. I want to take a moment to thank the committee staff and the chair for working with my office and the sponsor to bring this and help move this forward. The bill's evolved from a case that occurred in my district in 2003. 17-year-old Placer County resident Justine Vandershoot was strangled to death. The assailant was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. He petitioned for parole in 2023. At the hearing, he confessed that he strangled Justine to death before pouring chemicals over her and burying her body in the woods. He was denied parole for 5 years, only to be granted another parole hearing less than 3 years later in 2025. I'll continue to fight for the family and other families in this situation that are ensuring that they're protected, supported, and never overlooked. The goal of 2232, however, is straightforward: to gather the data necessary to make informed, responsible policy decisions once we have more informed data regarding parole denials from CDCR. Today I have Morgan Geyer, Placer County District Attorney, and Debbie Boyd with Crime Victims United and Placer County's Empower and Resilience Project with me to testify in support of the bill.
Good afternoon. You each have 2 minutes to present on the bill, and whoever would like to begin.
Chair and members. My name is Debbie Boyd, again with Crime Victims United and also a member of the Placer County Empowerment and Resilience Team. We are here today because of the work we do alongside a remarkable family from our county, the Vandershoot family, who lost their daughter, Justine Vandershoot, to a brutal teen dating violence homicide. Unfortunately, this family continues to experience repeated and unimaginable trauma during the post-conviction process. One of the most significant examples is the acceleration of their daughter's murder's parole hearings. After receiving a 5-year denial, Justine's murderer became eligible again in just 2 years, forcing this family to once again prepare, relive, and face the individual responsible for their daughter's death, and to top it off just 1 week before the Christmas holiday. That is what initially brought us here. With that said, I want to share another reason why we are here today. Since introducing the legislation, we were able to engage in a productive conversation with the opposition on this issue. And while we will both continue to advocate for our respective clients and their constitutional protections, we've reached a critical point of agreement, and that is the lack of transparency in CDCR processes, which is preventing all of us from fully understanding how these decisions are being made and whether the system is working as intended for all of us. That is significant. AB 2232 will give us the opportunity to gather critical data regarding the parole advancement process, better understand how decisions are made, and ensure that both constitutional protections and victim considerations are being upheld in practice, not just in theory. We may not always sit on the same side of this table or on an issue, but moments like this do matter, and they deserve to be recognized. So because good policy, thoughtful policy, sometimes can bring together people from very different perspectives around a shared goal, and in this case, the goal is transparency and ensuring that we never lose sight of the people affected by these decisions. So thank you for your time and consideration on this issue, and would appreciate an aye vote.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Morgan Geyer. I'm the District Attorney of Placer County. I can't say it much better than my friend Debbie, so I will be very brief. This bill does not seek to eliminate the advancement process. This recognizes its significance under the California Supreme Court decision in In re Vix. This tries to instill some meaningfulness and some dignity in the process for our victims, next of kin, and our survivors in the advancement process. Right now, oftentimes the victims and next of kin are treated as afterthoughts or insignificant in the process. This data tracking will allow those victims to understand more meaningfully what's happening in this advancement process and what the metrics are by which those decisions are granted, and ultimately people become re-eligible for parole. I think this is a sensible approach. Appreciate the committee's suggestions and amendments, and appreciate the author, Mr. Patterson, for bringing this. With that, we respectfully request an aye vote.
Thank you very much. We'll invite anyone who'd like to express support for AB 2232 to please come forward. If you can just limit your testimony to your name, what organization or city you're from, and your position on the bill.
Hello, thank you so much for your time. My name is Regina Leah Chavez. I am with the Placer County Empower and Resilience Project, and I am also an angel mom to a beautiful 15-year-old daughter. I am strongly in support of AB 2232. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next witness.
Hi, I'm Cassidy Paganucci. I am also with the Empower and Resilience Project, and I support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julie Alonzo, and I'm with the Empowerment Resilient Group, and I also request a support.
Thank you.
Afternoon, Tammy Morgan with Empower and Resilience, and I also support.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Annabelle Velasquez, and I'm with the Empower and Resilience Project, and I am in support.
Thank you.
I'm Brooke Smith, and I'm with Empower Resilience, and I support.
Thank you.
Stephanie Herrera with the Empower and Resilience Project, and support.
Thank you.
Ivy Fitzpatrick for the California District Attorneys Association, the Riverside County District Attorney's Office, and support. Also registering support from the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now invite, one moment please. We'll now invite up to two Are you in favor? Okay.
Corey Salzillo on behalf of the California State Sheriff's Association in support.
Okay, is there anyone else wishing to express support for the bill? Okay, if not, we'll invite up to two opposition witnesses to AB 2232. Are there any opposition witnesses? Thank you. You're welcome to sit here or.
My name is Sue Kim, and I'm a policy director at Uncommon Law. I want to express appreciation for the amendments that have been taken on this bill and think that we've come a long way. And we have expressed a few remaining concerns on the bill and have had some productive conversations. We have not yet seen the changes that are underway, and so I'm not able to withdraw my opposition at this time, but we look forward to continue working on the language and just want to make sure that we strike the right balance between transparency and also privacy and confidentiality and make sure that this bill accurately reflects an understanding of the advancement process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to express opposition to AB 2232? Seeing no one come forward to bring back the dais for any questions or comments. Vice Chair Cierto.
Yeah, thank you very much for the bill and in trying to address this area. You know, the parole process, and I understand it from one family's perspective that I'm close to, and
It's not going to work.
it seems like it is in trying to address the concerns of some of the people that have been convicted of crimes. It's kind of gone way in the favor of them, as opposed to, and then leaving the victims' families in the lurch, and they don't understand the process anymore, and so I think your bill is trying to address that, and giving them some certainty as to, you know, whether it's 2 years or 4 years or 5 years. You know, we had two 2-year parole hearings in a row, and then they finally did a 5-year parole hearing. And you know, this family has, half of them have to come from back east, and then relive the nightmare of their daughter being strangled and killed. So so I can see what you're trying to address here, and that's a kind of a rebalance to where the victim's family has the justice they need, and also some of the relief they need from having to relive this nightmare over and over, while we've created an endless stream of opportunities for those that are incarcerated. So well, with that, yeah, we still don't have a quorum. So
Okay, and if sergeants call absent members, we can establish a quorum. I want to thank the author for work with the committee. The amendments clarify that the annual data must be compiled pertains to requests to advance parole hearing dates, and the board's review of those requests. I just want to confirm you are accepting those amendments.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. And I'll turn it back over to you to make a closing statement.
Great. Well, thank you. I'd like to, appreciate our witnesses here. It's good to see them, and also all the people who testified in support. And again, thank the committee. And I think this was, this was a really good process here. You know, the bill was a lot different when it was introduced, but I think we are going to end up with a result where everybody gets the data, required to make good policy decisions at the end of the day. So with that, I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for joining us today. We don't have a quorum. Once we do, we'll entertain a motion on the bill. Thank you. And we do have a second bill by Assemblymember Patterson, which is file item 31, AB 2237.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senators. Here today to present AB 2237, also sponsored by my good friend, the Placer County District Attorney Morgan Geyer and the Placer County District Attorney's Office. What this, I think the really important thing is this bill came out of the Assembly Committee, after a lot of negotiations. Was what we're trying to do is ensure that people actually receive the rehabilitation needed in order to be successful and to not recidivate, and to ensure that they can live productive lives once they're released from, released back to their freedom once again after they've paid sort of their debt to society. And so we wanted to ensure that everyone's successful in this operation, and so that's why we introduced this legislation again, which came at a different form. But we recognize the important thing is to ensure that the rehabilitation is completed. And with the laws on the books right now, Some of the people, for whatever, in certain places, it's hard to get into a program, or maybe the program takes a little longer than 1 year. But at the end of the day, we wanted to ensure that they can have more than 1 year on probation to complete their treatment program, instead of it just ending and then you're not receiving the actual treatment that we've all decided as a legislature that we would like those individuals to complete. So what this bill does is it makes a very modest change and say, hey, you can go up to an extra year, but that would be terminated for these individuals once they complete the treatment if it doesn't quite get to that full extra year. So, organizations like the California Sex Offender Management Board have repeatedly emphasized that these programs are critical for managing offenders in our community. So I have here with me the actual experts on this particular issue, the district attorney once again, and also Siri McLeod from the Placer County's probation department.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. You each have 2 minutes to present on the bill. Whoever would like to begin.
Probation officer with Placer County. Also in 2022, I was appointed by the Speaker of the Assembly to the California Sex Offender Management Board, or CASOM, to represent all probation, and I'm also a board director for CalATSA, or the Association for the Treatment and Prevention of Sexual Abuse. In June, as Assemblyman Patterson advised, CASOM, a board operating under the governor's oversight, voted unanimously for this bill. Research indicates the risk of sexual reoffense in adult males is highest during the first few years following release from custody. That risk declines over time as males age and remain offense-free in the community. For that reason, timely engagement in sex offender treatment following release is critical. Shortened probation terms have had a detrimental impact on treatment completion. Most people cannot complete treatment within a single year. Successfully doing so requires an exceptional level of motivation, accountability, and sustained engagement in treatment, and frankly, most probationers don't have that on the onset. There is a broad consensus amongst professionals in the sexual assault field that reducing recidivism is not solely the result of treatment. Rather, it is the effectiveness of the containment model, which is mandated under law. Containment is a multidisciplinary approach that blends community supervision, treatment, victim advocacy, and other community resources. Probation is not a gotcha nor a mechanism for unnecessary incarceration. Probation enhances public safety while providing probationers with support and accountability to successfully reintegrate into society. Moreover, a misdemeanor conviction is not de facto low risk, just as a felony conviction is not de facto high risk. A misdemeanor may not have entered the justice system charged with simply a misdemeanor. I caution against referring to misdemeanor sexual offenses as quote-unquote just misdemeanors. These offenses involve real victims and have profound consequences amongst the victim survivor community. Lastly, a CASOM treatment provider indicated that only approximately 40% of people continue treatment after their probation term is ended. This suggests that probation supervision plays a significant role in encouraging treatment participation and completion, reinforcing the importance of adequate supervision periods to support rehabilitation and public safety. For that, I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. Morgan Geyer, Placer County District Attorney. I'm just going to hone in on the two pieces that were presented to us by the opposition. One that Ms. McLeod zeroed in on, which was these aren't just misdemeanors. Taking just a sampling from the Placer County DA's office, these are men who are following around young girls around a mall, videotaping them, trying to film up their skirts. This is the man who sits next to a child in a movie theater and begins rubbing their leg, paralyzing them in fear. These are people who are masturbating in front of children and people, exhibiting themselves for that purpose. We are seeking to avoid the other problem that was presented by the opposition, was that extended probation terms don't solve the problem. In this particular case, it does, because it is built around the metric of success, the completion of the treatment program. That extra year that was shortened through AB 1950 is extended solely for the purpose of requiring offenders to finish that treatment. When the treatment is completed, that goes into that second year, they can immediately petition to have their probation terminated, effectively guaranteeing their success through that treatment program and maximizing that probation period for 2 years only, again, with the option to be able to terminate it. So it doesn't just extend probation for the concerns about the gotcha violations. It is built into the success metric, which is that treatment program. This is a measured approach that will assist not only our public, but the offenders who are struggling to complete the treatment and have zero accountability if they don't. With that, we respectfully request an aye vote.
Thank you very much. I will now invite anyone who would like to express support for AB 2237 to please come forward and state your name, organization, or city you're from, and position on the bill.
The wrong side again. Corey Salzillo on behalf of the California State Sheriff's Association support.
Chair members, Max Perry on behalf of the California Police Chief Association in support.
Ivy Fitzpatrick on behalf of the California DA's Association and the Riverside County District Attorney's Office in support.
Cassidy Paganucci with the Empower and Resilience Project. I support.
Julie Alonso with the Empowerment and Resilience Project. I support.
Stephanie Herrera with the Empower and Resilience Project in support.
Annabelle Velasquez with the Empower and Resilience Project in support.
Tammy Morgan with Empower and Resilience. I also support.
Brooke Smith with the Empower Resilience Project, and I support.
Regina Leah Chavez with the Empower and Resilience Project, in strong support of minorities as well for justice. In strong support. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Debbie Boyd with Crime Victims United, support.
Thank you very much. Okay, unless there's anyone else wishing to express support for AB 2237, we'll now take up to 2 opposition witnesses.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. Eric Henderson on behalf of the Ella Baker Center for Human Rights in respectful opposition to AB 2237. We do appreciate the earlier amendments to the bill, but we do continue to have some concerns. As mentioned a few years ago, this legislature passed AB 1950, which limited probation terms to no more than 2 years for a felony conviction and 1 year for a misdemeanor conviction, with limited exceptions. These limits were put into place based on research demonstrating that probation services are most effective during the first 18 months of supervision. AB 2237 extends probation for an additional year to complete programming, but I do want to note that failure to complete programming is not necessarily due to unwillingness or non-compliance. Reasons why an individual may not be able to complete classes on time include provider shortages, wait lists, insurance barriers, transportation limitations, geographic access issues, scheduling constraints, and many others. We definitely agree that programs and services should be available to people who need them and who would benefit the most from them. But we also believe that the more effective solution is to increase access to treatment and services during the probation period already authorized by law, rather than extending court supervision. Importantly, extended probation impacts every aspect of a person's life, and probation requirements can be onerous and make it difficult for people on probation to maintain a job, maintain housing, and more. Typically, these violations often lead to jail time, which create a serious hardships for individuals, including the loss of a job, housing, or both. These technical violations in the past, prior to the passage of AB 1950, cost the state significant sums of money to incarcerate people as well. For these reasons, we respectfully urge your no vote on AB 2237 and oppose. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and other members of the committee. My name is Sophia Newhouse Brown. I'm a public defender in Los Angeles County, and I represent the Los Angeles County Public Defenders Union, Local 148. And we are respectfully opposing this bill because there's no added benefit to keeping people on probation in this case. It's just a cost to the state and to taxpayers. When someone is found guilty at trial or takes a plea to a charge that mandates their registration as a sex offender, they're already under the court's eye for life. The rationale of imposing an extended probationary period to increase the obligations and time convicted individuals are on probation does not help protect public and victims or make effective use of the court's time and taxpayer dollars. Already, my clients who are found guilty of a sex offense are ordered to complete 52 sexual compulsion classes. The court already has the jurisdiction and the ability to pause probation, extend probation, or have a hearing on my client's compliance with the terms of probation. How this works in practice is if someone is found guilty of a sex offense and is ordered to do their 52 sexual compulsion classes, but it is nearing the year of the probation and they've only completed about 32 classes. At that point, the court has the ability, and in my experience, does exercise their ability to extend, pause, or otherwise find a violation for not making adequate progress in compliance with their probationary terms within the period. I also echo that funds going towards making programs more accessible to lower wait lists would also be an effective use of these funds. Additionally, when we're talking about sex offenses and individuals who have to register as a result of being convicted of a sex offense, that already is an incredible amount of oversight. When someone has to register as a sex offender, they have to do so on a very, very strict timeline. And if they don't fall within that timeline or register within the year, they automatically pick up a new misdemeanor charge for failing to register. I'll wrap up.
Thank you.
Again, an individual is effectively under the court's eye for life when they're found guilty of a sex offense, and imposing additional probationary oversight is not worth the cost.
If you can please wrap up your comments.
And the local county public defenders union 148 strongly opposes this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to express opposition to AB 2237?
Aubrey Rodriguez, registering strong opposition on behalf of ACLU Cal Action and the San Francisco Public Defender's Office.
Margot George, on behalf of the California Public Defenders Association, in respectful opposition. Thank you.
Liz Loma-Gutierrez, on behalf of Smart Justice California, in opposition.
Okay, unless there's anyone else wishing to express opposition to AB 2237, I'll bring it back to the committee for any questions or comments. Vice Chair Ciarta.
All right. Thank you very much again for your thoughtfulness on this type of bill and this type of issue. Whenever you have treatment as part of getting better, of the reason that you committed the crime was because you need drug treatment or whatever, I've seen this time and time again. People sentenced to 30 days of treatment. So they go to treatment and they're not better when they get out. They lapse within 2 weeks. And a lot of those people now they're just dead because we didn't help them. Probation has a little bit more oversight than just the general being on the having the sex offender registry. I don't know that there's much contact with that with the courts once somebody is released from probation, but this is all about making sure they get treated. That's all. And whatever the reasons that they haven't been able to complete treatment, they still need to finish treatment, because otherwise they're still a public safety hazard, and they're not in jail; they're on probation. So it shouldn't be that big a deal that they continue and finish their treatment so that they're not a public safety hazard, supposedly, hopefully. And if they get done, they just simply petition the court and they get their probation released. So I'm not sure why this is such a hefty issue for everybody to get past. So anyway, I'll be supporting a bill when we're able to vote, which is not now.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Okay, if not, I'll turn it back over to the author to make a closing statement.
Great, thank you so much. I would like to thank Assemblymember McKenna for the tune drop, middle of the presentation. But in all seriousness, it's interesting because 20 years ago this year, I was a staff member for then Assemblymember Todd Spitzer is now the district attorney of Orange County, and he worked with Judy Chu to create the California Sex Offender Management Board. So it's kind of neat 20 years later to have a representative from the California Sex Offender Management Board here testifying in support of the bill, because we recognize that the state legislature, who makes a lot of these appointees, that they create the recommendations and policies around management of this population. So it's an honor to be here today to talk about this, but just some things that I want to say. When you violate probation, you don't go to prison. There's not state incarceration. It's a county managed system, and the counties are going to manage that. There was a statement that there's no added benefit. Well, I think an individual receiving the treatment that to help them ensure that they can go back into society and actually live a successful life. That's why we thought that this bill is really important, actually, to limit to misdemeanors rather than felonies, because we want those individuals to be successful. And then there was another statement about state supervision for life. As we know, the law changed. When you're a registered sex offender, you're not under, unless it's a certain sex offense, but most sex offenses are not under the state's eyes for life. That's not true. So what we're trying to do with this bill is a very modest step to ensure that every individual receives the treatment that not only they're ordered to, but the legislature has asked for them to be completed. We don't want them to complete 32 of their classes. That there's a reason why there's a certain number, because that's what the data says they would be successful. So we're not only trying to help the victims here, the victims of these crimes, we're actually trying to help the individual going through the probation to actually be successful. That's the entire purpose of this bill. So with that, I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Okay, thank you very much, Assemblymember. Thank you, everyone, for participating in this discussion. We'll move to the next bill presentation. In file order, I see Assemblymember Sharp Collins. And so we'll proceed now to file item 27, AB 2108. Okay, we're going to proceed now to file item 27, AB 2108. If there are any witnesses who will be testifying in support of the bill, you are welcome to join us here. Thank you. And whenever you're ready to begin, you may proceed.
Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Senators. I'm here to present Assembly Bill 2108, which creates a statewide diversion option for low-level, nonviolent retail theft so offenders are held accountable without being pushed deeper into the justice system. I appreciate the chair and the committee working with me on this bill, and I do accept the committee amendments, as we have previously discussed. The amendments make it clear that this policy only applies to low-level theft crimes, no felonies, and codifies case law. Prop 36 promised voters a balanced approach to crime by creating a blend of rehabilitative opportunities and accountability, which is what diversion is. And while we have diversion programs for drugs and mental health, we do not have the same for crimes of necessity led by poverty. Assembly Bill 2108 creates pathways into the workforce, whether it's vocational or apprenticeship programs, to help lift individuals out of poverty and curb retail theft. So let me be clear. This bill excludes any theft that involves violence or threatened violence, organized retail theft offenses, and habitual repeat theft offenders. Furthermore, it ensures judges retain the discretion to evaluate a defendant's suitability for diversion based on the actual case. Contrary to what folks are saying, this bill is not anti-Prop 36, but instead, as previously stated, builds on the proposition's promise of consequences and treatment. Without this bill, folks who are in poverty who are convicted of theft crimes are left with no treatment options. Further, this bill is supported by the very victims themselves, the Retailers Association, who acknowledge that this is a way to reduce theft crimes. Retailers are the ones that suffer when diversion or incarceration fails, and they have chosen to support Assembly Bill 2108. 2108 diverts appropriate retail theft cases while also including guidance for courts to consider available workforce development programming or job training as a component of the defendant's diversion. Granting folks the opportunity to gain a new skill set, which will allow for gainful employment, is essential to thriving in this state, but also this entire country. This is about giving access to those in need and curtailing things before things can actually get worse, meaning catching people early. This is the time for this bill. The time for this bill was actually here and now. So let me remind you of things that we continue to talk about. We have spent a lot of time highlighting the harm done by H.R. 1 cuts. These cuts will push thousands of Californians into poverty, further increasing the necessity of securing basic resources. What do we think will happen when 562,000 Californians lose their food assistance, valued at approximately $6 a day? How will the 1 million Californians kicked off of Medicare secure their medication and other medical supplies? And where will families find the resources to care for their senior family members who stand to lose over $1 billion in funding out of the May revise? Deprivation of resources breeds desperation, and desperation breeds necessity. If these people they're actually caught up in the retail theft due to poverty and the necessity to move forward. Are they less deserving of diversion opportunity and treatment than those experiencing addiction and mental health challenges? I think not. Or should our justice system lift up equity and compassion, access to off-ramps as promised within Prop 36? So with me here to testify is Anthony DiMartino from Californians for Safety and Justice. And at the appropriate time, I do respectfully ask for an aye vote. I'll turn it over to my witness, Anthony DiMartino, to provide additional testimony.
Thank you very much. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and Senators. Thank you so much. First, my name is Anthony DiMartino, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs at Californians for Safety and Justice. I want to also thank the committee for the work on the analysis and the amendments. Really do appreciate it, and I believe we do have a strong bill in front of us today. I'm here today as a proud co-sponsor in support of Assembly Bill 2108, authored by Assemblymember Dr. Sharp Collins. AB 2108, as amended, creates a diversion consideration process for nonviolent misdemeanor theft offenses. It maintains judicial discretion and only applies to nonviolent misdemeanors. Diversion is a critical intervention tool in the justice system that provides tailored resources and responses to the defendant. Under current law, there is not a consistent framework across all 58 counties for theft diversion. This inconsistency allows for an inequitable diversion consideration process that lacks equal opportunity for defendants to be considered for diversion on a case-by-case basis. AB 2108 mirrors and builds upon the success seen with drug diversion through Penal Code 1000 and brings a familiar structure and needed uniformity to the use of diversion in appropriate theft cases. AB 2108 provides more access for defendants to be connected with appropriate resources or programs to help foster their success in the community while establishing appropriate guardrails and maintains the discretion of the court. AB 2108 strengthens the safety of our communities by scaling up proven strategies, meeting individuals where they are, and investing in public safety solutions that prioritize long-term safety. For these reasons, we respectfully ask for your aye vote on Assembly Bill 2108, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so very much. We'll invite anyone who'd like to express support for AB 2108 to please come forward.
Good afternoon. Glenn Backus for Drug Policy Alliance in support.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Ed Little on behalf of Californians for Safety and Justice in support.
Thank you.
Malcolm Rooks on behalf of Crime Survivors Speak in support.
Thank you.
Margo George on behalf of the California Public Defenders Association in support. Thank you.
Aubrey Rodriguez, registering proud support on behalf of ACLU Cal Action and San Francisco Public Defender's Office.
Ryan Elaine on behalf of the California Retailers Association in support. Thank you.
Sophia Newhouse Brown on behalf of the Los Angeles County Public Defenders Union, Local 148 in support.
Thank you.
Ignacio Hernandez on behalf of the California Attorneys for Criminal Justice. We are a co-sponsor of the measure. I apologize for being late.
Good afternoon, Eric Henderson on behalf of the Ella Baker Center for Human Rights and Support.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to express support for AB 2108? Okay, seeing no one else come forward, we'll now take two opposition witnesses.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I was a meeting across town. Had to run back over and
go before you if you want to catch your breath.
He likes me breathing hard. Okay. Anyways, I'm sorry. No, out of breath. I meant. So I'm Vern Pearson.
Just before we proceed, so we do not allow clapping, laughing, interruptions, noise in the crowd. So I just want to establish that as that is our policy. We want to give attention and respect to the witness and all those who are testifying. So, sir, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that. My name is Vern Pearson. I'm the elected district attorney of El Dorado County. I am, in addition to that, I was one of 3 architects that put together Proposition 36. It was myself, another elected DA, and frankly, a political consultant that was a very key person in the Obama administration. And what we tried to do was to look at what has happened in the past, some things that have worked well, things that didn't work so well, and then come up with a framework. Instead of petty theft with a prior, it's petty theft with 2 priors. That was the way it was constructed. But the recognition is we have to hold people that have repeatedly committed property crimes accountable for their actions at some point. I'm one of the most conservative DAs in the state of California, yet for what this bill purports to do, we routinely divert people already. This is an unnecessary bill. In other words, it is a solution in search of a problem. Just a very short period of time ago, 2/3 of the state of California came together and said, Prop 36 is the law of the land. And I think, unfortunately, this bill, as drafted, and I understand there's amendments, and I want to also stress the author's office, her chief of staff who's here, your staff, they were very gracious. I met with them over the last week and very understandable listening to the concerns as that goes. However, it's inescapable that it will unnecessarily undermine the will of 2/3 of the voters in the state of California. And for that, I respectfully ask for a no vote.
Mr. Chair, Corey Salzillo, on behalf of the California State Sheriff's Association, in opposition to the bill, also would like to register the opposition of the Chief Probation Officers of California. California already has numerous targeted diversion programs focused on offenders' underlying condition or rehabilitative needs, including just a few mental health diversion, veterans diversion, collaborative courts, youth offender programs, and treatment-based diversion. In fact, just a few years ago, California law was amended to give the prosecutor or county probation department the authority to create a diversion or DEJ program for persons who commit a theft offense or repeat theft offenses. That's Penal Code Section 1001.81. In addition, there's also Penal Code Section 1001.95, which is a very broad misdemeanor diversion program that allows a judge, over the objection of the district attorney, to offer diversion in a whole host of cases with very few exceptions, like domestic violence and stalking. So 2 very specific misdemeanor diversion programs that can be used for theft today as we sit here. But instead of relying on local discretion, those programs that are already in place, this mandates a new broad diversion framework that ignores a defendant's criminal history, including any evidence of repeat theft patterns. This would allow many qualifying theft cases to be diverted and dismissed, with the arrest deemed not to have occurred for most purposes upon successful completion of diversion. The problem with that is, as the district attorney said, you're never going to get to a Penal Code 666.1 violation of a theft with at least 2 priors if you never have a first or a second predicate offense being able to be prosecuted. This is absolutely, it may not impact PC 666.1. We acknowledge that. This is still an attack on the serial theft accountability provisions of Prop 36, which was overwhelmingly approved by voters. For those reasons, we ask for your no vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll invite anyone else wishing to express opposition to AB 2108 to please approach the microphone, state your name, organization, and position.
Chair members, Max Perry on behalf of the California Police Chief Association and Respectful Opposition. Also have been asked to convey an opposition position on behalf of PORAC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ivy Fitzpatrick on behalf of the California District Attorney's Office and the Riverside District Attorneys Association and the Riverside County District Attorney's Office in respectful opposition.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members, Dr. Sharp Collins. My name is Nadia Mushirian Binderup on behalf of San Diego County Sheriff Kelly Martinez in respectful opposition.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Pat Espinoza on behalf of the San Diego County DA's office in opposition.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members. Skylar Wanacott on behalf of the California Business Properties Association. We have an opposed unless amended position. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else come forward to express opposition to the bill, I'll bring it back to the committee for any questions or comments at this time. Yes, Senator Wiener.
Great. Thank you very much. Assemblymember, thanks for the bill. I'll be supporting it today, and I appreciate you working with the committee on amendments. One question I have, which is I think one of the tangential things in the bill that I know my DA raised with me, is that the bill requires the DA at the beginning to state or certify whether the case is eligible or not eligible for diversion, and I think that my understanding is that's not normally how the process works with diversion, and so I was wondering if you could comment on that, like what was the rationale for putting that in, since there is an existing sort of process for determining that. Again, I know that's sort of tangential to the bill, but my DA did ask me about that.
No problem. I'll turn it over.
Thank you.
For him to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Senator, for that question. I mean, diversion throughout statutes looks different, and so not every single diversion will require it. Some of it is judge court led, right? Some of it is led by the public defender. We based this off of PC 1000. That's the consideration process for drug diversion, which does have the DAs look and certify cases. So that's where it actually is in PC 1000. That's where we got this from. And we wanted to take the burden off of the defense or the court to have to initiate the diversion, starting the diversion process.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Maybe it might be good to just take another look. For me, apart from the substance of diversion, just making sure that it's a good and reasonable process is, of course, important. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you very much. We are on Assembly Bill 2108. Sharp Collins. And so I'll ask if there are any other questions or comments from the committee. Just to summarize the amendments, one, to clarify under 1001.91 subsection A, that of the criteria to be considered as to a defendant's suitability for diversion, to clarify that the offense charge is not a felony, and two, to provide a definition of what a contemporaneous violation means, which is based on, I think, existing law.
Yes.
So with that, I'll ask if there are any questions or comments. If not, I'll turn it back over to the author to close.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here to present Assembly Bill 2108. You know, I want people to know and understand that this whole approach has come out of me having quarterly Prop 36 meetings throughout my actual district. That did consist of course, some of my folks was here, the Sheriff's Department, probation, community partners, county officers, elected officials, and a host of others. And the whole thing is this: diversion is a recognition in second chances, and it truly has the power to rehabilitate. It is not a get out of jail free card, but it is a true commitment to do the hardest work possible, which is working on yourself. In my personal opinion, as I said on the assembly floor, everybody has something. Everybody has something either in their background that they're not proud of, or they know someone who truly deserves a second chance based off of an actual minor offense. Your vote today will tell us, will really tell California whether or not we are truly believers of the purpose of having these programs to help to rehabilitate. So Assembly Bill 2108 allows that opportunity while working to reduce crime levels and also change lives. If we don't show folks that we truly believe in them and provide them the actual supports that some has otherwise otherwise have not been able to gain, then we will continue down the pathway that we currently are. People deserve to have quality of life and not just survive, but thrive here in the state of California, and this bill will allow them to get that opportunity and grant access. With that, I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you so very much. We have a quorum, finally. So the committee assistant will call the roll to establish a quorum.
Adeguin?
Here.
Adeguin here. Sayarto?
Here.
Sayarto here. Caballero? Here. Caballero here. Cortese? Perez? Wiener? Wiener here.
Okay, and I will now entertain a motion on AB 2108. There's a motion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a motion by Senator Caballero. If we can please call the roll.
AB 2108, motion is due pass as amended to appropriations. Adeguin?
Aye.
Adeguin, aye. Sayarto?
No.
Sayarto, no. Caballero? Caballero, aye. Cortese? Perez? Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye.
Okay, we'll keep that bill on call for absent members. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Moved by Senator Vice Chair Ciarto. If we can please call the roll.
Adeguin?
Aye.
Adeguin, aye. Sayarto?
Aye.
Sayarto, aye. Caballero? Aye. Caballero, aye. Cortese? Perez? Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye.
Okay, we'll keep consent on call. And so I have to, it's hard to believe, I chair 2 standing committees of the Senate, so I have to go gavel in the Senate Housing Committee. And so, Mr. Vice Chair, I will be back. If you can please take over, thank you. And I believe the next bill is Senator Schultz and then McKinnon.
It is, sir. Thank you.
When you're ready, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair and colleagues. I'm pleased to present Assembly Bill 1905 this afternoon, which will strengthen protections for young people in custody by establishing clear guardrails around custodial interrogation. First, some background. Research has increasingly found that juveniles are more susceptible to pressure, manipulation, and deception while being interrogated, which increases the risk of for coerced and unreliable statements or confessions. And before I go on, I'll just note that is why we're running this bill, which to a large degree is already codified, arguably, in Welfare and Institutions Code Section 625.7 Subdivision A, which prohibits the use of manipulation and deceptive tactics against minors. But regardless, the risk is particularly heightened when juveniles are interacting with undercover law enforcement agents. Now, California has not yet implemented clear statutory limits on the use of undercover tactics during custodial interrogations in a custodial setting, hence the purpose of the bill to further clarify. I'll note that this phenomenon can result in officers eliciting statements that are not credible or lawfully obtained, leading to both costly litigation over admissibility and ultimately bogging down the judicial system. AB 1905 seeks to change that. AB 1905 would prohibit the use of undercover law enforcement agents to seek statements from individuals in custody who are 17 years of age or younger at the time of the alleged offense and are 26 years or younger while in custody. And I want to thank California District Attorneys Association and other organizations for working so collaboratively with our office on those amendments. The bill fortifies the integrity of our judicial system and reduces the risk of unreliable statements by creating a consistent and clear statewide standard to prevent constitutionally questionable interrogations and directs courts to consider violations when determining admissibility. It's important to emphasize that the bill now only applies, again, to individuals in custody who are 26 years and younger, and that is after working closely with CDAA and opposition to address their concerns. As I mentioned, this reflects another portion of not only the Penal Code, actually, but the Welfare and Institutions Code, and the recent change significantly narrows the scope of the bill while still addressing the unique susceptibility to deception and manipulation among this vulnerable population. Final note, Mr. Vice Chair, we have additionally agreed with CDAA to include a retroactivity provision, ensuring that active criminal cases will not be impacted. We continue to have ongoing conversations with CDAA on an additional amendment, and we remain ever hopeful, hope springs eternal, that we'll be able to move them to neutral. With these changes, AB 1905 will create a consistent and clear statewide standard, and at the appropriate time, Mr. Vice Chair, I'll respectfully ask for an aye vote. Testifying in support today, I have Jasmine Harris, Policy Director of the California Innocence Coalition, and Jessica Malikian, Deputy Alternate Public Defender with Los Angeles County.
All right.
Thank you both for being here. You got 2 minutes each.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair and members. I am Jessica Malikian. I'm testifying here on behalf of the California Public Defenders Association. Young people are vulnerable to pressure, manipulation, and coercive interrogation tactics, and this legislature has long recognized this reality and responded thoughtfully. SB 395 and SB 203 ensured youth have access to counsel before custodial interrogation, and more recently, AB 2644 prohibited law enforcement from using deception and psychologically manipulative tactics during interrogations of youth. These reforms reflect a clear legislative purpose that young people require additional safeguards when confronted by law enforcement. A significant gap remains. While direct interrogations are now appropriately regulated, law enforcement has turned to an unregulated and more concerning method, using undercover agents to elicit statements. These agents employ many of the same methods prohibited by AB 2644 because such prohibitions do not apply to them. AB 1905 is a logical continuation of this legislature's efforts to protect youth. It applies regardless of the form the questioning takes, ensures previous legislation cannot be undermined simply by shifting from a traditional interrogation room to a covert custodial operation. AB 1905 is narrowly tailored to apply to youth 25 and under as defined by existing California law and recognized as sharing developmental characteristics that warrant special consideration. Limiting the bill to those under 18 would create a loophole by allowing for delay in arrest solely to avoid the bill's protections. Such delays, which my colleagues in Los Angeles have seen firsthand, would be detrimental to all parties involved, including crime victims seeking timely resolution of their cases. The age threshold in this bill ensures the bill's protections are meaningful, consistent, and not easily circumvented. And for these reasons, I respectfully ask for your support.
And thank you for adhering to the 2-minute rule. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jasmine Harris, Policy Director of the California Innocence Coalition. Our organizations have collectively helped free more than 100 innocent Californians. And looking across those cases, one lesson is clear. When an investigation becomes centered on a person's own statements rather than objective evidence, the risk of wrongful conviction increases dramatically. That is especially true when those statements involve conduct that occurred during adolescence. We know that once a confession or incriminating statement is obtained, even one that is incomplete, unreliable, or taken out of context, it changes the course of an investigation. It influences investigative decisions, shapes charging decisions, and carries enormous weights with juries and judges. That's why the reliability of confession evidence matters so much. I'd like to briefly address an argument I've seen in some of the opposition letters, and that is the claim that these very specific Perkins operations are necessary to exonerate the wrongfully convicted. This is misleading and misrepresents the success of these operations. In a post-conviction context, these operations are done without the petitioner's counsel's knowledge or presence and are confirmatory, not dispositive. In fact, in many of these cases, the actual perpetrator is never brought to justice and the legal burden for exoneration has already been reached. Ultimately, this bill protects everyone. It helps ensure that investigators build cases on reliable evidence, prosecutors obtain convictions that withstand review, victims receive lasting justice, and innocent people are not swept into wrongful convictions. We respectfully ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we'll take all the Me Too's in favor of the bill. Come on up, state your name, your organization.
Aubrey Rodriguez with registering proud support for ACLU Cal Action and the San Francisco Public Defender's Office.
Margot George on behalf of the California Public Defenders Association, proud co-sponsor.
Glenn Backus, Ella Baker Center for Human Rights, in support.
Ed Little on behalf of Californians for Safety and Justice, in support.
Ignacio Hernandez on behalf of the California Attorneys for Criminal Justice, in support, and also on behalf of Exonerated Nation, in support.
Sophia Newhouse Brown on behalf of the Los Angeles County Public Defenders Union, Local 148, in support.
Liz Blum Gutierrez, Smart Justice, California, in support.
All right, anybody else? At this time, we'll go ahead and take opposition. Chief opposition witnesses, come on up. If there's just one, that's fine too. But you still got 2 minutes.
know you'll hold me to it, Mr. Chair. Corey Sozillo on behalf of the California State Sheriff's Association, still in opposition to AB 1905. We appreciate the author taking the amendments that he's taken. Thus far, we still have significant concerns with the bill. The materials and arguments offered in support of the bill reference quote-unquote young people and the assertion that they are, quote, uniquely vulnerable during custodial interactions with law enforcement. The problem is the bill's reach is not limited to minors. As the author said, it applies to any person who is under the age of 18 at the time of the crime and under 26 at the time of custody. So this is not just someone who was 17 and 360 days when they committed the crime and 18 years and 5 days when they're interrogated, but someone who had been 17 at the time of the crime and then was 25 years old at the time of custody. In either case, the bill attempts to limit law enforcement from seeking valuable evidence from adults in custody based on the notion that young people deserve a higher level of protection when it comes to interrogations. It's also important to note, I'm not sure it'll be compelling, but the appellate case that's cited in the bill's fact sheet, People v. Zapata, is really more of a Miranda case, candidly, than a Perkins case. Zapata involved a defendant being the subject of a Perkins operation, but the main issue noted by the court is that Zapata's admission of guilt was obtained after he invoked his Miranda rights. The problem is the bill uses Zapata as a justification for its passage, despite the fact that Zapata does not appear to have been a juvenile at the time of the interrogation, and that further regulation of Perkins operations is not necessarily the main motivator of the court's ruling. Perkins operations are exceedingly rare, especially when involving actual minors, and also rare in cases that are not homicides. Additionally, as it relates to juveniles, as witnesses stated, AB 2644, just 4 years ago, was passed, prohibits the law enforcement officer from employing threats, physical harm, deception, or psychologically manipulative interrogation tactics. These protections already exist. We don't think there need to be further limitations on Perkins ops. For those reasons, we're opposed to the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we'll take any other opposition to the bill. You come up and state your opposition. All right.
Good afternoon. Julio De Leon on behalf of the Riverside County Sheriff's Office in opposition. Thank you.
Bernie Ojeda on behalf of Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department under Sheriff Robert Luna. We appreciate the discussions, but at this time, we must remain opposed unless amended.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Nadia Mushirian Benderup. I'm speaking on behalf of Sheriff Kelly Martinez from San Diego County, respectfully in opposition.
All right. Do we have more? If we don't have any more, we're going to bring it back to the dais. Do we have any questions? Yes, Senator Caballero.
So, I appreciate what you're doing with this bill. It's always interesting to me that, you know, the age at which there is a belief that people shouldn't be held responsible for what they do keeps getting longer and longer. And I say that with lots of love and affection. But it's interesting to me that then we want 16 and 17-year-olds to be able to vote. So don't make a decision until they're 26, but the 16 and 17-year-olds should be able to vote. Anyway, I call that out because when somebody comes and they ask for a vote on a 16 or 17-year-old, and I'm the only Democrat that votes no, I want you to understand why, because I just think that you can't have it both ways. And so I'm not thrilled about the up to 26. I get the science, but at some point to have a parent or another adult present just doesn't make sense to me if you're being interrogated, right? If you're in custody. Sending someone in that might be able to, as a cellmate, as a trick is not fair, and maybe it's deceptive and not the best way to get information. But to have some kind of to try to protect somebody that's in custody when you're way past the adult 18 years old. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm going to support your bill today, but I'm not sure in terms of on the floor whether that's, I'm going to feel like that's something I want to do, because I think that when a young person, a minor, expresses an interest or expresses the intent to have an adult present with them, that they should be able to. And that adult can be a teacher that might serve as a better adult in terms of a confidant and a adult figure in their life. Not all juveniles have parents that they trust and that they turn to in times of crisis, but I do think it's important to give them that right.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair, or Vice Chair.
Anybody else? Okay, my comments are what she said. Okay.
I'm going to have to use that.
You can go ahead and close.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be brief. To Senator Caballero, appreciate the comments, duly noted. I would just leave you all with two things. First of all, if the Sheriff's Associations and many representatives, if they can get past the ideological opposition and there's a different age by which you think that it would not be objectionable, we'd love to have that level of conversation. We haven't so far, so I'm inviting any Sheriff's representative to engage with us. But the other thing I would actually add, Senator, is, at least speaking for myself and why I agreed to make that change to the bill, it actually conforms with existing law. And what I would specifically cite, too, is Penal Code Section 1016.7, which defines youth as it relates to probation. And so part of the argument was conformity and consistency within the law. Notwithstanding that fact, we are happy to have a conversation with anyone and everyone outside of just the performative nature of the committee process. So we would love to talk with anybody. With that, we respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you very much. Okay, we can go ahead and call roll.
AB 1905 Schultz, motion is due pass to the floor. Arguin, Sayarto?
No.
Sayarto, no. Caballero? Caballero, aye. Cortese? Perez? Wiener? Wiener, aye.
Thank you all.
All right, that bill will remain on call. Okay, next up, let's see, Assembly Member McKinner. I believe you are up with a bill I think I've heard before, so I don't have to repeat myself.
Mr. Vice Chair, can I please present the AB 2411 because my witnesses have to leave?
Let me look and see where you're at.
That is item number 31.
Okay, 31. Patterson? No. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 2411. Oh, okay, yeah. I thought the other one's on consent, no? No. Yeah, 2411 is the one that I've heard before.
Yes.
Oh, well, absolutely, you can go ahead and do that one.
Mr. Chair and members, I would like to begin by accepting the committee amendments described in the bill and analysis, and sincerely thank you and your staff for the excellent work on this bill. Senators, AB 2411 creates a process to train out-of-state law enforcement officials to provide temporary supplemental public safety during the 2028 Olympics and Paralympic Games. According to the City of Los Angeles, the LA 28 host city, the Games will require an estimate of 30,000 additional sworn law enforcement officers to keep athletes, fans, and visitors from around the world safe. Yet current estimates have identified only 6,000 state officers that could be available to provide necessary mutual aid. To be clear, AB 2411 does not replace available in-state law enforcement officials for use during the 2028 Games. The bill clearly states that any out-of-state officers used for the Games will only augmentate available in-state officers. I appreciate the productive conversations I've had directly with our law enforcement labor partners and will continue to work with them to ensure that any out-of-state officers used in the 2028 Games will meet California's highest standards of conduct and accountability. Senators, we have a choice on how we keep athletes, fans, and visitors safe during the 2028 Games. We can use the next 2 years to establish a process for LA 28, Cal OES, and the Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training to plan, coordinate, and deploy training for supplemental out-of-state officers to enforce California state laws. Or we can do nothing and leave it up to the federal government to protect Los Angeles, like what we saw last summer with no accountability. As chair of the Assembly Select Committee on the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games, I would prefer that we plan, train, and require any out-of-state law enforcement officers to serve under a state-run central command and comply with all state laws for conduct and accountability. Senators, a safe game is central to a successful games, and AB 2411 will give us a tool necessary to keep all of us safe when we celebrate the 2028 Olympics and Paralympic Games. I respectfully ask for your aye vote, and today my witness is Andrew Antweed on behalf of our proud sponsor, the City of Los Angeles Office of Mayor Karen Bass, and Commander Mario Moto of the Los Angeles Police Department, and Detective David Sun, also with the LAPD, to help answer any technical questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Whichever one of you wants to go first, you've got 2 minutes.
Los Angeles Mayor. Chair members, Andrew Antwi here today on behalf of Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. Mayor's office is pleased, as the authors indicated, to serve as sponsor for this measure, and we thank the author for bringing this measure forward. The bill is about preparation, coordination, and public safety. The games are around the corner, and we want to make sure we welcome the world in the most secure and coordinated way, and that we take advantage of the lead time that we have to make preparations for proper force enhancement and crowd control and other needs through a very coordinated and directed fashion. This moment will bring extraordinary opportunity for the city, the region, and the state. And there will be fan zones, crowds, high-profile venues, transit corridors. All of that needs to be considered and planned for. And so we thank the author and this committee's attention to follow a protocol that's well set with very well-defined roles for a major international event, a historic event. And we create the authority through this measure to make sure that those roles are well defined. And preparing early is our best medicine. I'll defer to other witnesses to elaborate. And thank you for the opportunity to present.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Ciarto and committee members. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Mario Mota, and I am a commander with the Los Angeles Police Department and the commanding officer of the LAPD's Major Events Group, which is the department's lead entity in the planning for the 2028 Olympics and Paralympic Games. The LAPD is one of 6 members within the National Special Security Events Designation, the Executive Steering Committee that oversees the overall planning, safety, security, and deployment for the Games, as it pertains to public safety across the venues in the LA region. Through the NSSC structure and the United States Secret Service, there have been specific assignments that have been identified that will require sworn law enforcement personnel to staff these positions. The city of LA alone will host 8 large venues encompassing several city square miles per site, along with 7 road races and a marathon that will span across multiple law enforcement jurisdictions, increasing our demand for law enforcement officers. Just outside Los Angeles, our neighboring cities will also host scoped Olympic venues, further increasing the demand for law enforcement personnel across the entire region. For context, the LAPD will be mobilized, deployed for 66 continuous days for the Olympics and Paralympics. That's 66 days. On peak demand days, the LAPD will deploy approximately 6,700 officers across the various sites, of which we, the LAPD, can only provide 1/3 of that deployment, so roughly 2,200 officers per day. That leaves a staffing gap of approximately 4,400 officers per day. This is for LAPD venues only. The gap must be filled by other in-state and out-of-state law enforcement officers. The LAPD alone needs roughly 12,000 to 15,000 officers assigned to the LAPD to cover the Games. For the region, officers will also be covering scoped events, and it is estimated that on any given day we need 13,000 to 16,000 officers deployed across the Los Angeles region. And to accomplish that, we need 24,000 to 30,000 officers assigned to the Games from all over the state and the outside of state. For these reasons, the Los Angeles Police Department, the City of Los Angeles, and the National Special Security Events Executive Steering Committee, which we are part of, support this bill. By advancing this legislation, Cal OES can have the ability to start the process in addressing the personnel gaps, as time is no longer on our side with the games just 2 years away. We are committed to working with the author on any amendments and provide technical expertise and a genuine perspective of the challenges we face in providing a robust safety and security plan across all venues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for both your testimonies. At this time, we'll take anybody in support of the measure. Come on up and give your name, and you know what to do.
Mr. Chairman, members, Dan Felizato on behalf of the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office in support.
Chloe King with Political Solutions on behalf of the California Orthotic and Prosthetic Association, and also on behalf of the California Travel Association in support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Obed Franco here on behalf of the California Hotel and Lodging Association in support.
Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead and take opposition witnesses. You got 2 minutes when you come on up. You'll be the chief opposition witness, it looks like.
Mr. Chairman, members, Randy Perry on behalf of PORAC. We've been working with the author's office and the mayor's office on the bill for a month or so now. A couple of things I just want to state on the onset here is that PORAC's concern and the work that we're putting into this bill is really based on the fact that PORAC has been the tip of the spear on the labor side regarding police reform over the last decade. We're being, very careful. A lot of issues we've been a part of in terms of police licensing and the like. Last summer, we saw where the feds came in, and just as we felt we were regaining the public trust and confidence, several things happened on the federal level that is reflecting on us, and therefore all of you have put in major bills this year and last year to deal with that issue, but have seriously impacted us again. Our concern here is with out-of-state folks coming in that they have the training, they have the same type of background checks, and basically making sure they're up to California standards. The current amendments that went into the bill, our concerns are that we still don't have the post oversight, basically, that we wanted to have. The language that says that we deem that the out-of-state officers, when they come in, they're deemed to have met California background, but who is making that check? Who is making sure that that's occurring? There was some streamlined training by post, which is out of the bill now. The background checks themselves, again, it's all being based on the officer being deemed to be qualified by their agency in their state. But we don't know what those training requirements are. We don't know what those backgrounds are and the like. So we want to continue to work with the author's office on this. We just want to make sure that when these officers come into California, that they are living up to basically what we are required to live up to, what our citizens in California have
need you to wrap up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's no one else. Shouldn't I get 4 minutes?
No, you get 2.
All right. I tried. Anyway, so I just want to say we'll continue to work with the author's office. They have been wonderful in working with us. We just want to make sure that these officers live up to California standards. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. At this time, we'll take anybody who would like to be a Me Too in opposition. Come on up. State your name, organization.
Mr. Chair and members, Matthew Seiberling on behalf of the Association for Los Angeles Deputy Sheriffs. We're currently in a opposed unless amended position, largely for the same reasons just outlined by PORAC. We're encouraged by the analysis and the language that is potentially going into the bill and look forward to reading it to see if it removes our opposition. Thank you.
All right. At this time, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the dais. Anybody up here have any questions? Yes? Ms. Senator Caballero.
I appreciate what you're doing here, and I want to second what PORAC said. My biggest concern when I read the bill was the out-of-state. I think public safety officers in California understand what the standards are, and they get training. But I'm a little nervous about bringing in out-of-state officers. I understand the need. It's incredible, the number of officers. I was kind of blown away with that number. But it's a short period of time, and we need to make sure that the interactions with the public are of the highest quality. And so hopefully you can work it out with the opposition, and I see you nodding your head. So as long as you continue to work on that, I'm willing to support the bill today. It's got to be done. We need the officers on patrol. People want to feel safe. They want to have a good time. It's been phenomenal to see the FIFA activity, and all over the country, people doing parades, countries doing parades down the street. It warms my heart during a time when we haven't been the best actor in the world stage to have people here having a good time, and we want that to happen during the Olympics as well. So thank you for bringing this bill and for continuing to work. Thank you, Mr. Vice.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Are you going to be taking the amendments that have been offered?
Yes, the amendments that was offered by, yes, I said that at the beginning. Yes, I'll be taking the amendments
thank you very much.
offered by the committee. Yes.
All right. So we had this in our other committee, and I outlined some concerns. So I'm going to paint the big picture for us. So we're going to ask basically 24,000 officers from places like Dallas and some of the biggers, because the little ones can't send their officers, because then they'd have nobody to cover their own places. And we're going to tell those guys that they're not really trained good enough to be working in California, so we're going to put you through a little academy of our own. And then we're going to bring you over. You're going to pay you overtime, because the way mutual aid works is you get paid overtime from the minute you pick up your suitcase and walk out the door on a mutual aid like this to the minute you take your suitcase and walk back in the door. So that's very, very, very expensive labor. I would imagine they're going to be taxed at their home or their California wages. That's going to be another issue for them, because if they're getting taxed at California wages, that's another reason for them not to want to help. An incident like this, I call it an incident, sorry, it takes kind of an all of your government effort. And so if we're going to hamstring us and say we don't really want the feds to help us, but we want some out-of-state people, we're going to beg them to come in, but we're going to give them all these rules, and we're going to tell them they're not really good enough at where they are, they need to be good enough for us, and then have them come over here and go through training, and then pay them an ungodly amount of money. And in the meanwhile, you know, our officers have been hamstringed in their efforts to recruit because of our rules. I'm voting yes just because I want to see it. I want to see it work. I want to give you the opportunity to make that work. Because failure in this particular instance is not an option. We cannot have a major event like this if we cannot offer the public safety part of it. And that's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid we have put ourselves in a position where we can't. So anyway, I will let you close. I will be supporting your bill. I'm very skeptical, understanding the mutual aid system and what it takes when we're looking at events this large with that amount of personnel. That is a logistical nightmare. And yes, our people here in California need to be used first, but we can't put guys on duty for 2 months. So that's just not going to happen. So anyway, I'll let you close, and then we'll bring it back for a vote.
Well, first I'll close with I am so excited about LA 28, the Olympics and Paralympics coming to Los Angeles. We're going to have a fantastic time. I'm looking at everybody out in the audience, and I know that they're excited as well. But most importantly, we have to be safe. And I am going to continue to work with the opposition. We've been having conversation, and I actually do get what they're saying. We have high standards. We're not going to tell people that they're not good enough. Mr. Vice Chair, we're going to say, come in, and I know that you may have different rules than we have, and so we just want to train you on California rules, because if we don't, they're going to bring the federal government in anyway. I mean, we have to have this done. You know, it's just, we would love to have use officers from out of state. But we are going to use our officers first. We respect them. We highly appreciate them. But we know that we can't take them from the little towns and little cities and leave them unprotected. And so I will continue to work with the opposition. And with that, I ask for your support. Thank you.
All right, bring it back for vote.
AB 2411, McKinnon, motion is due pass as amended to appropriations. Araguin, Sayarto.
Aye.
Sayarto, aye. Caballero. Aye. Caballero, aye. Cortese, Perez, Weiner.
Aye.
Weiner, aye.
Okay, we'll keep that bill open for people to come in and vote on. Mr. Haney, you're next. Yeah,
We'll let
yes.
it go, and then I'll come.
Oh. Okay, thank you. Yeah, he's in file order, actually. He's way up here.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members. I want to start by thanking the staff for their work on the bill and accept the committee's amendments. AB 1897 will strengthen California's mentally disordered offenders evaluation process through evidence-based risk assessments and more efficient court proceedings. The need for this bill was underscored by a case which occurred in San Francisco when a repeat offender with a severe mental health disorder was committed as a mentally disordered offender and later evaluated for release. During that process, experts reached conflicting conclusions about whether he continued to pose a substantial danger of physical harm to others. Because experts reached different conclusions, the court found he did not meet the statutory criteria for continued commitment and ordered release. Following that release, he was reportedly seen approaching and harassing women again and was later taken back into custody for an alleged parole violation. AB 1897 responds to cases like this by adding in specific criteria that all experts should take into account when considering a reevaluation of a mentally disordered offender. This will help promote more transparent and evidence-based evaluations that are consistent between different state hospitals. The bill also allows petitions to be heard in the county of commitment to state prison only if the petitioner, the prosecuting attorney, and the defense counsel all agree to change the location. I've been working closely with opposition to resolve their concerns. I will continue conversations on outstanding concerns. With me to testify in support of the bill is Nikki Moore, San Francisco Assistant District Attorney, and Dr. Rebecca Aponte, a forensic psychologist.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members. Nikki Moore with the San Francisco District Attorney's Office. I want to thank the committee for working with us on language and the stakeholders for continuing to work with us on language. As to the jurisdiction piece, this will allow the parties to stipulate to hear the hearing in the county of commitment when that is appropriate. So we respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Aponte. I'm a forensic psychologist and subject matter expert in PC 2960 at SEC, which is commonly known as the Offender with Mental Health Disorder, or OMHD. I wanted to express gratitude to the author, his office, and other stakeholders for their responsiveness in addressing concerns that were raised about a prior version of this bill. And I want to just quickly state my support for the aspect of the bill of keeping the jurisdiction of patient petitions in the county of their current treatment or imprisonment, because that maintains continuity of patient care. Patients can have their hearings where they are currently living and receiving treatment rather than having to transfer to a county jail in their county of prison commitment. And it also protects the legal expertise in this niche law by keeping the hearings where that expertise already exists rather than dispersing it across California's 58 counties. Assessment of dangerousness is the most complex and subjective aspect of OMHD evaluations, and so it's where we see the most discrepancy between expert opinions. Different OMHD evaluators on the same case often do not have access to the same sources of data, and evaluators may apply disparate methods for analyzing that data. The case that was the impetus for this bill demonstrates how confusing it can be for the trier of fact when evaluators use incompatible methods to assess dangerousness, leading to an apples to oranges comparison between expert opinions. The best method forensic evaluators currently have for assessing future risk is a process called structured professional judgment, in which an evaluator examines a set of factors that are empirically linked to the type of risk being assessed and use that set of factors to structure their case conceptualization. If there was an existing structured professional judgment tool that examines the narrow question of whether a person, by reason of their severe mental health disorder, represents a substantial danger of physical harm to others, evaluators would use it. But there's not. There are, however, evidence-based factors that can assist in answering the psycho-legal question. AB 1897 improves upon existing law by establishing a basic framework for the dangerousness prong of OMHD evaluations. The rubric items contained in AB 1897 are a combination of the most salient and empirically supported factors, as well as factors that prior case law has determined should be included in the assessment of dangerousness for OMHDs. Having a unified basic framework for these evaluations will assist the trier of fact in disputed OMHD cases by facilitating an apples-to-apples comparison between differing expert opinions, which will help reveal any differences in the quality of the data that the expert relied upon and the quality of the analysis the expert applied to that data. And for those reasons, I respectfully ask for your support for AB 1897. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair over here now. That concludes the support testimony. Anyone that would like to join on? Oh, yeah. I was going to say, I heard her.
Okay.
Yes. Please come forward.
Madam Chair, Dan Filizato on behalf of the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office in support.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Ivy Fitzpatrick on behalf of the California District Attorneys Association and the Riverside County District Attorney's Office in support.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to testify in support? Seeing none, testimony in opposition.
Good afternoon. Margot George on behalf of the California Public Defenders Association,
You're welcome
Madam
to come
Chair.
to the table if you'd like.
Thank you. I think this will be sufficient, though.
Okay.
We have some serious concerns about the bill. We have been working with the author and the committee. The amendments that have currently been accepted by the author and proposed by the committee are not consistent with the amendments that came out of Assembly Public Safety. We hope that we will be able to resolve those differences with continuing conversations. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Hi, Liz Blum-Gutierrez expressing a similar concern as my colleague on behalf of Smart Justice California reviewing the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ari Rodriguez, aligning our comments with that of the CPDA on behalf of ACLU Cal Action and San Francisco Public Defender's Office.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in opposition? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to committee, and it's me. So this is a complicated area, but it's complicated because of the nature of the inquiry, and it is difficult at best to predict what people are going to do. And with a mental illness, it's even harder to predict. But we want to get it right. And so I appreciate the work you're doing on this, and I assume you'll continue to work with the opposition. And with that, I allow you to conclude, and we'll take up a motion when we get some more members. And I do have to say that I'm supposed to be in 2 other committees, and so people are presenting bills and then they're serving in other committees. So that's why you see people coming in and out. It's not that they're not interested. They have multiple things to do. So I'll allow you to conclude.
Thank you. I appreciate it absolutely. We've been, as you said, working to try to get this right. We had chosen an assessment tool, and then there was some dialogue about how it was better to have a set of factors that should be considered, so folks weren't locked in that way. We just want to make sure that there is some consistency, some clarity on the factors that should be considered that will protect both the individual and their rights, and also make sure that we protect public safety. And we will, of course, continue to work with the opposition to try to address all of those concerns and get this right for everyone. With that, at the right time, respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here and for your testimony. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll move on to Assemblymember Lowenthal. You are up.
Okay, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Senators. Excuse me. It is my pleasure to present AB 2384. This bill provides a pathway for individuals to seek a court order sealing of their criminal record, provided that they satisfy clearly defined eligibility requirements. Under current law, convictions other than those that have been vacated are not eligible for sealing, only expungement. When expungement is granted, the guilty plea is withdrawn, the case is dismissed, and the individual moves forward without a conviction on record. In California, before the rise of the digital era, an expungement carried nearly the same practical weight as sealing a record, but that is no longer the case. Expungement alone is no longer enough. Third-party data brokers, commercial background screening services, and online archives continue to spread criminal history records without limit or end. With a basic online search, charges from decades ago can appear in moments, regardless of whether a record has been expunged. Sealing fills this void that expungement leaves behind, bridging the distance between what the law offers and what people experience. Giving individuals the opportunity to seal their records allows them to re-enter society with their civil rights, public benefits, and employment opportunities restored. Without it, they remain locked out of stable housing, constrained in where they can go and what they can do, cut off from the civic and economic life that others move through freely. Specifically, this bill opens the door for individuals convicted of eligible offenses to bring a petition before the courts seeking sealing and destruction of their record so long as at least 4 years have elapsed since the date of their arrest or since the completion of any sentence, probation, mandatory supervision, post-release community supervision, or parole tied to that record, whichever is later. And the person has remained free of new convictions throughout this period. No person should carry a lifetime of obstacles to jobs, to housing, and full participation in their community simply because of past circumstances. It is essential to understand that this bill does not create any automatic process, no petition is triggered, and no record is sealed without action. What it does is extend to the individual the right to bring their case to a court. From there, the court retains full authority to grant relief only where it determines that doing so serves the interest of justice. The burden of proof rests entirely with the petitioner to demonstrate why that relief is warranted. A criminal conviction strips away civil rights, cuts off access to public benefits, forecloses employment opportunities, limits housing options, and removes the ability to live and work without constant restriction. These ongoing penalties and restrictions do not stop at the individual. Their effects ripple outward to the broader community. When people are cut off from employment, from education, from family stability and civic life, the well-being of the entire community suffers. The most effective tool we have to combat that cycle of exclusion is to seal those records. I'm very grateful to be joined today by Ed Little on behalf of Californians for Safety and Justice, who will testify in support of this bill. I should also note my brother, Judge Dan Lowenthal, was here to testify as well, but he's in the middle of a murder trial and unfortunately couldn't make it. Mr. Little.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Ed Little, and I'm a Government Affairs Manager with Californians for Safety and Justice and proud co-sponsor of 2384. A record, no matter how minor or how much time has passed, can trigger a web of legal restrictions, reduced prospects, and economic instability. While California's expungement laws critically remove records from public access, they can still be viewed and act as barriers to certain licensing and career opportunities. This bill creates a new pathway for people with eligible past arrests and low-level convictions to petition the court to seal their records, offering a true and complete clean slate. This stronger, more comprehensive sealing remedy will only be available for non-conviction arrests and low-level convictions after a 4-year crime-free waiting period. Relief will also not be granted, and each petition will be judged on a case-by-case basis. States around the country, like Vermont, Connecticut, and New York, have taken a similar approach to record relief. A chance at true clean slate for a limited category of records at the discretion of a judge, we believe, strikes the appropriate balance. By creating a pathway for record sealing, this bill provides the opportunity for people with past low-level records to truly and fully move beyond the lifelong disenfranchisement that comes with a criminal record. For these reasons, we ask for your aye vote on AB 2384. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now is the time for anybody that would like to support the bill to please come forward. State your name for the record.
Malcolm Rooks on behalf of Californians for Safety and Justice and support.
Thank you.
Liz Blum Gutierrez, Smart Justice, California, and proud support.
Margot George on behalf of the California Public Defenders Association and support.
Thank you very much.
Eric Henderson on behalf of the Ella Baker Center for Human Rights and support.
Thank you.
Aubrey Rodriguez registering proud support for ACLU Cal Action and San Francisco Public Defender's Office.
Thank you.
Sue Kim with Uncommon Law and support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How about testimony in opposition? Anybody want to testify in opposition? Seeing no one moving, how about just a me too in opposition? I didn't see any registered, just want to check. Well, congratulations, there's no opposition. The next step is to bring it back to committee, and it's me right now. So let me just say that I really like this bill. And the easier we can make the process, the better it's going to be. It's really difficult to get an expungement right now. I mean, you almost have to have an attorney because the process is not easy. So the more that we can streamline that, the better we'll be. So with that, I'll let you conclude.
I respectfully ask for your aye vote, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The chair has an aye recommendation. So when we get a quorum, we'll take up a vote. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Okay, we're going to move on to Assemblymember Nguyen. Welcome. You have one bill that is on consent. We have passed consent, so that one is out. And Congressman, before I forget, I wanted to say welcome to the California Senate, and it's good to see you. Yeah, welcome anytime. Thank you. So we're on AB 2727.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to present AB 2727, a bill that helps preserve the integrity of California's elderly parole program. The program serves as an important purpose, but when it comes to the most serious violent sexual offenses, we have a responsibility to make sure the law reflects the severity of those crimes. Cases like David Funston raise serious questions from whether the current law strikes the right balance. For victims with their families, the impact of these crimes doesn't end with a conviction, it lasts a lifetime. This bill focuses on individuals serving life sentences for some of the most serious violent sexual offenses, including aggravated sexual assault of a child and specific sexual offenses against children ages 10 and younger. Current law allows certain offenders to be considered for elderly parole at age 50 after serving 20 years. AB 2727 raises the threshold to age 65 and at least 25 years served. This bill also strengthens the review process by ensuring individuals serving life sentences for violent sexual offenses are included in the screening process before release and can be referred to the Department of State hospitals for evaluation as sexually violent predators when appropriate. Preserving the integrity of the elderly parole program means recognizing that the most serious crimes deserve a greater scrutiny before someone is considered for release. I believe this bill strikes a balance while keeping public safety and victims at the forefront. Madam Chair, I want to also say that I had a victim that was going to testify, a witness that was going to testify, but had a family emergency, and so she couldn't be here, and I wish that she was here so that she can share her story, and that I think it's really important that individuals like that get to share such stories so that you understand what they have gone through. And so our thoughts are with her and her family, and we hope that everything is okay. But with me today to testify is Sacramento District Attorney Tien Ho.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Make sure the mic is on. Yes. There. Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank Assemblymember Stephanie Nguyen for bringing forward this measured, balanced, and necessary bill. At its core, AB 2727 is about keeping our community safe and honoring the promise we make to victims and survivors. Because right now, those promises are being broken. When we prosecute violent sexual offenders, victims, they step forward, they testify, they relive their trauma, they endure hours of cross-examination during the trial, and when the sentence is finally handed down, they trust that that sentence means something. They believe that the person who harmed them will remain behind bars for decades. But when the sentence is prematurely shortened through elderly parole, that trust is shattered. And the damage is not abstract. It is real, it is personal, it is lasting. And it undermines the confidence in the very system of justice that we work in and that we uphold. And I've heard directly from victims who believe that they were finally safe, only to learn that the person who had harmed them and assaulted them is now being released years, if not decades, early. And that is not justice. There's also a public safety issue here. Many of the individuals that are being released have not completed programs that meaningfully reduce the risks of harm and recidivism. And in many cases, those programs simply don't exist at this time. AB 2727 addresses that. By raising the elderly parole age to the age of 65 and requiring 25 years served, it expands also the eligibility of sexually violent predator designation. The bill ensures that the most dangerous individuals remain in custody, and it closes those gaps. And let me provide a very real example. David Funston and Gregory Vogelsang. Gregory Vogelsang is an inmate who was sentenced to 355 years from a case that my office prosecuted. He had molested 5 little boys between the ages of 5 and 9. He was sentenced to 355 years and got out essentially over 300 years early. We were able to stop that parole from happening. But we need a bill like this to make sure that he is designated as a sexually violent predator. This bill is about accountability. It's about public safety. It's about keeping our words to victims. And with that, I would respectfully ask for your aye vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anyone who would like to add on?
Madam Chair, Dan Filizato on behalf of the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office and the Crime Victims Alliance in support.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Ivy Fitzpatrick on behalf of the California District Attorneys Association and the Riverside County District Attorney's Office in support.
Thank you.
Max Perry on behalf of the California Police Chief Association in support.
Thank you very much.
Audrey Ratajczak on behalf of the Orange County District Attorney's Office in support.
Corey Salzillo on behalf of the California State Sheriff's Association, as well as the Chief Probation Officers of California in support.
Thank you. Anyone else in support? Now we're going to turn to the opposition. You could please come forward. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Glenn Backus on behalf of the Ella Baker Center for Human Rights. For myself and the Ella Baker Center, we have tremendous empathy for survivors of violence, and we'd like to invest in victim services and crime prevention strategies that prevent that violence. We would like to remind the committee of the larger context that we have an elder parole process in California as a response to a humanitarian crisis. People were dying in our prisons. They were dying because our prisons were grotesquely overcrowded due to runaway sentencing inflation by the legislature and governors in the 80s and 90s. They died even though they enjoyed protections under the U.S. Constitution, which guarantees that when the state deprives a person of their liberty, the state assumes the responsibility for their medical care. California state government failed to meet the humanitarian and constitutional standard, and was found by the U.S. Supreme Court to have violated protections against cruel and unusual punishment. In 2014, a 3-judge panel empowered by the U.S. Supreme Court ordered the state to implement an elder parole process for people 60 years of age who had served a minimum of 25 years. This bill seeks to violate the court-ordered requirement, setting the minimum age at 65 for certain offenses, not 60. So if the bill is signed as drafted, it likely cannot go into effect. The current system is incredibly conservative and safe. It's very hard to earn release under California's elder parole. For those who are granted parole and subject to conditions, they are subject to curfews, time and place restrictions, polygraph tests, and more. This very tight process of review, of supervision, and the fact that old people don't commit crimes very much may explain why the offense rate against another person is less than 1%. Less than 1%. Approximately 0.6%, comparable to the general public. The board is doing a good job of protecting public safety. The legislature is well advised to let them do their job. Elder parole is a careful safety valve to address humanitarian and constitutional issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Sue Kim, and I'm a policy director at Uncommon Law, where for over 20 years, we have represented hundreds of people in California parole hearings. This bill is based on the false notion that elderly parole is too permissive or risky. But in reality, our elderly parole program is one of the safest release programs in the whole country, with a recidivism rate of under 2% and just 0.6% for felonies against a person. There has never been a documented sexual reoffense among people released from this program. The public safety outcomes are exceptional by all measures, and this is by design. Those eligible are those least likely to reoffend, elders who have served decades, and they must still go through one of the toughest parole evaluations in the country, including forensic psychological evaluations, specialized sex offense risk assessments when applicable, and it's worth noting that these are the exact same assessments used in the SVP evaluation, an extensive parole hearing, legal review, review by the governor, a full board review, and even a rehearing if necessary, and intensive supervision if released. For people with sex offenses, they are monitored on the in the containment model mentioned by Assemblymember Patterson as very effective. A person is only released when it's clear they no longer pose a risk, and only about 1 in 10 in this process is actually granted parole. On average, it would take them 6 hearings over 10 to 20 years to be granted. Elderly parole is not released, it just gives someone a chance to start on that long journey. The average age of death in our prisons is 64, so when we push parole eligibility to 65, we ask more people to die in prisons when our prisons already function as the state's most expensive nursing homes. We should not be using prisons as an end-of-life facility, especially for the people least likely to reoffend. And California simply can't afford it. The legislature has estimated that delaying parole for 100 people for a year costs $30 million. CDCR reports that healthcare costs approach $500,000 per person per year for some of the oldest and sickest in prison. These are taxpayer dollars that could support underfunded survivor and victim services and much-needed sex offense treatment programs in prison and in our communities. If we're serious about safety, let's fund the programs that actually make a difference. This legislature must be guided by facts, and we should not be wasting hundreds of millions to solve a public safety problem the evidence shows simply does not exist. We respectfully urge a no vote, and I'm available to answer questions about the parole hearing process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now's the opportunity to add on in opposition.
Aubrey Rodriguez, registering opposition for ACLU Cal Action and San Francisco Public Defender's Office.
Thank you.
Raven McCullough on behalf of the California Coalition for Women Prisoners in strong opposition.
Thank you.
Margo George on behalf of the California Public Defenders Association in opposition. Thank you.
Liz Blum Gutierrez, Smart Justice, California, in opposition.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in opposition? Seeing no further, bring it back to the committee for questions, comments, concerns. Senator Sciarto.
Thank you. I'll be supporting your bill today, which is consistent how I voted on this and other bills that are similar, pushing the age from 50, which is absurdly not elderly, to at least 60, which is still not elderly anymore. The offenses that you were talking about are pretty narrow. And when you have somebody that commits a crime against a child, like maybe strangling and raping them, or trying to rape them first, and then strangling them, and then you get your 25 years to life, but in 25, you're a youthful offender because you're 26 and apparently your brain hasn't developed. You can play football and do all those things, but you can't. You can't be held responsible for doing a heinous crime like this. You know what? Somewhere in this world, we need to start thinking about the families. I am sorry that somebody did this to this poor child, because I feel bad for the child. I feel bad for the parents. The guy who perpetrated this on them, I don't feel bad for him. I really don't. You know, he's 53. He's gotten 3 parole hearings, 1 for being youth and 2 for being old. And it's absurd that we think that that's old. They're still a public safety hazard. And you know what? They just haven't paid for the price. There is no price. When you tell a parent that they have lost their child forever, there is no price that somebody can go and pay, and we'll call it good. You know, I'm just one of those people that believe that when there are some life choices you make that will follow you the rest of your life, and if you die in prison, you die in prison. So anyway, with that, I'll be supporting your bill because I think it makes sense.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll allow you to conclude.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, for your words. It stole the words out of my mouth. As legislators, we do what we can to come up with good policy. But when you're a parent and you have kids, you always think about the children. When a grown man takes his peanuts and shoves it up a little boy, not just one little boy, but multiple little boys, over and over again, that little boy is going to live with that trauma for the rest of his life. And what we're doing here is trying to protect little kids from ever having to go through that again. Ever. And we do the best that we can in our roles. And even 1% is too much. When you have individuals that are luring little girls ages 7 into their cars with candy and toys, only so they can rape the fuck out of them, that shouldn't sit well with you or anybody. It is our job to do what we can to protect these little kids. And that's what this bill is going to do. If you read it, you'll see that I'm going after individuals that are sexually violent to 10 years old and under. 10 years old. 10 years old. I remember what happened to me at 10 years old. And I would live with something like that for the rest of my life, even when I'm in my 50s or 60s. I'm thinking about the victims that this has happened to. They would be living with this life, knowing that an individual that was sentenced to 300 years or more, thinking they would never be released, but having to come back and relive that trauma again and again. We have to do better. With that, I respectfully ask for your aye vote when the time is appropriate. And I apologize. As a mom, I can only think of what's happening to the little kids out there. And I would never want something like that to happen to my girls or any of your children or your grandchildren. And you should not want any of that to happen as well either. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your passion and the pain that's involved in child sexual abuse. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you for your testimony. Everybody, thank you for your testimony. Not an easy subject. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
There's a motion. Please call the roll.
AB 2727 Nguyen. Motion is to pass to appropriations at a gain. Sayarto.
Aye.
Sayarto, aye. Caballero.
Aye.
Caballero, aye. Cortese. Perez. Wiener. Wiener, aye.
Okay. Well, next up is Assemblymember Bauer Kahan. I do apologize to the other assembly members that were here before her, but you know, she kind of snuck in.
It's I think my third visit to the room trying to get in, so.
I understand.
I know.
So you are here on AB 2047?
That is right. Thank you,
Okay,
Madam
the
Chair.
floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I want to start by thanking committee staff for their work on the bill and confirming that I'll be accepting the amendments from the committee to remove the criminal penalties from the bill. I'm proud to present AB 2047 along with my sponsors, Every Town for Gun Safety. Over many years, California has set the standard in taking an active role to protect our communities against gun violence. And the chair of this committee, Senator Arreguín, has led the way on this, and I want to thank him for his incredible work. AB 2047 builds on prior legislation to address the newest firearm threat, which is 3D printed weapons. Numerous reports from the DOJ and nonprofits have emerged demonstrating the proliferation of these 3D printed firearms. Just since January of this year, there have been several 3D printed gun busts and recoveries in California, including in San Jose, San Bernardino, and Santa Rosa. We cannot stand by while these firearms continue to flow into our communities. AB 2047 creates an upstream solution by requiring that all three-dimensional printers sold in California are equipped with firearm blocking features to prohibit the printing of dangerous gun parts. We will not be the first in the nation to do this. New York has already passed this policy earlier this year, and it was signed into law. At its core, this is about ending gun violence. It's about keeping our children safe in their schools, our families safe when they attend worship service, the mall, or a concert. AB 2047 is supported by a unique coalition of doctors, parents, law enforcement, and students. I'll turn it over to my witness, Crystal Lopolito, Director of Policy Advocacy for Everytown, and Christina Kundari, volunteer with Moms Demand Action.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair.
There you go.
And members of the committee, or acting chair. My name is Crystal Loplato, and I serve as Policy Advocacy Director at Everytown for Gun Safety. Together with Moms Demand Action and Students Demand Action, we are the largest gun violence prevention organization in the nation. We're proud sponsors of AB 2047 and grateful to Assemblymember Bauer Kahan for bringing this bill forward. AB 2047 is the common sense next step in California's fight against ghost guns. This committee has been at the forefront of recognizing the existential threat that 3D printed firearms pose to California's gun laws and advancing strong policies to address this next wave of the ghost guns crisis. Last year's SB 704 created one new step to begin thwarting DIY gun makers who can't pass a background check. This committee was also a key stop for 2022's AB 2156 and 2023's AB 1089, which made it a crime to 3D print guns without a firearm manufacturing license. And this committee helped advance last year's AB 1263, which made it illegal to aid, abet, or facilitate another person manufacturing firearms with a 3D printer. What we have before us with AB 2047 is different. It's an opportunity to add a new, truly preventative layer on top of those existing prosecution-focused public safety laws. We can stop gun printing at the source. Technology now exists to block the printing of files that have been specifically identified as firearm design files. Ensuring that technology is equipped on all printers sold to retail consumers in California is a new and preventative way to effectuate our existing laws. To be clear, there is so much positive creativity and innovation happening as 3D printing becomes more accessible and affordable. We can all agree on that. This bill won't stifle or threaten it. And it includes a careful 3-year implementation process to be sure the technology is minimally disruptive to legal print jobs. But we need to pass this bill and start that implementation process now to stop the floodgates of 3D printed guns before it gets out of control. Thank you. We ask for your aye vote.
Thank you very much.
My name is Christina Kundari, and I'm a volunteer and the local group co-lead for the San Francisco Moms Demand Action group. I teach couture embroidery at an art school, and we have multiple 3D printers on our campus. We encourage our students to use them in their classes and activities. In my classes, students can use 3D printers to create their own sequins, beads, and other components that they use in their fashion design projects. As an educator, I'm constantly amazed at what my students create with their 3D printing, and 3D printers have broadened their horizons and created so many opportunities for them. But with those opportunities comes the terrifying reality that they can use those to print a gun. This is not hypothetical. This is happening all around our state. And in the last year alone, a teenager in San Jose was arrested with 27 3D printed guns, including guns modified to function like a machine gun. Santa Rosa police arrested and charged a teenager for using 3D printers in an illegal firearm making operation. And a teenager in San Diego was arrested for bringing a loaded firearm to school. Afterwards, police discovered multiple 3D printed firearm frames and 3D printed conversion devices in his home. There is so much potential and promise for 3D printing. I see it every day with my own students. But when a fully operable firearm as deadly as a store-bought weapon can be manufactured by a teenager or anyone else who wants to skip a background check, 3D printers present a dangerous reality which is only going to get worse if we don't act. The law can balance respect for innovation alongside the need to keep our communities safe. And this bill does. This law doesn't ban 3D printers. It just requires printers to have a safety feature that stops them from printing illegal guns. As an educator, a parent, and a volunteer with Moms Demand Action, I believe we have a responsibility to put guardrails in place to protect our kids. One child's life ruined from a 3D printed firearm is one too many. For this reason, I urge a vote yes on AB 2047. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Anyone who would like to testify in support, please come forward.
Chloe King with Political Solutions on behalf of the American Academy of Pediatrics in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Katie Kirk on behalf of Moms Demand Action, and I advocate for in support.
Thank you so much.
Leslie Ruse on Moms Demand Action in support.
Thank you.
Bridget Jakubowicz, public school teacher in Pleasanton, California, and Moms Demand Action volunteer in support.
Thank you very much.
Janie Dobbs, Pleasanton, volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, and I fully support AB 2047.
Thank you.
Yara Jadal, volunteer with Moms Demand Action, former nanny and former preschool teacher in support.
Thank you very much.
Charles Allen on behalf of Everytown for Gun Safety, proud sponsors and strong support for 2047. Thank you.
Linda Gale, San Francisco resident, and I am a volunteer with Moms Demand Action, and I fully support AB 2047.
Thank you.
Brenda Nixon, retired educator and Moms Demand Action volunteer in support.
Thank you.
Sarah Berger, Moms Demand Action volunteer and public school parent in support.
Rachel Lido with Moms Demand Action in support.
Mary Duplass, gun violence survivor and volunteer for NorCal Gun Violence Prevention.
Thank you.
Max Perry on behalf of the California Police Chief Association in support. Thank you.
Janet Surratt, Moms Demand Action volunteer in support.
Mariah Hodge, Moms Demand Action volunteer in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Claire Senchina, Moms Demand Action volunteer and a gun violence survivor. I support.
Cooper Howard, Moms Demand Action volunteer in support.
Elizabeth Carpenter, Moms Demand Action volunteer in support.
Good afternoon, Donald Sturkey, Moms Demand Action volunteer, and I support.
Should be moms and dad.
Mitch Steiger with CFT, a union of educators and classified professionals, also in support.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair members. Connor Gussman on behalf of Prosecutors Alliance in support.
Jamie Miner on behalf of Giffords, pleased to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in support? Now we're going to move over to opposition. Welcome.
Chair and members, my name is Aubrey Rodriguez. I'm a alleged advocate with ACLU Cal Action. While we are appreciative of the committee amendments, we continue to have strong concerns with AB 2047. To start, this bill poses grave risk to many users of 3D printers and their right to privacy. Just yesterday, the Supreme Court reaffirmed an individual's right to reasonable expectation of privacy in Chatry v. United States. In a concurring opinion, Justice Gorsuch wrote that one's papers or effects was understood at the time of the Fourth Amendment adoption to embrace most of any kind of personal property. This unequivocally includes one's 3D printer, and every owner of a 3D printer holds the right to a reasonable expectation of privacy when printing in their own home. And if the government suspects an individual violating the law by 3D printing ghost guns, they can obtain a search warrant, rather than mandating a dystopian scanning tool that constantly monitors what people do in the privacy of their own homes. This newly required algorithm contains troubling similarities to efforts by governments and corporations to either break end-to-end encryption or include constant scanning technology on people's electronic devices. At the ACLU, we warned of the dangers that this technology brings and how it may be exploited to conduct far-reaching surveillance. Mandating an algorithm that scans for possible printing of a ghost gun poses similar risk. And the question is, where will this constant surveillance, monitoring our every move end? Once this scanning algorithm is in place, it could be abused by governments or corporations to prevent socially or politically sensitive 3D printed designs infringing on our civil liberties. This type of software creates a permanent backdoor into the privacy of our own homes, ripe for exploitation. And once this new infrastructure exists, it is a simple software update away from tracking political dissents or preventing 3D printed designs deemed inappropriate. We remain skeptical of any software that contains a client-side scanning system that is purportedly only designed to capture specific files, as this software invades the privacy of users with 3D printers who will, by necessity, have everything they print scanned and improved by an opaque algorithm. For these reasons, we respectfully urge a strong no vote on this bill.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm David Tobin. There we go. Good morning, committee. I'm David Tobin. I'm the executive producer of the show 3D Printing Nerd. I'm also the executive director of the Community Manufacturing Initiative. And I want to say hello to everyone watching on the live stream, and thank you, Louis, for coming. We broadcast this to all the educators throughout the state to make sure they were all aware of what was going on, all the small businesses and all the big businesses that use this. All our friends over there are wonderful, and JPL, SpaceX, everyone down in Livermore, and all the other small businesses across, to make sure they all saw what was going on here today. And because of last week, everyone has one collective question for the committee. Is the only reason this bill is going forward is because firearm is in the title? Because this is a tech bill. There's nothing about firearm protection in here in any capacity. There's one company on the planet that supports this technology, and it's called FISNA. They brought their salesman here last week to talk to you about it. We've all used their technology. It does not work and do what they're saying it does. We've used this in this space. And it comes down to the core thing. There's a pen on your desks. That's an object. That does not have intent. No object has intent. We instill intent. That could be a pen. It could be a tracheotomy tool. It's a tube. And the other thing is, last week, the author of the bill said that if this technology was possible, it would not be foolproof. Also, she said that the ghost gun making is illegal already. It's already a crime to do this. So this isn't really adding anything new to it. And then bringing up New York, it has not gone into effect in New York. New York has an amendment in their bill that says if this technology is proven not to be possible, which it's not, they don't have to go further down the line on it. We don't even have that amendment in here to get out of it in any capacity. So that's where I want to leave it at, and I really do appreciate your time, and I wholeheartedly vote no on this.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to testify in opposition or give testimony?
Yes, my name is Steve Peterson. I'm a member of the Voron Design Team representing the wider open source hobbyist 3D printer community, and I also want to add on record the following additive manufacturing professionals, educators, stakeholders, Prusa Research, Printed Solid, P.O. Poly, Make Magazine, Maker Faire, West 3D, Nico Industries, 3D Printing Nerd, Coco Press, Micro Swiss, Greengate 3D, LDO Motors, Protoplant, makers of Protopasta, Make Good, 3D Fuel, Soraya Tech, Monster City Studios, Sliceworks, Things 3D, Zellerfeld, Fulu Foundation, Repair Preservation Group Action, Fund, OC Create, OC Maker Foundation, Matter Hackers, Polymaker, BQ Big Tree Tech, Dr. Adrian Breuer, Joseph Prusa, Dale Doherty, Maxim Zolan, Joel Telling, Clayton Parker, Bill Duran, Grant Posner. Thank you.
Thank you
And
very
opposite.
much.
Aiden Sanabria, disability advocate. I think there's a real possibility for this bill to have disastrous consequences for disabled people to have access to spare parts to repair their assisted technologies.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Claire Armour. I am the lead chassis development engineer for the Hornet Racing team at Sacramento State University, where we develop a new internal combustion engine open wheel race car every year. 3D printing technology is crucial to my work.
I'm sorry,
and
this is the time, I apologize, I should have said it at the beginning, but this is the time only for your name and then your affiliation and whether you're in support or opposed to the bill.
I strongly oppose this bill.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you for being here.
My name is Joe. I'm with SGT Consulting and Golden Hams Radio Club. In principle of national security, I oppose.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sergi Small, born and raised Sacramento, a DIYer, and I am here on behalf of my family and friends who cannot attend. I am opposed to this.
Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Daniel Al-Nasser. I research the 3D printing of organs for medicine, and I deeply oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alon Horticolon-Retzler. I've been working a decade in rapid prototyping and commercial research. I strongly oppose this bill as written. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Victor Piedra. I'm just a parent and resident of Daly City, and I strongly oppose this bill for a variety of reasons that were already explicitly explained. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christopher Keaton. I'm a Lenovo sales training and relationship specialist, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sen Lawrence Hastings. I'm a free software and open source hardware advocate, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Joel Sanchez, Sacramento County resident and hobbyist 3D printer. I oppose this bill.
Hi, I'm Rujal Bhardwaj. I'm a resident of San Francisco, and I vehemently oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paul Rothstein. I'm here again after last week, and I strongly oppose this bill on Fourth Amendment grounds at the very least.
Hello, my name is Tyler Woodward from Benicia, California, and for all the reasons already laid out, I also very strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
My name is Riley O'Connor. I'm an engineer and hobbyist from Limavur. I am opposed to this bill.
Hi, my name is Arush Rana, and as an engineering student, I deeply oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Hi, Michael Hebert, engineer and Sacramento County resident, and I oppose this.
My name is Justin Pitta, Sac County resident and local maker, and I definitely oppose this bill.
Thank you very much.
My name is Aiden Simmons. As a hobbyist, I deeply oppose the bill on right to repair and privacy grounds. Thank you.
My name is Alex Orzella. I'm an open source advocate. I oppose this bill.
Thank you.
My name is Alex Ont. I'm an open source developer, and I oppose this bill.
My name is Joseph Yule, Sacramento resident, and I strongly oppose this bill.
My name's Christopher Heiser. I'm an engineer, parent, and resident of San Carlos, California, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Anthony Garcia, work in prop production. I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Sean Sokoljian. I own Warmbird Technologies, an industrial 3D printer manufacturing company. My company is exempt from this bill given the industries we sell to. We oppose this bill regardless.
Thank you.
Hello, Aaron Thurner, engineering student at Consumidus River College, and I oppose this bill.
Hi, Gabriel Chang, Sacramento citizen. On the grounds of the Fourth Amendment, I strongly oppose this bill.
Hello, my name is John Panel. I'm a member of the Born Design Group and generally open source community, as well as an engineer and educator. I strongly oppose this bill.
Hello, my name is Nathan Groves. I am an industrial design student at San Francisco State University and former Air Force. Strongly oppose this bill for the sake of my future.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Benjamin Navarez, private citizen, Sacramento resident, and I strongly oppose this manufacturing control bill on Fourth Amendment grounds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Nathaniel De Los Santos. I represent myself as a 3D printing hobbyist and author of open source software, not my employer. I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Louis Rossman from Rossman Repair Group, Hulu Foundation Repair Preservation Group, and I strongly oppose this bill and the billionaire who's been funding it.
Hello, my name is Christopher Kramer. I'm an instructor at Makerspace, and I'm a student at Sacramento State, part of Aerospace Club, Competitive Robotics Club, and Baja SA Club. I'm a student member of Society of Manufacturing Engineers, American Society of Manufacturing Engineers, and American Society of Mechanical Engineers, and I strongly support you saying no to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Benton Phillips. I'm a hobbyist. I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Hi, Liz Gutierrez, registering opposition on behalf of the Electronic Frontier Foundation and Oakland Privacy. Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Hanna, and I'm a Sacramento native, and for 30 years I've worked professionally as an editor. And so I carefully read this bill, and I carefully read all of the supporting materials that came along with this bill, and I'm hoping that y'all also read it carefully. And what I found is that there are statements of fact.
If you could just state your name and your affiliations and whether you support or oppose the bill.
I'm opposed to the bill due to the fact that it has not been written with care towards fact in reporting.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Evan Buttimer. I'm a professional musician. I play with the Sacramento Philharmonic and the Stockton Symphony, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rolando Javier. I am a computer engineer in the enterprise software industry, and in support of protecting privacy and consumer rights, I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Stuart Hastings, Reading, retired computer engineer. I'm opposed.
Hello, my name is Kyle McKenna. I'm a advanced manufacturing and mechatronics student at Sierra College. I oppose.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Labate. I'm here with my daughter. I'm a current software engineer and a former child care provider. We're very busy, but not so busy that we can't come here and state our disapproval of this bill. Please do not support it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing your daughter.
My name is James Huang. I'm a mechanical engineer, a user of 3D printers both professionally and personally, and a Democrat. I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Ken Thomas, on behalf of law-abiding citizens who value their privacy, I oppose.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Warren, and I'm a resident of Sacramento, and I strongly oppose this bill.
My name is Yassine Johnson. I came out here all the way from Patterson, California, and I came here to oppose Bill 2047 as I believe it is an invasion of privacy and could be very problematic for businesses who utilize 3D printers.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Finnegan Andrews. I am an IT technician in K-12 public schools in Washington State, and I am here today to oppose AB 2047 for the ways in which it will weaken First and Fourth Amendment protections.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Joseph. I'm an IT specialist, and on behalf of the Second and Fourth Amendment, I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Kevin Guzman. I'm from Vallejo, California, and on behalf of the Fourth Amendment and right to repair, I oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Howdy, y'all. I am Jeffrey Cosio, and I am a software developer, and I oppose this bill for the Second Amendment and the Fourth Amendment and for a right to repair. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Hoosier. I'm from Riverside, California, and I strongly oppose AB 2047.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kobe Clark. I'm a Vacaville resident, and I strongly oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason North, Sacramento local college student, computer science major. I strongly oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. I'm Nicholas Tank. I'm an electronics technician and a law-abiding 3D printer user, and I oppose this bill.
Fletcher Dubé,
16th District constituent, strongly oppose.
My name is Hanson Dubé. I'm an analytical chemist residing in Walnut Creek, California, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
I'm Nicholas Dorn. I'm creating a 3D printer assembly company, and I strongly oppose this bill for reasons of destruction of my company in advance.
Thank you.
Matthew Conley, former Army Ranger, current computer engineer and entrepreneur, oppose.
My name is Nathaniel Lewis. I'm a system software engineer residing in San Francisco, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
My name is Brandon Langdon, and I, as a 12-year professional and expert in additive manufacturing at a national lab, a 7th-generation Livermore constituent and voter for Assembly Member Bauer Kahn, oppose this bill.
Thank you.
My name is Justin Lisinski. I'm a product design consultant and inventor in Palo Alto, and I strongly oppose this bill.
My name is Sarah West. I am a resident of Berkeley and a constituent of the chair. I am here with my son, Kalen. And we are small, my husband and I are small business owners. We strongly oppose this bill. It will not make our children safer. It's a waste of resources with no hope of success. It will just create new problems.
My name is Kaylin West. I'm a resident of Berkeley, and I strongly oppose this bill because I think it will create more problems than it has a chance to solve.
Thank you so much.
Ann Pauley, Oakland-based manufacturing engineer and board member at an education nonprofit working with Oakland Unified School District to teach 3D printing to underserved youth. If you care about education, you will join me in strongly opposing this bill.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Oh, come on. When I started 3D printing, machines cost $200,000. Now machines are built for $200. Now kids are building machines for $200 from kits, which allow them to build the skills they need to repair them, use them, and design for them.
Use this. Don't make me use this, please.
Oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm a retired grandma, and I'm here to support my son and my 3 sons, and they're all in this technology, and I would like very much to oppose this bill. My name is Mary Pasco. I'm from Rockland, California. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Jay Sugaldi. I vehemently oppose this bill and the technocrat, parasites, and financiers who think that they can shape a panopticon tech dystopia for all of us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
My name is Milo McConlog. When I was 9 years old, I built my first 3D printer, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you so much.
My name is Andrew Concilio. I 3D print fidget toys for my autistic wife, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
My name is Glenn Gio. I am trying to start a company that relies on 3D printing and would be unable to do so if this bill passes. I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you very much.
My name is Aisha Burns. I'm a medical physicist, and I use 3D printing to treat cancer, and I oppose this bill.
Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Hunter Leggetti, and I'm an aspiring manufacturer, and I strongly oppose this bill.
My name is Tom Durso. I oppose this bill. My business is going to be related to 3D printing and the development of it.
Thank you so much.
My name is Christopher Martinez. I'm a material physicist, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
My name is Adrian McCarthy. I'm a software engineer from Hayward, California, and a member of the Northern California Haunters Group, and we strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
My name is Daniel Watson. I'm from Fremont, California, and I do computer science tutoring and teach people using 3D printers a lot, and I urge you to vote against this bill. Thank you.
My name is Luke Bashai, representing WPM Software Design, a keyboard design company in Southern California, and I urge you to vote no against this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Jacob Bertrand, resident of Davis, an uncle, an electrical engineering student, and a former member of a national-level Davis-based robotics team which relies on free and open-source 3D printing software, and I respectfully oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Beck Fortier. I'm a mechanical engineering student at UC Davis, and I regularly use 3D printing both in and out of the classroom setting, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Athena Rowe. I'm a computer science student from West Sacramento, and I strongly oppose this bill.
My name is Mustafa Azar. I'm a Monterey County resident and constituent, and I strongly oppose this bill on First and Fourth Amendment grounds.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alexander Shopov, and I am a physics student and an observatory volunteer that relies on 3D printers to maintain their scopes. I strongly oppose this bill. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Owen Sturzel. I'm a private citizen and resident of Hayward, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Link, from a resident of Fremont, and I strongly oppose this bill.
I am Carmen Mork, resident of Briones, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is James Grindell. I'm a software developer, Yolo County resident, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Hi, I'm Jacob Koje, a resident of San Francisco County. I'm an electrical engineer that works in the pharma industry, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Hello, Senators. My name is Logan Hauga. I'm a constituent of Dixon, California, and a registered Democratic voter. As a computer science student and a software leader of competitive robotics at Sacramento State, and for other small makerspaces across the state that don't have a cutout in this bill, I strongly oppose.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emmanuel Garcia Razo. I am a student at Sac State and a 3D printing enthusiast, and I strongly oppose this.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Freeman. I'm a high school student, and I strongly oppose.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Scott Seaver. I'm a mechanical engineer, lifelong California resident, Democrat, supporter of effective gun control, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Xavier Potton, Sacramento native and electronics engineer. I've been involved in the Sacramento maker community since I was a little kid. I am in strong opposition.
Hello, my name is Sirus Rostami. I am an unaffiliated Santa Clara County resident, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
My name is Ashley Dragoo. I am a Sacramento County resident, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Nick Carano, San Jose, California, 3D printing enthusiast. I strongly oppose this bill.
Hi, I'm Stephen Estes from Merced, California, and I strongly oppose this bill. And hello, Senator Caballero.
I'm Courtney LeCount from Ripon, California. I'm an arcade game repair technician, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Niall Light from Livermore, California, mechanical engineer. I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hedrick Pasigan. I drove 7 hours from Diamond Bar, LA County to be here to say I strongly oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Hello, my name is Brandon Kendrick, a resident of Citrus Heights, California. I'm a stay-at-home father, and I strongly oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I am Ben Wilhelm. I am a parent and a teacher in Amador County, California. For the sake of both my students and my son, I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you very much for being here.
Hello, my name is Gideon, and I strongly oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Alexander Mauger. I'm a robotics and automation consultant representing Redwood Prototyping LLC, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dwayne Michael, and I don't represent anyone, but I oppose this bill and I support the Bill of Rights.
My name is Ted. I represent the American River College Engineering Club, and we strongly oppose this bill, as well as Connor, who had to leave early, but was the president of the competitive robotics team at Sac State University, and also opposes this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chris Smith, Sacramento County resident, finance accounting professional. I oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Hello, Eric Behrens, Sacramento resident, creator, fixer, and tinker. I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Ian McClellan, not an enthusiast, but a concerned computer engineer and
Contra Costa County resident. I oppose this bill on the grounds of supporting the corporate intrusion into creativity and strangling thereof.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Hannah Nelson, a student from Santa Barbara, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Dylan Coons, Orangefield resident, artist. I oppose this bill on grounds of freedom of expression.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm James Cannon. I'm a business owner, and for the last 37 years, I've been an IT professional. I strongly oppose the bill, and I hope you guys do as well.
Namaste. Jay Patel. I strongly oppose this bill. Thank you for time.
Thank you very much.
My name is Daniel Martin. I drove 400 miles to be here today from Orange County, and I strongly oppose.
Thank you.
My name is Chase Anderson, Vallejo resident, embedded security developer, and open source advocate. I oppose this bill.
Thank you.
I'm Aaron J., a software developer for 2 decades and more recently a small business owner. I'm also a constituent of the bill's author in Santa Ramona, Contra Costa County. I strongly oppose this technically unworkable, expensive, and infeasible bill.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amr Abdulati. I'm a medical doctor and an engineer working in Sacramento. I strongly oppose this bill because it would have prevented me from saving lives during the COVID pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, David Bullock on behalf of the San Fernando Valley chapter of the California Pistol and Rifles Association. We are in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? It looks like we have, I was going to say exhausted the number of people that are here, but I literally mean exhausted everybody. So that concludes our testimony for today. Question, bring it back to the committee for questions or, yes, Senator Perez.
Yes. So I do have a couple of questions, and I think it'll be a mix of questions for both the author as well as like the support and opposition. I first want to acknowledge that this is not a space that I have a lot of information or knowledge about, but one of my best friends in the world, her husband, is very active in the kind of 3D printing community and is also a very strong supporter of gun control. And so I know there's some opposition here, those that are opposing, related to, 2A issues. I'm a very strong supporter of gun control. Myself, but there's other folks that are here because of these surveillance pieces and questions about that. And so I think first and foremost, just in terms of how this bill is going to operate, we have individuals like my friend's husband who already own 3D printers. We have schools, libraries that already have these systems in place. And so what is the kind of vision for introducing this software, to people that already own this type of machinery? Would it be expected that they kind of download this software? What would happen if they did not do so? Due to no fault of their own, because not everybody keeps up with the many bills that we're passing up here. And so it just first like to start off by just hearing like a kind of operational perspective.
I don't know who's chairing. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You threw me off. Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Senator, for that. And I just want to start by saying, this bill, and I know, and I'm, if you don't mind, turn it over to my sponsors in just a second to answer your technical questions. And the law that went into effect in New York, by no means do we, here in California, want to stop the 3D printing enthusiasts from printing. That's absolutely not the goal, which is why the bill actually sets standards using experts, because to your point, we are not the experts who can make sure this is maximally effective and minimally disruptive, which is the goal of the bill. And as someone who, I will put on the record, one of the things I did prior to getting this legislature was fight to open makerspaces at every elementary school in my district, because I think these kind of skills are actually a critically important part of our academic institutions. And so the bill is crafted in a way that would allow our 3D printing enthusiasts to continue to print and just not print the files that are firearms. But you have very technical questions, so if you don't mind, I'll turn it over to my sponsor.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for the question, Senator. A very clear answer for folks who already have 3D printers, even folks who buy 3D printers up through 2029 under the bill, that doesn't impact them at all. There's no expectation that they download new software, that they upgrade, the property they already have. They're actually allowed to resell printers that don't have firearm blocking technology under an exemption that we amended into the bill. The bill is really focused as a business regulation on 3D printer manufacturers to be sure they're incorporating this technology into printers that they're selling in California after 2029.
So the bill would only apply towards businesses that are operating and utilizing 3D printers, or it would apply to businesses building 3D printers that are selling them, just so I'm clear.
Yeah, that's right. So actual printer manufacturers. So, really in that market, there's a handful of companies that kind of have the majority of the market share, as well as really any other 3D printer manufacturer that's going to sell through, the retail process in California.
I heard some of the folks that came up in opposition mention this, who have kind of small businesses in this space, and this was also a question that came up from, as I mentioned, a constituent. The cost concerns, how this might be cost prohibitive for these maker spaces, or these are startup ventures, and in many cases these are small business owners, and this kind of preventing and stifling the ability of somebody who maybe wants to get started in this space because there are cost challenges with implementing the software. I have no idea how much this costs, and I don't know if there are issues with that, or if that's something that you've talked through. And I'm not sure if opposition has any commentary on that too, but just how to kind of navigate some of those cost challenges for maybe somebody that's they're not interested in printing guns, but wants to do the right thing, is trying to create innovative technology and allowing them to be able to do that.
Mr. Chair, can I?
Thank you. I think it's important to not sort of presuppose that there's going to be high costs associated with this. Ultimately, we need to think about what are the incentives that the 3D printer manufacturers have. They want to get printers out to as many people as possible. We have seen the price point of printers dropping, which is fantastic. It's making this, an avenue for creativity, for innovation that's open to more people. I don't think there's any reason to necessarily assume that blocking technology that's going to be deployed at scale, developed over many, many years here with very, flexible different options for how manufacturers incorporate it. The bill lets out, sets forth kind of a variety of ways that it can be incorporated, different design forms, to really give manufacturers maximum flexibility to find the technology that's going to be, essentially the cheapest and easiest for them to incorporate into their machines, so that those price points don't go up. Certainly, increasing costs to small businesses, maker spaces, educators is not a goal of the bill. That is something that we all want to protect against. So I think it's important to not move forward with, the negative assumptions about what might happen here when we know the economics of the manufacturers is going to be to cost as low as possible.
Can I comment on the economics?
No, only if a member asks you a question.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to ask him a question?
Yeah, sure. I would love to hear from opposition too.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. That's not how the technology works, unfortunately. It's the fundamental core of the technology. And as you heard the list, the manufacturers of these machines all have said this is not possible. They spoke up about this. They've been writing to everyone here that the technology does not work in this manner in any capacity. There are tons of different printers, and the wonderful thing about 3D printers is it's open source. You can make your own. I can make my own and make it do whatever. But adding software to someone else's platform that doesn't work with yours is not compatible. It wouldn't work. It'd be like me putting an app for an Android on your iPhone. It doesn't compat. It would not work. And the other thing is, we're asking people in this to block the software, to block shapes, to block objects. Objects don't have intent, and the way the software works and what they're talking about, it doesn't work that way. It's lines of code, it's G code. Just like this eyeball I have here from the Mayo Clinic, this would be considered, I'm not kidding, this would be considered a firearm part based on exactly what you have because of the mounting piece in the back. The cylinder hole in the back would show up exactly as this. And the company that they're working with, FISNA, I've used their technology. Everyone in the industry has used their technology. It did not work, and that's why it was taken out of Things. The executive of Things was here and Shapeways last week and spoke to this, and we all are for gun safety and all sorts of stuff like this. And this isn't a firearm bill because the technology you're talking about has nothing to do with firearms. You can't make, there's also been no deaths of 3D printed guns ever from the DoD or ATF or anyone because it's plastic. No one makes these because it is plastic. The industrial materials, those come from machines that cost $1 million. And the materials themselves cost tens of thousands of dollars in powder form to make metal. And I mean, you can do WHAM and other stuff like that. I won't get into all that, but that's not how the technology works fundamentally. And to say, oh, dramatic effect.
I think that means it's time for you to finish your comment.
I'll finish up. Yeah, just fundamentally the technology. I mean, I work with everyone around the planet. I've been working in this industry for over 7 years, traveling around the planet, working with everyone. Everyone. The technology does not fundamentally work the way they're asking.
Thank you for that context. And just so I'm clear, as Assembly Member, is your bill is applying to all 3D printers, right? So those that print in plastic, metal, sugar, etc.
So,
yes,
sorry, I'm trying to keep protocol here. Let me answer that in 1 second, and then I just want to say a couple things. One is, as you will note in the system and in the analysis, the major 3D companies. Printing companies are not opposed to this, which I think can instruct us that they don't think this is impossible. I think that's an important.
That's incorrect.
Sir, excuse me. Okay. You're not allowed to speak unless a member asks you a question. We're not going to tolerate any outbursts. Please exercise decorum, or I'll have to ask you to leave. Assemblymember Bauer-Cahan has the floor. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then secondly, I would note, as was noted in the opening testimony from my witnesses, we actually have seen raids of these guns that are being printed in California. So I wanted to correct the record there as well. I'm not making up a problem. There is a problem here. And then if I can turn it over on the technical questions to my witnesses.
Certainly I can underscore on the nature of the problem and the impact that this sort of acceleration of finding 3D printed guns has been having. We've seen numerous instances in California just in the last 6 months. So I think one of the things that has come up from the opposition has been it's already illegal. And in fact, I actually think some of the opposition maybe is a little confused about the fact that it is already illegal to even transfer files and things like gun files are illegal in California already. So really what we're talking about here is the actual preventative solution, the upstream solution that stops the guns from being printed in the first place. On the technical question, if you could actually just repeat, and there was a lot said there, I'm happy to answer any specifics.
Yeah, no, I just, very specific, just, does the bill apply to all types of 3D printers? So those that print in plastic, metal, sugar, etc. So it would be everything?
As written, there's no specification across that. I don't want to speak for the Assembly member, but I'm sure if there were an invitation to amend to not address, say, 3D printed chocolate or sugar or something like that, that's absolutely the kind of policy change that I think we'd be open to consider. But the materials that 3D printers work with, are getting increasingly strong. We are seeing, the core frames and receivers of guns are capable of being printed with 3D printers. There are now, thanks to sort of very active communities of online extremists who have been purposely trying to refine these files so that they can be increasingly effective 3D printed firearms. We are seeing some that only need, really a screw or a rubber band. It's getting more sophisticated, so we need this blocking technology to be installed so we can get ahead of the problem.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure, because I had one last question. So you kind of started mentioning this, and I just wanted to understand, these are very genuine questions, because I'm learning about this in real time as you all are explaining this to me, and as I was reading the bill last night. Regulating websites that distribute 3D files is already in law. So that is legislation that has been passed previously. So regulating companies that are producing 3D, parts of 3D guns already exist. Is that what you just said and you just referred to?
Through the chair, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so the sort of distributing files for 3D printed guns, already illegal.
Okay.
Printing them, already illegal. We are still seeing them. We are still seeing recoveries of these guns. We're seeing ghost gun manufacturing operations with, they're finding dozens of 3D printed firearm parts at a time and multiple 3D printers, sometimes in teenagers' bedrooms. We're just trying to have technology equipped on those printers. So it's not even regulating a specific segment of 3D printer manufacturers. It's not, focused on ones that can print guns specifically. It'll be technology on all 3D printers.
Okay.
Given the increase in capabilities.
And I ask those questions because I think one of the main concerns that I've heard, from my constituent is, I think out of all these things, and the questions that he had was just about the surveillance issue. And are we essentially creating like a system where we're tracking everybody that happens to own a 3D printer, including individuals like himself? The individual I'm talking about lives in the city of Monterey Park. I represent the city of Monterey Park. If you're familiar, we had a mass shooting that happened about 4 years ago, and had a number of individuals who died as a result of that mass shooting. And so this is an issue that he cares a lot about personally, but also has these questions about privacy as well. I'm not quite sure how you resolve that here, but I would love to and that's it for my questions. I'd love to have you speak to that, and Assemblywoman, if you wanted to speak to that at all, because that's just the issue that has been raised to me that I'm trying to navigate as somebody that obviously wants to keep our community safe. And at the same time, I think we have real concerns about privacy and data right now, as the chair of privacy would so well know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and to your point, as the chair of privacy who defends the privacy of Californians, and I believe I do try every day, that's obviously a critically important piece of any legislation that moves through this process. And so, that is a question I've asked of experts. I've met with academic researchers that research this technology at Berkeley, at Dartmouth, at other universities, and they've assured me that this would not be, that the standards that are set through this bill will ensure that this is happening locally and we're not sending the files off so that what you're printing is being surveilled. But if you would like more details, I'm sure my witness could provide better technical depth on that.
Does that answer your question, or do you want additional background?
I think that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator, for your question.
I think that answered her question. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Excuse me. Once again, no outbursts are tolerated, no clapping, no interrupting. If you continue to disrupt the meeting, you'll be escorted out. We will have decorum as we continue this discussion. Vice Chair Cierto.
Thank you very much. All right, so I'm going to get away from the technical stuff, and I'm going to think like a little criminal, okay? I want to make ghost guns, and I have my little 3D printer at home. I know it's illegal. I'm going to make my little ghost gun or whatever it is. You say it's illegal. I already know it. I'm already breaking the law. Now you tell me, oh, we're going to come in and make you put a thing in there. I'm not going to. I'm going to put it in the closet. Or if I want to go buy one, I'm going to go out of state. I'm going to buy one. I'm going to put it in the back of my truck underneath a blanket. I'm going to bring it in, and I'm going to continue to do what's illegal because I don't care that it's illegal. That's not going to stop somebody who is doing this. In other words, this bill like this is ineffective in its, trying to get people that already don't really care what the law is to stop what they're doing. All it's going to do is have potential real ramifications for people that use this technology and advancing the technology while other players come in to try to install things that they don't know are going to work. The witness that I think knows a lot about this has already given us kind of the lowdown on how effective this stuff is. So, just like the gun laws that come up against the Second Amendment, they're just, you can't keep passing things that are against the Constitution because they're just not legal. And when you do pass things like this, okay, have you been able to stop them? No, it's illegal. And yet, what are we finding? We're finding that people are making them. So what do? We go after those people. We go after those people. This isn't going to help us do that. This isn't going to change anything. All this is going to do is potentially create big problems for people that legally use this type of technology. We don't have the technology to say that the printer is going to recognize that this is oh, wait a minute, this guy's doing a ghost gun. So somehow we're going to grind the whole thing to a halt. It's not there. And I haven't heard anybody tell me that it is. I've heard you tell me it's 4 years away. That means nothing to me. This is an ineffective approach with way too much collateral damage that's possible to a burgeoning industry out there for a lot of people that are very creative people, by the way, that their livelihood depends on this technology. So again, you need to go after the people that are breaking laws, not after the technology that they use, because they'll continue to use that technology whether you make new laws that affect everything else or not.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Senator Cortese.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate hearing both sides of this. I'm kind of hearing comments like that from colleagues, whether they're for or against. I am very picky about firearms legislation, and there's a lot I don't support if it doesn't make sense. I appreciate the opposition arguments in the sense of, explaining something that, fairly recently, and at least in the history of firearms, fairly recently, has become, has become an emerging and far greater used technology in terms of 3D printing. But as good as the arguments are, we don't allow open source firearms production. Whether firearms production is being done with 3D printing through software, through gun files, which I think is what this bill's trying to take a piece out of, or whether folks, are going to stand up and say, hey, that's not how it works. I understand that. It's it's an open source technology that most people are relying upon. That's not okay either. I mean, it isn't recently that we started putting serial numbers on firearms. I mean, that goes back decades and decades and decades, and it's not just to force people to register their guns or whatever. It's so that you can trace guns that are used in crimes. It's so that you can recover your firearm if it's been stolen, and you can identify that that's actually the one that you own. It's so that you can insure your firearms. There's a whole bunch of commercially practicable reasons that we don't allow folks to just, sort of produce firearms. And by the way, 3D printing isn't the only way to do it. I mean, there's machine shops anywhere up and down the state of California, throughout all 50 states in this country. They really wanted to create a firearm overnight, tonight, or probably dozens of them without serial numbers, and they do. Some do. I mean, people are out there, DOJ and so forth, trying to catch them. It's not okay, though. So I understand the argument says, hey, look, you got to get the criminal, the felon, don't go after the 3D printers, but if we can take a piece out of the enforcement side of it by, addressing someone might say this is a statement bill. You're just making a statement that you don't want guns being 3D printed. It is. I think it wants to create a situation where that's not happening, but I also think it's a statement, almost like if you put a warning on the side of every 3D printer that said it is illegal to use this device to create a firearm, as they've been defined in California code. So I don't know how you segregate BB guns. I don't really recommend anymore, even though I grew up with them, promulgating a whole bunch of toy guns or chocolate guns or things like that to give to your kids, unless you want to put them through full gun training and hunter safety course and everything else, so they actually know how to handle these things. So I'm sympathetic, but I also think the industry needs to come forward with people who want to tackle these issues, like the author, and offer amendments that will help clean things up. I know it's getting late in the session. I'm sure it sounds like you're willing to work with them on trying to take some of the edges off of this that might still exist. But I'm going to support it today just because, as I chair the outdoor caucus here. I just don't see the need, and I apologize for those who do, but we have a different opinion on that. I just don't see that I have a need when hunting season starts next month in California to have a 3D produced firearm. I do understand that people want to have freedom in terms, just like Wozniak did, in terms of experimenting with things you could produce with this technology, and great things are going to come from that. Accidental discoveries are going to come from that, just like he kind of accidentally discovered the personal computer. We want you all to be doing that. We love that about California. But I don't think coming after a bill that's trying to minimize the production of firearms that don't have serial numbers that are registered with the DOJ, I don't think that's the way to promote any of the real good stuff. So I'm supporting the bill, and I appreciate the chair bearing with me to explain. I think the chair knows I land in different places. I haven't been a big supporter of hardware restrictions on firearms. I think we kind of really need to start focusing on the people that are running around that shouldn't have firearms in the first place. That's where I'd like to see us focus more. But this prevents some of that too. And it certainly prevents young people who may be very well-intentioned but are having mental health issues, which is extraordinarily common right now, who really shouldn't have a gun in their hands at that moment from doing that possibly. And I think the bill would probably save lives at some point. So I apologize for making two separate statements there. Again, Chair, thank you for bearing with me.
Thank you very much. Senator Caballero?
In the interest of time, I'm going to join my colleague in his statement. I don't always, I'm very selective in the gun bills that I support because I don't want to vote just because it looks good. It's got to work. And I'm from a hunting family. They took me out to show me how to shoot a gun when I was 10 years old. I didn't like it, so I haven't touched a gun since. But they hunted and they ate everything they hunted, and they lived out in rural area of Arizona. So I want the guns to make sense, but I also think there's something here. I'm going to vote for it today. I may not on the floor. I think there's some more discussion that needs to be had. And I really appreciate everybody coming out here today because I learned a lot about the applications of that technology to be able to create things that do really good things in our lives. And I appreciate it. So thank you very much. And I will be voting yes today.
Any other comments? Turn it back over to close.
Thank you, senators. I appreciate the robust conversation. I agree with the senator that I appreciate everyone who showed up today to support and oppose the bill. I think these conversations are critically important. And I couldn't agree more with our colleague from Santa Clara. I think I got that right. San Jose, sorry. The senator from San Jose. That there is so much promise in this technology and every technology out of California, but I think we can both create that promise and stop the printing of these firearms that, to the point that was made, cannot be tracked and monitored in the way the other firearms we sell in California will. So with that, respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Okay, I entertain a motion on the bill, AB 2047. Moved by Senator Cortese, thank you. If we can please call the roll.
AB 2047, Bauer-Cahan. Motion is to pass as amended to appropriations. Adegain?
Aye.
Adegain, aye. Sayarto?
No.
Sayarto, no. Caballero? Caballero, aye. Cortese?
Aye.
Cortese, aye. Perez? Wiener? Wiener, aye.
We'll keep that bill on call for after Senate.
Thank you, Senator.
Aaron's claims Santa Clara.
And I believe she's presenting an additional bill as well as a bill on behalf of Assemblymember Petrie Norris. And then after that, we have our last bill presentation by Assemblymember Bryan.
This open area? Yeah, so people will be over here.
Where is everybody?
But before that, I just want to talk to everyone. Yeah, we'll get everyone over here and we'll take a big photo. Wow. Yeah.
Literally shutting you down and then completely ignoring.
Well, that's part of.
Excuse me.
They would have done that if someone was trying to interrupt me.
Sorry, I don't want to trip you. Sorry. Moving.
Oh yeah, well he's whatever. Yeah. Where's the gentleman's water bottle? Isn't you? Is it your water bottle? Yeah, that's right. Thank you again. You're welcome. You're welcome. If anyone wants to, we want to get a group photo of everyone really quickly. That's what. If you could stay for a second.
All right. Test 1, 2.
Lewis, get over here.
Hello.
Is there a way you can take a photo of us? Is that possible?
Oh shit.
I'll put it on the Oh no way.
Yeah.
Sit, wait. Lewis, get over here. I'm gonna come hang out with you guys. Doing what you do. Thank you.
Good work out there.
You're welcome. All right, everybody in?
We really appreciate what you guys are doing.
All right, everyone, get in. Make new friends. People gotta go. They got meters.
Oh man, that was the funniest shit.
Heck yeah.
Ready as it ever.
Ready to rock.
I'm not going to vote on this just because it looks good.
I know.
3 seconds later, I'm going to vote on it because it looks good.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. I really appreciate it. As you saw, there is some movement. People are understanding what's going on. All of your voices here are so important. Like, if you saw the people that are for this bill, it was the same person in the same red shirt with the same logo over and over and over again. It was a carbon copy. But if you look around here, I see everyone on the planet. There's people from all over the world, every walk of life, every age, everything. Like, that's what this is about, and that's what we're here about. This isn't just one issue. This is the Constitution we're talking about. They want to violate our rights by putting software, and it's like, they may not understand, oh, we can just put something on a printer and it'll be fine because they don't understand the technology. But if you take a step back, they're saying, we want to put stuff on your computer so we know what you're doing so we can decide what you're doing. And as you heard, the people in there have no idea what you guys are doing. I mean, everything from cancer doctors to people making, toys to doing this, to doing everything like that. Like, that's what's so important about this. And they're going to move it to appropriations, where they're going to evaluate the costs of this and all those other elements of it. I'm working with the ACLU still on this because of the privacy issues, because of this. Because the core of it, they heard it right there. This is not how the technology works. That pen on your desk could be a pen, it could be a weapon, it could be used to help with a tracheotomy. It's a tube, it's a circle, it's all these things. But the problem we're all facing is the lack of overall education. So, because people just don't know. Like, they even said, I'm learning about this right now. They have tons of bills they're going through and they're going, wait, what? I got to be an expert on this? And so they're reaching. And they're reaching out to all of you. Like Perez's constituents. Like, I know who went over and talked to her and stuff like that. But what I hope this shows everyone more than anything is that it actually works. The government works. They want you to think it doesn't, so you don't come out here and do this. But what you did today inspired people all over the world. My phone has been blowing up all day. I went down the line, showed people, everyone's texting, it's a whole thing. People are talking about it everywhere. And also, I went through and made sure schools, education programs, all the businesses affected by this. There's Printed Solid, Prusa, all the companies, everyone that uses a 3D printer, Stratasys, EOS, all of them are watching this. Everyone is seeing this, and they're all seeing you stand up for this. And this is where it begins, because it's going to have to continue on. And there's other things in other states. I'm already working on initiatives because I kind of think that the whole Everytown goal has always been, we'll focus on the blue states first because they're easy to sway. They're already going to go with our agenda. We're going to take advantage of that. Then we're going to have some momentum. We're going to go to purple states. Then we're going to go to red because we'll be so big by then it won't matter. And then we'll go fed. And that's their jam. That's what they do. They're a business. And we're here to stop that nonsense because, we're not trying to do anything illegal, but they don't understand that. But they're starting to. And it's a tough process. This is not easy. Obviously, right? I'm not a litigator. I'm not. I run the show 3D Printing Nerd, and I run the Community Manufacturing Initiative. I saw these bills popping up, and I was like, this is crazy. Someone's got to do something. I was calling the companies. No one was doing anything. So I got in my car in LA, and I drove up to the assembly. I had the Handgun Association step down so I could hop up there with the EFF and take this over and start doing this way, because look at everyone that's here. And we're going to keep doing this. And hopefully you go back to your community with the weapons, I like to say, that we're creating for you. Like on 3D Printing Nerd, Lewis's show, all the other influencers out there that are starting to make content about this. I know Grant at 3D Musketeers is putting out stuff. 3D Professor better have made something if he hasn't. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. He's a friend. But all these people are starting to do stuff. And I'll tell you right now why you don't see the biggest 3D printing companies here right now with you. Because they are scared out of their mind of going against a bill that has firearm in the title. That's why I asked them flat out, is this just because it's firearm in the title? Like, call that out to people. Call out the stuff in the room. Like, it's not a conspiracy. People have told me they don't want to go against the firearm bill because of the optics. Because, oh my God, you're against this. When I first started this opposition, my friend runs the Department of Children and Family Youth Services for the city of San Francisco. And she was like, what the hell are you doing? I can't support you. You're on your own. I said, did you read the bill? No.
They didn't read the bill until last night.
What?
And now the person that said, I read this bill last night is probably the closest they got to actually reading this bill at all. Because the other person all the way on the right, he was like, he really sounded like he understood it. He sounded like he understood the problem. Like, yeah, you know, you could just go to Home Depot and make a gun right now. Yeah. So this is probably not a good idea, which is why I'm going to vote yes for it. And then there was the woman that said, I'm not going to vote for this just because it sounds good. I'm not going to vote, which is why I'm going to vote for it just because it's like, I'm glad that this stuff is on camera and I'm glad that we get to see it, show it to a lot of people. They literally said, I'm not going to vote for it just because it sounds good. This probably won't work. You could go to Home Depot and build one anyway. I'm going to sign it.
Yeah.
Like, more people need to see this. And
He
more
said you
importantly,
can
they
make
need
one overnight tonight, super fast.
My personal favorite is there was the woman, she showed up with the red shirt like everybody else, and she's like, am I for or against this? And then somebody had to tell her. That should make it very obvious. I don't have $50 million a year to give to an organization to get people to pretend that they care about something that they don't care about. Yeah. And the one thing that all of you have on your side that they don't is that it's winning in the short term and winning in the long term. They don't even know what side they're on. That's going to lose in the long term. Thank you very much, everybody, for showing up. And like, it also shows that they had 14 or 16 people for them, and how many people were for us? Like 90, 100?
These are over 100 of us here.
And this is just the people that decide.
200 people. Yeah, they came in and did their thing and left, right?
Just this other junk. I don't want you to have to carry this all day. Thank you.
Over 200. Aw. And the people brought their families. Like, this was a family event.
People brought their infants.
Think about that. This is almost like a mini rap festival. I'm surprised someone didn't build a Voron while we were here all day. Like, come on. Like, I mean, like, but that's, right? Yeah, but that's exactly it. Like, look at all these smiling faces up here. And compare the conversations you had while you were waiting with the Every Town people, right?
Yeah,
very
different.
Fun. Very different. Yeah, but that's it. That's the thing is, like, I hope you care. Yes? Oh, I mean, maybe. I can't hear a thing you're saying. Well, I don't know.
The possibility of linking up with 1856 for age verification. We're wondering if it's going to be something that people could possibly link to this project because both are ongoing issues.
Yes, you should. I also got 501 involved as well, too, for California. They've been supporting the effort and getting on board. Yeah, what's your question?
Well, it's not a question, but more of a call to action. Look, my people, cyber people, this is not about 3D printing, okay? They are building a service. Once breached, it's gonna leak your G code, leak everybody's G code, and to guess who? Iran, Russia, China. That's what's gonna happen. They're creating the biggest cybersecurity threat. They are painting a massive target on that service. And guess their track record, not good. I can tell you that for free. Look at Sunburst. You want Sunburst 2.0? I guess not. So not only the 3D printer people, not only the makers, the cybersecurity people, you gotta take action too. They're creating a cybersecurity threat. They're not only threatening people's privacy, okay? I think I'm the only two cyber that showed up today. More of us gotta show up. More of us gotta say that, hey, look, you're creating something that could potentially threaten national security. It's not a joke.
And I think that's a great point too, is in that go into your communities like that and fire them up exactly like you're saying. Because this was the last big public hearing. Then it goes to appropriations and then it goes elsewhere. But in other states, it's just starting up. in Delaware, the home to Printed Solid and Prusa, they started passing the bill, the exact same thing. And just so you know, the litigator for Everytown said the exact same thing in the last 3 hearings. She reads the same speech, the same thing, because they know they've got the poison pill on the gun mention, on the firearm. That's what they're trying to use. They're trying to gaslight you into going along with this stuff. So take that power away from them. This is a tech bill from here out. This is not a firearm bill. This is a surveillance bill. This is an invasion of privacy. This is a constitutional bill. This is so much more than just a little 3D printed bill. And if you go into the world and start saying that, you get very different reactions from people. Oh, yeah. Well, so it totally makes a monopoly of it. So here's the thing. They made an amendment to take out the criminalization aspect of this. So that's minimizing expenses for the state is what they care about. So that takes the Department of Justice out of this, which removes, I believe, a thing called due process and all these other constitutional things. Because now it's just civil the way they want it, the way it is now. It is strictly civil. So what that means is all these other fines are still there, but I can sue you, and then you can sue someone else, and a printer company can sue someone. But in the meantime, I could use that as a tactic, just like you said. If you're manufacturing a bunch of cool 3D printed stuff and I'm trying to compete for that business, I could organize a lawsuit, shut you down, and then I could go make that. And then I can go do that. They're creating warfare with legislation that they don't even know about. They're not even paying attention to that aspect of it. There's so many loopholes in here. It's almost like whack-a-mole of like stupidity. There is so many opportunities in here and so many violations on it. But that also goes to show you, they do not care about your safety. They're trying to say this is a safety bill. We're going to make you safer. We're just put a thing on the front of it. It sounds like in their head, they think they're going to put an orange tip on the front of a toy gun so cops won't shoot you. Like that's in their head how they think they're fixing this. But that's not how it is. That doesn't work. Yeah, get up here, Doc. Yeah, let this Doc take this.
Sure. I also want to add, actually, I was sitting outside when a lot of you guys were speaking, and there were lovely lobbyists out here as well, and a lot of them didn't know anything about this issue. But I saw this in real time when they saw the line of people standing in opposition and a line of people standing in support. And when they saw that line, their first assumption was, oh, this is a ghost gun bill. This must be the line to support this ghost gun bill. And then when the officer said, no, this is the opposition, they all kind of had this look on their face of like, really? Oh, yeah. These people are out of their minds. And then I think it was me and somebody else, I think, we all spoke to them and we said, no, just to be clear, this is not a ghost gun bill. Yes. This is a tech surveillance bill, and that's why we oppose it. Most of us here don't like guns that much, right? I'm sure there are some that do, but for the most part, I don't think so. But when we said, hey, this is actually about this technology doesn't work. This is a tech bill. They're trying to say that this is something that they're going to install on printers, but printers aren't that smart. They cannot detect shape. They cannot detect intent. They can't do any of that stuff. That's when you kind of saw the wheels. And they actually said to me, you know what? You kind of changed my mind a little bit. So.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I mean, we got to start in a place of logic. Like when I work, doing the show 3D Printing, we travel around and meet a lot of people that are getting involved in 3D printing and they don't understand the concept of it. So I say, look, let's take it really simple. Let's go to the basics. And that's what we need to do with this legislation, when you talk to people. Like, if people don't understand the concept of it, talk with the small stuff on it. Like, meet them on their level. And I think that's what's core on any of this stuff. And then you really get to convert them, because then they take that information and they put it in their own words. They're able to feel like they have strength to bring this forward, because the core of this is an object does not have intent. And if you want to say, oh, that same thing as guns and whatever and things like that, that's okay, sure, whatever. But you know what? A gun is meant to shoot a projectile, and that is fine. I can use the gun to hammer and things, and I've definitely done that camping, and I know I shouldn't. I get yelled at, but whatever. But a 3D printer is to make things. Then if you go through that process, it's making something, and then you take that thing and make something else. It's a whole other step. There's a whole other part of it. And when you tell that to people, they understand. Because the imagery, just so you know, the imagery that Everytown uses is a A1 from Bamboo printing a gun that looks like a replica with all the details on it, pointed like this with support material coming off of it. But if you don't know 3D printing, if you don't understand that, that looks real and that's scary as fuck, right? Like, that is crazy. Sorry, I didn't mean to swear in front of the little one. There's that aspect of it too. Yeah, it's the it's the imagery. It's that imagery, and that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
You want to pass over? Give him the mic. Yeah, pass over.
I wanted to make a quick comment.
Yeah.
A quick comment that it really does feel like a farce to me.
Hold on, guys. Go for it.
A quick comment. It really does feel like a farce to me because I feel like a genuine bad actor would just be able to circumvent this so easily by so many different ways. Whether server spoofing, buying your electronics hardware from China, getting older hardware like that one senator even mentioned, like on the board. You know, you can. If you want to commit a crime, you're going to find a way to commit that crime.
Exactly. You can go drive to Nevada and go buy the thing, or someone can send it to you, right? Yeah. You have it? Hold this piece. Hold the rod. There you go.
I actually explored this last night. I was right around a bunch of scenarios through the a large language model.
Yeah.
On how people would get around it. Well, guess the thing that I'm not gonna say which AI I use, but the thing that AI said is the most likely is you driving to the nearest border town. Doesn't matter you want to do Nevada, doesn't matter if you want to do Oregon, doesn't matter if you want to do Arizona. You drive there, and you rent a PO box. Because this item is not federally controlled. So you get a PO box and you just ship it right there.
Yeah.
And the PO box costs nothing.
Sure.
Much cheaper to buy the stuff to build the gun at Home Depot, though. Much less driving, too.
Oh, yeah. And one last thing I want to say. Get over here real quick. I'm going to hand you the mic. Yeah.
Real quick on that point, don't get complacent about that because they are going to try to put it up federally, and then it'll be a lot harder to drop ship or drive across the border.
Yeah, it is going to go federal, and that's part of the goal here, too, is with this. But something you should all know, and then let's get Ann over here and then get you. But one thing to know is that the 3D printing companies are not going to go along with this. That's why I spoke up and got yelled at, but I don't care because they're not. She's like, oh, I've talked to the big 3D printing companies. They said they're down with this. They're not. None of them are down with this. They are not a part of this because it's not possible. No company would say, I can do something that's not possible. It's the easiest example to your friends, I think, is saying, cars can't fly, right? But I want to mandate that all cars in California have to fly. Well, I can't do that. Well, you can't have a car here now. That's exactly what they're saying. That's how vivid it is. Hi, Ann.
Hello. I think I'd like to point out the senator who talked about a specific person who lives in her district that talked to her and sent a message about this person giving her both sides of the argument and telling her in their own words why this bill was concerning to them. And I think that really speaks to how important a single person calling in could potentially be. And so I want everyone to take this as a lesson. When you call all of the offices of the senators, especially the senator whose district you live in, speak specifics. Say, I live in this city, this concerns me for this reason. Make sure that you say your background, make yourself human. Don't just call in and say, I vote this. They're not looking at a tally of how many people call in. They're looking for really personal stories like this that kind of speak to them and speak to the other assembly members that they can bring in. And kind of from the business perspective, these senators, this is their full-time job. Like all of us that work in corporate, we're kind of pushed to show that we're listening to people, show that we're providing impact. These people are the same way. This is their job. They're trying to prove to everyone else in the room that they're doing their job well, they're providing impact, they're working for the people of California, and you need to help them do their job. If you make their job easy, that's what moves the needle.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great way of putting it. Love that, Ann. It's true. It's absolutely true. I mean, that's the thing. That's why it's important to call your representatives, especially, we'll get you locally. Like, it makes a difference because they care locally. All the rhetoric about people it's not. Oh, this gentleman over here wanted to.
Who was first?
Here in the blue.
Oh, I already spoke.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, of course.
Really appreciate it.
I was happy to come. Thank you for posting the video.
I came on that first Amtrak train that I could get, got a hotel, and made sure I was here. You know, my favorite thing to see today was them squirming at the realization that, oh, we actually have to argue our points and be like, oh, we have to talk about chocolate guns when they mention sugar printers.
That was so good.
Yeah, that was so
amazing. I was like, Ellie, they're talking about Cocoa Press.
Yeah. And they had to dodge it.
Yeah.
You could hear the lobbying money in their words when they were like avoiding mentioning that they didn't have a specific protection over plastic or what material. You know, you can't even make a gun out of plastic. It's going to blow up in your face, right?
She didn't know what that was.
Yeah, she didn't know what that was.
When she said, what type of, do you have, is this going to include these types of printers or those? Yeah, is this, where's, oh, it's not my prepared notes.
Let me dodge it, my technical person. Let me bounce it back to you. What was the question in the first place? Oh, no, I don't want to answer this
And that
one.
wasn't a technical person that was up there to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That was my favorite part. And seeing that actually managed to change, I could tell, like, the chair's words at the end of it, where they had to actually acknowledge, hold on a second, there's some nonsense going on over here. There's something about this that isn't adding up. I'm still going to vote yes. Because I like gun control, right?
They're scared.
Yeah, they're scared. They're scared. But they mentioned quite a bit that, like, if this gets more support, I'm probably not going to vote for it the next time. Or
definitely said, she said that too. Sotomayor, Suerta, she said that.
Yeah. And seeing that filled me with hope because I really have never participated in something like this. And seeing that it could happen like this and it just naturally, and these people are like, I've got to get these votes, don't I? Huh? All right, let's let me come back to you on this one. I'll say yes right now because gun control good, but you know, they're going to think about it now, and now it's an actual issue. And now that it's going to be more popular, the media is going to catch up onto it, I hope, and it'll keep snowballing like that.
Absolutely. I mean, what's really neat, too, is they also saw a variety of faces. So they saw their city coming up and talking to them. That was what was so important about this. They didn't see the same people wearing the same cookie-cutter shirt, blah, blah, blah. They saw everyone in their city. You represent everything.
Maybe we should have had a cookie-cutter shirt.
Yeah, maybe.
Red shirt instead of blue suit next time.
I know, right? I mean, that's like Aubrey and I went blue this time. Yeah, you want to pass on? Did you want to say something? Yeah, man.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming out. This is amazing.
So, you're all familiar with 3D printing, I assume.
What? What'd you say?
Familiar with 3D printing.
Oh, learning.
Learning. In the best case scenario, this kind of law, the best way that this technology could work, assuming there's no abuse, which there would be abuse. If there was no abuse and they had it working perfectly, you're going to be designing a print, you're going to be satisfied with what you've made, and you're going to slice it, try to print it, and it's going to tell you this is a gun part. You have no idea why. And so then you have to go through and redesign your part.
No, you're going to go to jail. You're going to go, no, it's...
Shape jail.
Exactly,
Yeah.
you have to guess.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
the trigger on my Nerf gun is the same one on my Han Solo blaster, the same one that I did for my garden hose.
Mhm.
So which trigger's the bad trigger?
And so
what's the bad triangle? Show me where the triangle touched you. Like, what's the bad triangle?
Absolutely. And increasing this complexity,
Yeah.
it just makes a higher barrier to entry for anyone that's getting into this, and it's just something we have to avoid.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's fun. This is fun. I like hearing from all of you. This is great.
Well,
the audience is loving it too.
Oh yeah, I took notes during the senator's speech.
Yeah, and
especially
call
the one on
like
the far
and
right.
one thing really quick before we lose more people. Take the video that's today from Lewis's channel, grab a clip, credit him, make sure you credit him, or take it from the state, and plaster it everywhere in your towns, other things like that. Put it online. Show them saying these things.
You
Be
don't
like,
even
"Look,
don't have to credit me. If you could show it to somebody who hates me, tell them that RBK came up with it.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, the senator made a point to always go back to guns, to make it us wanting to build guns. Yeah. Most of us never talked about guns. We specifically pointed out that it was not about guns. It was about the software being unreliable, being charitable way to put it.
Yeah.
The fact that it would make a monopoly, it's dystopian in so many ways.
Sure.
And I mean, it was disingenuous, and it makes me want to campaign against the guy. Like, I didn't know his politics beforehand. I don't know them now, but I'm gonna sure as hell find out. And that guy is gonna have I mean, he's got me as a political enemy.
There you go. Well,
So-
I mean, that was something too that, like, Perez, when she was up there, she even made the comment, like, okay, well, I learned a lot today. Like, she even said, well, we have the experts here, and they chose not to. I mean, and I'm not saying I'm the expert. There's all experts out there. Like, we're all 3D printing nerds here. There's all experts here, but they've been getting the information constantly. People have been emailing. I had meetings with all of their advisors last week or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was.
Yeah.
People have been doing this. They're choosing not to because of the optics of it. So once you take that away, once you on FISNA, they're a $1 billion company trying to push this junk that doesn't work. They stand to make insane money if this goes through. Make that the story. Kill this bill with all the hype, because they're not going to listen. Yeah.
Okay, to be frank, I
frank.
actually
Hi, Frank.
kind of disagree with the whole firearms thing.
Sure.
We want bipartisan support. We don't want a single party. We don't want to exclude anybody on this.
No.
Okay, if you're 2A, if you're pro 2A, if you're red, and you're against this, go for it. If you're blue, you're anti-gun, but you still want your privacy, go for it. What's scary to the politicians is not that it's a single partisan thing.
Oh, yeah.
When it's bipartisan, when both parties start saying, like when people supporting both parties start saying that we don't want this, we don't like this, and if you vote for it, we're not going to vote for you next time. This is how you get things done in the political world. Bipartisan is always the way to go. So don't exclude anybody.
Yeah.
Give them a reason to support our cause. If they're 2A, if they're pro 2A, do their pro 2A argument. If you're pro first and fourth, do the exact same thing. They divide us. They don't want us to see eye to eye.
Yeah.
But this is a rare chance that actually bipartisan support.
We have. So speaking of that, I've been working with the California Handgun Association and the ACLU and soon to be the NRA and other organizations and some very big universities across the country are going to start getting involved in the next couple of weeks. We can't say who yet, but we're starting to work with them because they're like, this is crazy. We're like, we know. And a lot of people we've heard, oh, we didn't think it would get this far. Like, how many times have you heard that? Like, oh, we didn't think it would eventually get that far, but here we are. Well, right, exactly. If you do nothing, if nothing changes, nothing changes. Like, that's it. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
I'm going to say something, right?
Yes.
Not only your Senate, but also your
Yes, I think
assembly
so.
member. Remember, two people represent you. You got your senator and your assembly. Write them both. When both assembly and Senate feels the same pressure from you, they get things done. They realize, oh, it's in the Senate right now.
I'd say go one beyond that. Contact your mayor.
Well, yeah, all of this. I mean, it should be contacting everyone, and it's not just this freak out like, oh, it's an alert. It should be a conversation. Think about reaching out to them as a conversation, right? Like you're talking to someone. Pretend if you were that politician and someone had to come talk to you. How would you want to be approached? You don't want to be sold something. You don't want to be yelled at. You want them to work with you. And take that with you, that this is 100% bipartisan. I mean, you heard, I was sitting next to the ACLU. We have other organizations out here that want to support getting rid of this because of how bad it is. And when you bring that up, it actually makes movement. And so coming up next is appropriations, and that's a focus on that for the consultants in that area. Then it will go to a floor vote before it goes to the governor. So keep up the pressure. Keep getting your friends going on this. But as something that the good doctor just mentioned, that you heard someone up there, you heard two people say, well, you know what? I'm going to vote for it now, but I might change my mind when it's on the floor. Like that, but that was someone who was going to vote for this originally. So, because they come into this with their minds made up. Their minds are changing. You're doing that. It is actually happening. But it takes work and time, and it'll evolve. Yeah, go for it.
I think a really important thing that we saw happen in real time today was that it went from a cut and dry, simple issue in their eyes to them realizing that there is so much more to this. Thank you. And when it comes to technical feasibility, there are significant doubts, and that it is not just an infringement upon your Second Amendment right, but so many others. And like mentioning, I think the most powerful example was when he lifted up an eye, a prosthetic eye, and said this got marked as a gun piece. And any reasonable human could tell that it is not. There is no way to tell just by the geometry if a bracket is made for a gun or for any benign reason. If you break anything down into its pieces, this is made up of hinges. There are tons of deadly things that can be done with hinges. Oh, sorry, you can't have a pulley. Guillotines have pulleys. And I think when you start infringing on people's rights to have interesting little folding cubes like this, because you're worried that someone might make a gun out of it, and you're basically putting a digital cop on people's computers, because 3D printers are computers that monitors everything going in and out of it, reports everything up to a server and up to Big Brother, just in case there might be a gun involved somewhere. I think they realize this isn't just about guns. This isn't just about the Second Amendment. This is about privacy, and that this has real implications down the road. And I think that the fact that they realize that, and this went from cut and dry to, oh, this is well-intentioned but has serious issues, 100%.
Absolutely.
Like, I think, raise your hand if you are opposed to just ghost guns in general.
Yeah.
Right? Absolutely. All of us are. Very few of us are debating that, but we are here saying the bill is well-intentioned but has serious issues when it comes to execution.
Yeah.
And I think we can find a happy middle ground, but this is not it. This is not the answer. And I know you have a lot you want to say.
Yeah, well, it's good to hear. We want to hear from,
I mean,
because there's also thousands of people watching online too.
that's fun.
It is?
All right. No pressure. I
There's
mean,
no pressure.
I mean, I guess part of what I was thinking is that, like, everyone here has shared a lot of what's already been running through my mind. My husband is at work. He and I have been riffing back and forth, and he's mentioned a few things that, like, we've been chatting about a lot of this. I wish I could have had time to say some of these things too when we were in there, but it's like the fact that they're talking about sending all of our data off to some unknown center is like a privacy nightmare. And it's completely unreasonable. And like, it's a fantasy to think that they can actually make this work, not just because the technology doesn't even exist.
You can't.
But it's like, not only does it not exist now, but it's like, they're like, oh, maybe 4 years out. I'm sorry. No, it's not possible to make it work by what they're talking about.
So for the technology to work, they would have to be inside your brain, because they would have to know the intent of what you are going to do. It's like pre-crime.
Yep, it's like preemptive search. Preemptive search, which is actually, I think I mentioned something about that earlier, but it's like one of the things that my husband and I have been talking about, and I think this is really important. I wish I could have mentioned this, but it's like this has the potential of really putting a huge chilling effect on home repair and manufacture, all these things that we care about, all the things that like we talk about, things that Lewis puts a lot of videos about, things that you talk about. But it's like ultimately this is putting the weight on law-abiding citizens. And I know that like some of them mentioned that. And the fact that one of them actually did talk about that was heartening. And the fact that we're like, okay, at least one of them gets it. But, and I guess there's also the fact that it is kind of difficult to see this as anything other than, a money and data grabbing.
Very much
which is why I'm so deeply disappointed in Everytown and in Moms Demand Action, because it's like, once upon a time, I followed them when they formed, and I wish that I could continue to support them. But sorry, I know who's paying the bills now, and this is awful, and it's deeply disappointing. So
they're taking advantage. I mean, I don't know if you had conversations with the women that were here from Moms Demand Action, but like even sitting there having a chat with them, like some of them didn't even really, like as Lewis saw earlier, like one of them didn't even know if she was for or against.
Yeah.
But I was having a conversation with them, and they're like, wait, what? And I show them the eyeball, and they're like, what? I didn't know that. They just told me that it just makes guns.
They're just
and I'm
here-
like, it's a gun-making machine? And they're like, well, yeah. And I'm like, they're gaslighting their own people.
They are gaslighting their own people. They are preying on people's fear. They are using the like, it's for the children. Excuse me. I have school-age kids. I have one who's about to be a senior in high school in a public high school in Berkeley, and one who is also in a public school, but he's in a charter school. And this is my son who came with me today. And the reason that we are here is because, frankly, I am not okay with organizations like that pretending to speak for me when I know that there are a lot of other parents out there like me and my husband who recognize that this is not actually about gun safety. No, I'm not okay with it.
No,
So.
and it's just flippant politicianism, because, she was up there saying she's the chair of the safety for the state of California, is RBK, the woman on this bill. So, like, if you're the chair of, like, public safety and all that, like, wait a minute, what's, not public safety, I apologize. What was it? It was for privacy. Thank you. I apologize. Privacy. It's been a long day. For privacy and all of that. It's like, okay, if you are, then what about this? It just goes to show you the disconnect. That they're just trying to pass a bill to say to everyone else out there that's not here, I made you safer by passing this gun bill. Everyone vote for me again.
That's
but
performative
like,
nonsense.
that ain't gonna. That's not flying anymore.
No.
Like no more. None of that.
Yeah,
Hi,
not
Evan.
interested. Well, thank you.
It's a resume line item.
It's a resume line, exactly. Yeah.
That is.
And it's great that you all see it, but I really do hope that you continue this. Keep doing it in your own way, your own fights, reaching out to people. If you notice, someone who was not present, and I really want to hammer this home, that is not present on the support of this bill is the Teachers Association. You do not see the Teachers Association supporting it. You do not see any, you don't see Boys and Girls Clubs, YMCAs. You don't see anyone in that respect supporting this bill.
Nobody from
None
any
of
the
them.
student
So reach out
associations
to
from
your
any
teachers.
universities either.
Huh?
Nobody from student associations from any of the universities
No,
either.
no way. That when you see stuff on there that says Moms in Action, and it's a chapter on a campus.
Yeah.
It's not the school.
Yeah,
That's
do
what
not
they
speak
try.
for
I'll
all
get
of
you a
us.
sec. Yeah, and all that stuff. But that's part of it too. Is so reach out to the teachers, reach out to the superintendents, work that angle too. Start building up a base because every town's goal is to make this federal. That is the goal, to make this federal, because that makes them, win, and that's it. So we have to keep this momentum up. Like this is the beginning, I think, and it's awesome to see everyone here because of that. I mean, this is crazy. Like we're doing it. We're actually changing minds, and then everything that you see here today gets to be used in other court cases. Oh, California did this. California is doing this. Did you hear about this hearing? We get to build up momentum. We are telling a story. Think about it like that. It is not just an action item like we're clicking something on our computer and it's done and we move on. This is a long story we are telling. This is something you're going to tell your grandkids and say, back in the day, they were going to make this happen on your printer, but I saved you, and you can tell that story to them because you were here. But it's that aspect of it. I mean, that's what's happening. And I think it's really interesting to see.
We all have to show up.
Yeah, exactly. You got to show up. Yeah, you want to make this gentleman? Oh, him and then you and whatever. Here, there's a gentleman behind you.
Very quick. Everyone should be reaching out to their local news and traditional media sources to tell them about this. Tell them that you care, that you live in their neighborhood.
Yeah, just don't post on your Instagram and stuff, but like hit local news. I've been hitting up local news. I've been talking to NPR and Marketplace. I reached out to Politico. I don't know if they showed up. I didn't see Lindsay. But, other people like that, reach out to all of them because guess what? If your local news station gets one call, okay. If they get 50 calls, they're like, okay, shit's going down. We got to find out what's going on here. And, lean into this. Hit up Fox News, man. They're desperate for stuff like this. Take advantage of that. But keep the news going. Keep those news cycles going because that's one thing that will destroy this whole thing.
Yeah, I'll keep this quick. I just wanted to say I come from Washington State. I saw Lewis's video yesterday morning, and I'm very fortunate in that, I'm very fortunate in that I'm in the position to where I could get myself a plane ticket and, a motel reservation and just come down here on a day's notice and be present here. And to anybody watching at home, I would implore you, if you are in a similar position, please do so in the future because it feels good to participate in these processes, and regardless of what the results of from today, I know I won't regret having come here.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
I like it. When you have the means,
thank
you have the
everyone for coming
responsibility.
out who drove and flew. Like, this is amazing. Like, to see all of you out here. People came from all over, and I think that's awesome. I mean, and I'd like to give some love to Lewis for coming out all the way from Texas. Thank you. I know he hates
I
it.
deserve nothing.
Right? Bringing us all together like this,
camera
amplifying it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lewis.
Thank you,
but that's part of it, too, is finding those other people that can be your megaphones to amplify your voices. Like, when this went down, the guy who runs the OC Maker Fair hit me up and gave me the email address. I reached out to Lewis. An hour later, he called me. He's like, how can I help? I bet there's other people that would be doing the same, too. Mike.
So I've got a constructive note about how we can get our message out. So as experts and enthusiasts, we can be better at starting conversations by meeting people at their level of knowledge, which, as we've seen, is at the starting points. And so we can make this really simple. A 3D printer is a constructive device. A gun is a destructive device. They could not be any more different in terms of intent. This bill makes no sense. And so it's important to start simple like this, because these opponents, they have no reservations about oversimplifying and distorting the truth with inaccurate imagery.
Yeah.
Like that imagery that you described of a whole gun coming off of a 3D printer. So, but on the other hand, we have the truth on our side, and we can be better about how to help people see it. Thank you.
Very nice. I agree. Yeah. Wait, who got ejected, by the way, from the hearing? Someone yelled in the back?
Almost.
Almost. Oh, okay. I mean, besides me. Okay. Nice.
Yeah. Hello, me again. I just wanted to say we're all forgetting a very important part of what makes these legislators tick. The one thing that they need more than anything else is a good economy. They don't get a job.
Yeah.
They don't get support if the economy doesn't get better. If it goes through some ups and downs, people remember the downs. And the one thing that every legislator like this wants in the U.S. is the economic miracle of a manufacturing boom in their city.
Oh, absolutely.
We can't just be campaigning on this is going to ruin our lives, this is going to make things worse, because that's what people campaign opposition on.
Oh.
How dare you?
Just 3D print it.
Yeah.
Oh,
We have to be yes.
Yeah, no, I agree.
We have to be campaigning on, if you oppose this bill, you can add to it ways to improve our economy, ways to make small businesses more affordable, ways to oppose foreign interests and keep manufacturing at home.
So make it an incentive.
Yes, make it an incentive to oppose more legislation. Not only is it easier to not do anything, seriously,
yeah.
By not doing anything, by simply just sitting there and twiddling their thumbs and maybe passing a law here or there to make manufacturing easier, to make starting a business easier, they can do less work and maybe bring about that holy grail of American manufacturing reconstruction.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think it's a great point. And I think that's too. It's like find these incentives, you know, and think about it. Like think about it strategically. Like how can you do this? You know, hey, by the way, if you get rid of this bill, we can do this, we can do that. Oh yeah, this is standing in our way. This is an obstacle to making our city better, making things better. This is going to prevent us from innovating. This is going to stop us from doing different things. You know, find the story that resonates with you and the people that will resonate with you beyond that. Something I like to tell people a lot on social media is, you know, I really appreciate, I love it when you guys share our stuff, you know, whether it's our videos, my posts and things like that, and I think it's great. But the people that follow you do not follow you because you're a wonderful curator of the interwebs. They follow you because of you, because of who you are. Because, you know, even if you have 5 followers or 5 million or whatever, they follow you because of you. Social media is a very intimate experience. You're holding the phone close to your face. You have earbuds in, they're talking to you. And if you put up a video about some, you know, person, even it's me, saying, hey, stop this thing, they're going to go past it. Maybe they'll be like, oh, that person has a weird face. I'll watch it, you know, whatever. But if it's you saying the exact same things, it's a whole new ball game. Then all of a sudden they're like, whoa, okay, now it resonates. And they're like, oh, why'd you say that? That's cool. And then now you're using your social media as a real tool. I keep sharing, keep engaging, but don't be afraid to put something out there. Like I was telling Lewis, it was like, you got to get your own YouTube channel. I'm like, I have one. I don't do anything with it. He's like, just start recording. And I'm starting to do that. I'm just putting it out there. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. But like, if you start doing it, people will gravitate toward you. At one point, Lewis had 0 followers. It was at one point. And then at one point, it grew. And it grew because they're connected with him. Just while you watch him, while you watch Joel on 3D Printer, you're watching that person. Don't think you can't offer that same advice to people that follow you. It'll help build this and also give other people confidence too, to grow and share the message, because that's how we put a face on all this. It shouldn't just be my face. It shouldn't just be Lewis or some other people. I mean, we are going to keep leading this and moving it forward, but we need everyone to be a part of the conversation. And you don't have to just share and stuff like that.
Hello. Yeah, speaking of moving forward, actually, Oh, there we go. I think all of us are here not because we expected to win today. We were going to kill this bill right here, right now, but because we were not willing, we don't want to lose, right? And we want to tell everyone that we are not willing to lose on this. And something big that I would like to ask is, so what next now, right?
Yeah. So what is next? Yeah, we're just going to, lay down, they won, that's it, right? We're done? No. Next is working with, this is going to appropriations, so there's the appropriation consultants. They're going to evaluate what's going on and move on from there. And then that's a potential place for the bill to get killed. Surveillance is a huge issue. I mean, any way you look at it, to make this bill work on any fundamental level, even if the magic software was magic software and worked, you have to violate the Constitution 6 ways to Sunday to make this work. You have to violate it multiple times. You have to destroy it in order for this to work. So that's other things. And it's going to go through appropriations. If it goes on from there, it'll go back to Assembly because it's been amended. And then from there, it will go to a floor vote. And then from a floor vote, it would go to the governor. And those are the next steps on it.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah.
I would also like to say I was here last Tuesday in that room where we did a lot of the same thing, a lot of coming in saying, I don't support this bill, and then the politicians don't really listen. I think I remember they voted exactly inside of party lines as if it were a firearms issue. The Republican voted against it. The Democrats voted for it. It passed 3-1, so now we're here today. But I want to say that what is different is that there's I think there was 4 times as many people here today.
There were 50 this time, 200 this time. 50 last time, 200 now.
Yeah, so...
54? 254.
Wow.
Wow. That is
okay,
amazing.
Well, thank you
254. Yeah, 254 individual people.
254 people. Holy
Not
crap.
254 wearing the same T-shirt.
254 people, not 254 bots.
Yeah, 254 individual humans with different stories that use this in a different way with different backgrounds. Not the same person going up there with a shirt that they just got folded out of a box and put on and said, go talk. Yeah, and that's it. And that's part of it. We're on the side of right. There's nothing, you're not doing anything wrong fighting for this bill. No matter what this is bad. And we have that on our side. And we get to go forward with that. And we get to educate people. And I think that's really wonderful and really special for what's going on. I don't really have much more to say. I mean, I can talk about this all day long. But if there's anyone who wants to say something, please come up here. But if not, I'll leave it with some final words. I'm going to wrap it up. I'll wrap it up. All right, Lewis, I'll wrap it up. But if someone wants to say something to Lewis's audience, get in here real quick. And we'll wrap this up here. You go over here. I'm going to stand up here. You got to leave by now.
So something I just wanted to bring up is I'm increasingly noticing a lot of our politicians are kind of aging out. We effectively have people with the technical savvy of my mom making legislation like we saw here today. So I really think it's high time for those of us that are technical, maybe think about a foray into politics, especially maybe some of the younger ones. I saw some young ones up there even talk on the mic, which was pretty inspiring, right? But just something to think about. I know maybe that's not what many of us think about or are too interested in, and politics is a huge drag, but just something, maybe to consider. Maybe this lights up a passion inside of you. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. It's great. Let's get you guys out here. You want to say something really quick to the audience before we wrap up? Yeah, come here, real quick. Let's do it real quick, and then we'll wrap it up. Right, Lewis?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then lunch and 6
hours
of editing.
Real quick. Hey, Marlin, Clipper, RipRap, and whatever open source printer firmware. Remember 2012 SOPA. The nuclear option is still there. You can still go nuclear, and we'll see what happens when you all disappear off of GitHub.
I'll make this brief. I think we're all here because we recognize that bad actors succeed if good actors do nothing. And we are all here because we cannot sit by and do nothing. We are here to make sure our voices are heard. Creators, especially content creators as well, posting on social media, are really important to get the word out. I know I'm going to go to Open Sauce. It's an event where a bunch of YouTubers
We'll be at
and
Open Sauce,
creators
yes. A lot of us will be there.
will be, and I'm hoping that we can at least recruit a few of them to help spread the message about this, because they are coming after our creativity, and we cannot let that happen. Thank you. Who else wants the mic?
Heck yeah, let's get it over here. Yeah, we'll be at Open Sauce. I'll be at Open Sauce running around, causing trouble. I'm trying to put together an activation for Open Sauce for this now. We'll see if we can get it to happen.
I just wanted to make a point. I'm the arcade game repair technician.
Yeah.
How many people have played a game like Time Crisis in an arcade or any other light game shooter?
Yeah.
How about repairing that part if I can't print out
Don't
the
you dare
shell?
make that trigger.
Yeah, I can't make the trigger to repair
Start
it.
killing games. That bill was yesterday.
Yeah, stop killing games.
That bill was yesterday. They Stop Killing Games lost yesterday. You get to lose again today, I guess.
Yeah, like a shape cannot have intent. How am I supposed to print the shell if it looks like a gun, acts like a gun, but it's not actually a gun?
Sure.
And
Yeah.
that also goes with cosplay too.
Oh, yeah. We're starting to recruit a lot of cosplayers are getting in this. I mean, I was actually going to try to get the 501st to come out, but they're like, we're not sure yet. Which would be amazing to see, like, a bunch of stormtroopers go up there, right?
I
But
almost
that's
came in
part of it.
cosplay.
You did?
I almost did. But
I cosplayed as a lawyer.
yeah, unfortunately, most of my cosplay is in storage right now because I just recently moved.
Okay. All right. For the next one.
Yes.
For the next big.
Came as Phoenix, right?
Yeah, right? Exactly. I can't.
Okay. I am personally someone who believes that gun control has its uses, but in California we have some of the most restrictive gun laws. Bullets, you cannot buy one if you have a criminal record here in California.
You also need 2 forms of ID.
Yeah, 2 forms of ID or a real ID, I think. Would,
real ID now. Yep.
would cover it. So bullets are already a tough thing to come by unless you want to go out of state for them. Then you have the fact that it's a lot harder to buy a gun, but any criminal who wants to get a gun can easily do it, even legally, by going across state lines to Arizona or Nevada and buying the ammo, the guns there, or they can go to Home Depot and buy some hardwood and whatnot, build a gun. And they're not stopping us from having Home Depot. Yeah,
So all of Polymaker was watching for you 3D printing people. Everyone at Polymaker was watching you guys too. So I'm getting texts from people all around the world at these companies too. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. The fact that guns are so easy to get, and yet one of the more difficult and tech-savvy ways of potentially making your own is the one they're going after, lets you know that this is security theater and no better than the Patriot Act.
I think it's great.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take 2 more, and then we're going to wrap it up. You, and then we'll call it a day.
I'm not entirely sure what will motivate legislators. But we did have the comment about the person's friend. But it seemed a little bit like they almost didn't really think about the objects as made out of parts. But I also have to wonder a little bit about maybe some bad faith. Say the maybe I'll think about this and vote differently later seems a little bit like a way to get us out of the room. And the comment about having a friend's husband who was into 3D printing.
He's the expert.
It was commented that does mean that individuals can make a difference, but also it means potentially that some individuals' voices matter more than others. So I guess find out if that's you.
I like that.
But there was one very obvious effect here that I thought was a little bit funny. They had, the people in support of the bill were saying, yeah, we've talked to the 3D printing people, we've talked to the manufacturers. Manufacturers might want to make it more difficult for, you to make your own or something, I don't know. But they were like, we talked to the 3D printing people, we talked to the tech people, they support this. And they have, the moms saying, oh, I run a makerspace. These are the people around us that actually use the 3D printers. It's very obvious, it should be very obvious to them, that the 3D printing community is against these restrictions, is against these kind of arbitrary, broad monitoring of what you print. And I think that having more people out here, having a large group, is part of what does that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I completely agree. It's great. Yes, gentlemen. Yeah, come on. And then we'll wrap it up. I like your tie.
Howdy, y'all. I know that we're all talking about like.
Over here.
Oh,
So give me that camera.
sorry. I know that y'all were talking about like, you know, what 3D printing can't really differentiate from like a, you know, a firearm part or anything like that because it could look at something else. But like, you know, I'm starting to feel kind of vintage, and so are used firearms on the market. So when it comes to like firearms that are like decades old, there's going to be parts that are going to be need to be replaced. So nobody wants to be banned from like, hey, you know, I have this firearm, I need some plastic parts on it, like grips and stocks and stuff like that. Or what if somebody runs it over kind of thing and I need to fix it? Well, the firearm manufacturer's discontinued. You know, well, I want to repair my firearms.
Mhm.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Yeah. So I'm going to put this down when he comes back. When Lewis, well, it's a hot mic, just so you know. Yeah, so Lewis is done. So something that's been really fun, I haven't checked my phone the whole time, but the whole time I was up there, it was like I was getting a massage on my leg. It was just bzzz, literally the whole time. You have inspired the world. I'm not being facetious. I'm getting texts from massive companies from all over the planet that saw this. Literally multiple texts just like, holy shit, this fucking line. Like, it's all swear words. It's all like, oh my God, oh my God. Like, I wish I was there. That's amazing. Like, we're going to be here. Someone just texted, we're going to bring our company to Open Source. They just heard it on there. They're like, we'll go to Open Source. Sure, let's start this. Let's go here. Like, it's about giving people options because this is all new. Like, this is new for me. Literally building the plane as I'm flying it here with all of you on board. So thank you for trusting me and my skills. But now we're getting a lot of support from a lot of other people. And hopefully that empowers you to do more and realize that you're not alone. But those individual things, exactly what Ann was talking about, having those conversations locally matters because that woman remembered her one constituent. A ton of people hit her up, I know, but she's talking about that one person, and they talked to her both sides of it, and it resonated. And they weren't yelling at her. They weren't coming in with all this stuff. They were just like, hey, I'm concerned. And they had a conversation. And I know it's slow, but that's part of it. And it's also giving a face to this. And then getting the news. Like Ann said, hit your local news, your college newspapers too. Like, this is a hot story. This should be the thing every nerd is talking about on the planet right now. Like, we should all be nerding out about this because this is something that like we get to beat up on finally and then beat down and destroy. And like, we can kill this bill. Like, it's okay to say you want to kill the bill. I want to mess it up. I want to drive it into the ground because there's going to be more. This technology, as we all know, 3D printing is very new in the scope of technology, we'll say. It's the next industrial revolution. But what's coming next, the things that we don't know, the things that we can't imagine yet, all of that technology hinges on laws and bills like this. It's about understanding that we need to have people in office, have people accountable, and use mechanisms like this to make sure that we can future-proof legislation. Because if they made a bill like this pass, like 1, 2, 3, and none of us did anything about it, how could it affect other technologies, all these other things, all your other rights, all this other stuff? Because this would be on the books. And then the next politician that comes through, they see this, like, wait, this is a law? This is a law? Oh, hell yeah. Dude, we're going to do all sorts of stuff with this law. Like, that's a thing. I mean, you see it happening in the White House right now. Just imagine that with this. It's a little scary, a little crazy. So that's kind of my shtick. Do you have anything else you want to say before we wrap this up? Yeah, I'm down for that. Thank you all. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is good.
We have a Zulip, it's like Discord or Slack, but open source, where we have segments for every single state. So when anti-ownership laws come up in any individual state,